Sure.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us for the day 3 of the fest. We'd like to inform you that the program will begin shortly. So I'm going to request you all to probably ensure you've grabbed your tea, coffee, but please be seated, and we'll start the program shortly. Thank you.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Going into the second half of play, hoping it's as exciting as the first.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the day 3 and the finale of the Global FinTech Fest 2022. And as we're about to get started with our very first session here, I'm going to request all the ones who are seated right behind, if you can please move forward and take your seats. We're focusing on the approach and strategy for sustainable development of the FinTech ecosystem. So that's going to be our very first session. And the only way we can move forward is if I could request all the ones seated behind to also please move forward. And that being said, once again, a warm welcome to all of you. And this is going to be a very pertinent and a very engaging session that we have with us, with none other than Shri Ajay K. Chaudhary, Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India. And to spearhead this session for all of us, we have with us Mr. Mahendra Nerurkar, Vice President and CEO, Amazon Pay India. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's kickstart the proceedings for the day 3 of the Global FinTech Fest by straight away heading for this very important session. And let me please humbly invite on stage Shri Ajay K. Chaudhary and Mr. Mahendra Nerurkar. And can we please welcome them with an enthusiastic round of applause? Thank you so much. And thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Hi, good morning and welcome everyone. Welcome Mr. Chaudhary. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to host this session. And I'm as keen as everybody else in this room and more people trickling in soon to listen to Mr. Chaudhary's thoughts. I don't think he's a man who needs any introduction, but he's been with the Reserve Bank of India for over 30 years. And that time has done virtually everything from risk to currency management to payment and settlements. And recently this year was elevated as the executive director of the FinTech department. I'm going to hand over the stage to you for the next half an hour or so. But before we kick off, I just wanted to remind our audience of when I look back at the development of the FinTech ecosystem in India over the last several years, my first FinTech memory is from 1987, where we had the first ATM machine near our house. And that at that time was magic. From there till now, when we are talking about 6.5 billion monthly UPI transactions, we are talking about 15% of worldwide global investments coming into India's FinTech startup ecosystem. We are talking about 20 plus unicorns that have been created in this sector in the last few years. We have Digital India, India Stack, a bunch of initiatives that the RBI has driven. We've seen a lot of progress from that 1987 moment that we have had. And then when we peek forward into what's in the future, where by 2050, India will have about the median age of 38 and 39, and the largest ever middle class in humankind. So I think that just gives me goosebumps in terms of what the potential ahead lies. And this particular topic of the FinTech Festival is very relevant in terms of how we want to go about harnessing that opportunity and realizing that potential. So I'm going to hand the stage over to you, Mr. Chaudhary, to share with us your thoughts on how we got here from that 87 moment. Where do we go from here? What are some opportunities and risks you see as we as an industry should carry forward and learn from?
Very good morning to everyone present here. I start with Mr. G. Padmanabhan, my senior in Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Mahendra Nerurkar, our friend Mr. Rajesh Bansal, distinguished guests from FinTech industry, financial institutions, academia, media, ladies and gentlemen. I am really deeply honored to be invited to deliver this address in the 3rd edition of Global FinTech Festival 2022. I would like to compliment and congratulate the organizers, FCC, PCI, and NPCI, to organize this event on a very, very relevant topic. I was talking to Mr. Mahendra that I'm going to talk about the balance today because regulators generally they talk about the balance. Uh, we are gathered here to sense, assess and celebrate the role of fintechs in developing sustainable fintech ecosystem and contribute towards a sound financial world. Sustainability in any sphere is about balancing the needs of future against the wants of today. There is needs of future against the wants of today. A wise man said, extremes are easy, strive for balance. My speech will be focused on looking closely at all the ingredients of this required balance. The balance that can help the fintech sector in scaling the heights consistently and sustainably. Now you're looking at all sectors of economy across the globe. They all are witnessing significant transformation, especially the tech-based transformation. Naturally, financial sector also witnessing and touched by it. Today, all key financial activities, including lending, deposit, trading, investment, payment settlements, all are witnessing their non-traditional manifestations. New and innovative technology brought by fintechs are helping in driving down cost, creating new products and services, and improving customer experiences. From market development perspective, therefore, contribution of fintechs are phenomenal and brings a lot of satisfaction. However, if you look at the new business model, new processes, and the new players which are bringing to the fore of the new risk, that we should be mindful and accordingly take some potential action to handle in a way that it does not become systemic. These are also putting the extent legal and regulatory framework to a test and also making some activities fall beyond regulated boundaries altogether. In this sense, I'd like to impress upon you the real role of regulator in this sphere. It is essential to create a balance between two competing needs and wants, that is, want of freewheeling innovation in the financial sector, and the need of balance the same against the protection of consumer and the financial system, protection of system. RBI has already constituted a working group. They are working on examining and going to suggest an appropriate framework encompassing vision, mission, strategy, and guidelines relating to fintech-related activities to achieve this balance. Now, if you talk about the objectives for any regulation of the financial sector, primarily is driven by four prime parameters. One is integrity, stability, consumer protection, and orderly development. Definitely not in any specific order of importance. World over, the regulatory objectives have been the same when it comes to regulating fintech and related activities. Let's now dwell a bit on the approaches to regulation, which interestingly, as against the objectives, has been very divergent across the globe. Literature in the matter is indicative of four broad approaches. I'm talking about approach for regulations, and possibly will also be influenced by these four approaches. One is laissez-faire, second is status quo approach, third is control experiment approach, and fourth is adaptive approach. The first two, the laissez and the status quo, they are the extreme of the spectrum, whereas controlled and adaptive approaches fall in the middle. A status quo approach is essentially to apply extent regulation to the fintech and their activities. For example, market-based lending, I mean P2P lending, etc., required getting banking license and follow related regulation in many jurisdictions. This is perhaps the easiest of all the approaches, as it tries to regulate the fintech product and services in same way as any other traditional financial product or services can be. Naturally, this was the first approach to regulation in many, many advanced countries. This approach indeed a very good one in controlling the risk, but possibly may fail to harness the benefits of innovations. On the other hand, at the other extreme, we have laissez-faire approach, also termed as live and let live or hands-off approach. Essentially, under this approach, new product processes are allowed to develop freely and only when the risk outweigh the benefits, regulations is brought in. This approach, while may have allowed harnessing the true power of innovation, but this leaves regulation to the as a reactionary and therefore may fail to protect the system and customer many times in many cases. Regulation of market-based lending in China is a well-known example of this approach, and the pitfalls of this same is also very well known. We in India always strive to take the path of balance. As part of this approach, we have tried to bring proactive and adaptive regulation. We attempted to adapt the old regulation to the new activities or products. We devised the regulation for P2P lending in 2017 itself, at the early stage of inception of the sector in India. It has allowed us to avoid the market failures and at the same time let innovative ways of credit delivery grow in a controlled fashion. Similarly, we had come out with the guidelines on account aggregator as early as in 2016. Today, account aggregator hold great promises in facilitating innovations related to open banking. As part of this middle-of-the-road approach, we have not merely confined our role in putting out the adaptive guardrails, but also we have focused on creating an ecosystem which can help spur new innovation in the financial sector through controlled experiments. We in 2019 brought out the framework of regulatory sandbox for the testing of innovative products or services in a controlled environment. Regulatory sandbox is a collaboration between regulator, innovator, financial service provider, and the end user, the customers, to try and test newer and improved solutions for the financial system. There are many success stories emanating from our regulatory sandbox, including the UPI 123, you are all aware. We have also created Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. CEO is sitting here for collaborating with the financial sector institutions, tech industries, and academic institutions for exchange of ideas and development of prototypes related to financial innovations. As you all are aware, Reserve Bank has also formed a new department called FinTech Department. Although Mr. Mahendra says that I am ED of FinTech, but I am ED in Reserve Bank of India. FinTech is one of the department with me. And idea was this, to give a very, very focused attention to this emerging sector. As already Governor had mentioned, for anything and everything on the FinTech side, you have any issues, you can freely approach this department for the resolution of that. As already mentioned, we are also working on developing appropriate framework for FinTech ecosystem to ensure innovation balanced with the stability of the financial system. However, one additional regulatory objective of competition has arisen due to participation of tech entities in financial sector, both as tech service provider as well as financial service providers. Typically, the question of competition is handled by Competition Commission in India. In the world context, they are handled by competition authority or antitrust regulators across jurisdictions. I must mention that we and other regulators across the globe are still trying to figure out the answer in this area and try to give the attention it derives. I feel, in a sense, even the question of a competition is a question of balance. If you scan the FinTech landscape, you will find two kinds of players broadly. One kind is a small startup to find a foothold in the established financial system through their agile and innovative offerings. And the other kind is tech entities competing in the same space. Risk posed by these two entities, two fintechs, two types of fintechs are different and need to be handled accordingly. So the question is how to balance these two, how to allow a small player thrive and bring out new solutions while also allowing tech entities to bring the efficiency, innovation, and economies of scale without compromising the interests of small players by containing the possible systemic risks, protecting the interest of customers, and integrity of the system. But these are tough questions and require tougher balancing acts. Having highlighted the need of balance in the sustainable growth of fintech sector, I think that the pertinent question is how to achieve this balance. I believe, be in life, or in business, balance comes from focusing on the right things. In my opinion, it cannot come only from regulation. Regulation can only be a supporting constituent, while fintech themselves have to drive the great balancing act. Therefore, my prescription for the fintech sector here would be to focus on two key elements. One is customer centricity and other is governance. By bringing customer right at the center of your innovation and following the standard of good governance as part of the culture and not mere compliance, the true and natural balance can be achieved. This may also help in developing sustainable fintech ecosystem in coming days. Now allow me to elicit further the nitty-gritty of these two key elements, the customer centricity and the governance part. All divergent views would converge on the idea that our very existence is tied with the customers we serve. However, I'll touch upon certain aspects of customer centricity that should be at the core of design of fintech product and processes. In my mind, from sustainability perspective, fintech products and processes by design should attempt to, number one, avoid loss to customers. Number two, refrain from imprudent lending. Number three, avoid discrimination or biased outcomes. Number four, minimize the adverse impacts due to tech unreliability or vulnerability. Number five, ensure financial integrity. And number six, manage customer experience by looking at the customer journey from beginning till end for each product services being offered. Loss of customer can come due to fraud or misconduct, conflict of interest between customer and fintech, due to insufficient disclosure and transparency, or even due to business failure of fintechs. It can also come from a lack of sophistication or inexperience of customers themselves. Therefore, the product and processes, their design itself should cover for each of these possibilities. Further, putting appropriate warnings and disclosure regarding the risk associated with the specific product and services will go a long way in protecting the customers. In fact, even a simple aspect of user interface design, if done poorly, may hamper customer comprehension. At times, the design itself is found to be intended to exploit behavioral biases by concealing or underemphasizing risk and cost. These things must be avoided. The entity must attempt to be transparent and disclose all key information in clear and timely manner to customer. As an example, making and sharing key fact statement with customer will be a key step ahead for all lending products. Now I'll touch upon some two aspects of model and tech before coming to the governance side. Use of models also brings the question of fair treatment and anti-discrimination in extension of credit. It is necessary that fintech business models for decision making take care of requirement of fairness through additional procedures, controls, and safeguards both in the development and deployment of models and also in the final decision making. For the digital lending space, I must forewarn you the pro-cyclical biases what these models bring in, particularly because of lack of your data series what you have. On the tech side, risk of unreliability or vulnerability of tech is not limited to fintechs. However, they must put extra effort in ensuring the robustness of their tech system, as their business may heavily rely on automated processes. The impact of cyber incidents on customer range from mere inconvenience to monetary losses. Therefore, true customer centricity will require that tech deployed by fintech should be reliable and protective at all times. Also, fintechs need to have a specific obligation in place within the organization to address tech issues. Now, coming to the other key element, that is governance, I'd like to emphasize that governance is the glue. Good governance system and practices can bring and keep everything together and help achieve all the stated objectives we have discussed earlier. Apparently, the principle of good governance does not need any elaboration. Fintechs ought to include the value of accountability, fairness, transparency, and independence in the processes and people within the organization. The board should have adequate experience and independence, and should have the overall responsibility of approving and overseeing the strategic objectives, governance frameworks, and corporate culture. The culture itself should reinforce appropriate norms and responsible for ethical behavior. The organization should run the established processes, systems and control, and under suitable checks and balances. All these are essential. I must say, people, the very bright minds are driving the fintechs. Perhaps the robust tech is supporting that. The middle piece, the governance, is very, very critical for its sustenance. That is the most important part, at least what I look at it. But for me, system and process is fine, but the most important is the intent to have a good governance. We have seen umpteen examples, India and across the globe, where despite all the system and processes being put in place, governance failure could not be stopped. What lacked in those cases is neither the lack of capacity nor system and processes, but only the intent. If right intent is there, then good governance practices would start to appear as common sense. The intent can be seen by looking at the culture within an entity. The culture measurement is something tricky thing and need to be developed and accordingly need to be inculcated and propagated within the organization. Now I like to conclude by saying that there are trade-offs between the policy objectives such as fostering innovation on one hand, that is our one of the objective, while addressing the challenges relating to robust governance, financial stability, financial integrity, conduct, consumer and investor protection, concentration, competition, and financial inclusion on the other. Achieving this balance is key for allowing innovation that can provide benefit to society without compromising the soundness of the financial system. Therefore, the sustainable financial would not depend on how we design the regulation of fintech sector, although it may aid the efforts. It would largely depend on how the fintech sector balances its own wants against the need of customer centricity and the good governance. Remember, there is no surefire way to regulate fintechs in a manner that maximizes their positive impacts while simultaneously protecting the financial system and customers against the risk. If the goal is protecting and furthering the interest of customers and orderly development of financial system, then the actor of the great balancing act has to be the fintech sector itself. Let me conclude with this poetic expression from Celine Lubin, an American director, writer, performer, and teacher of theater and music on the act of balance. Quote, "We cannot have reckless hope. Everything that actually happens in the real world, our real world. We need to take action, have hope and faith, but also learn from what actually occurs. Another tricky balancing act, another contradictory coexisting reality, another tightrope dance." Thank you. Wish you all the best.
So thank you very much, sir, for that. And I think your point about striking the balance between customer centricity and governance is well taken. Huh? I think balance between the want of today and the needs of the future, I think is very inspiring and eye-opening how you laid it out very simply. Just a couple of questions that come to mind, and I think you touched upon them, but I want to go a little bit deeper. You talked about how governance is not a compliance objective. It's a culture that an organization needs to build in. Even the Vision 2025 document talks about integrity as a very key pillar. Is there something that you would like to leave behind with various companies of various sizes who would be here in terms of how to create that culture such that it is not just seen as a compliance roadblock, but seen as something that is good governance that will help create a sustainable innovation pipeline?
No, thank you, Mahendra. Possibly, this is something, very new topic, the culture aspect. How to look at the culture, because it's an abstract, it's a subjective, very difficult to measure the culture aspect. If you look at, people say, when you see it, you know it, what is the culture. Otherwise, not easy to measure. although certain Scandinavian countries, they are trying to measure creating a matrix for that. In India, we are also trying to create a matrix to assess the culture part. Now, what are the key elements of the culture? One is the tone from the top. Right, that is the number one element. Second is the creating the accountability structure. Then how you communicate your expectation. These expectations are enunciated and it is communicated, creating the environment and creating the incentive structure and creating the accountability structure. Complete feedback loop is needed. So that basically is the key elements of the culture and that each institution needs to follow and practice. Many papers have come out on this. Each country is trying to do. In our country also, for the banks, we have started introducing this concept of the culture. We are basically encouraging banks, not forcing, to have this board policy clearly enunciating the expectations from the people who are working with you, the group of people who are working with you, whatever behavior you're expecting, whatever responses you're expecting. And based on that, you create complete feedback loop. This will be possibly a very great help actually in future. Possibly this will be advice for all fintech industry also, all players. If you can also create or inculcate this culture value system from the beginning, because later it is difficult to change.
It's a very valuable takeaway for all of us and something to reflect on as we think about building the organizations for the future. The second question I had was, and I think we have some time so we can open it up to a few audience questions as well. You touched upon customer centricity. And India, perhaps from a diversity and heterogeneity of the customer base, is perhaps as diverse as it gets in terms of any ecosystems that we have seen or any markets that we have seen. Inclusion, again, is a very key pillar in the Vision 2025 document, and I think it's something that all of us are very excited to be a part of. As I look around people in the room, as I look around people in various workplaces, I don't think we represent all of India in some ways. What is your point of view, whether as a regulator or as just a expert in the field, about how to build inclusive products? Because more often than not, most companies, most teams bias towards building products that work for customers like them. So what do you see as something that companies can do better in that sense?
I must say that I have great hopes from the fintech industry per se, because they have the reach. They have the expertise to handle the customer experiences. They can innovate the products and services as per the required need of each individuals and the group of people, even at the bottom of the pyramid. And that's why when we are talking about the co-lending concept, etc., the one side is the big entities. Possibly they don't have that reach. And the fintech, basically they have the reach. So it's a partnership of that. So therefore, when we are looking at the fintech per se, I have a great expectation that ultimately they will be a driver for the inclusion, actually in the real sense. I mean inclusion not only for account opening, I mean inclusion by way of credit delivery, other services delivery to the each person in the country. So that is our expectation. However, any design of any product and services, what I mentioned here, basically should always look into the entire journey of the customer, from beginning till end. So that is the way possibly we are looking at. For example, Governor had just announced the automation and integration with the data providers for the KCC, Kisan Credit Card. You must have heard. It's a small pieces in the banks. They need to integrate, but they are not integrated for many umpteen number of years, right? Now we simply integrated, and accordingly we try to connect it to all the data provided so that the seamless movement of credit can be there. And by the way, at this point of time, we are running the pilot in the Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. The credit disbursal from the loan application to the disbursement in the KCC up to 1.6 lakhs can be done in few minutes. Vis-a-vis the earlier it used to take 3 to 4 weeks. So that is the difference, what we have to look at. Because ultimately you are bringing down the cost, you are bringing down the turnaround time, you are improving the customer experiences. Those are the key things possibly will take us forward.
Sounds great. I would love to see if folks in the room have any questions. Are there mics that we can pass around? Okay. Do folks have any questions?
Hello, good morning. So let me first thank you, the organizer of this event. And definitely this is one of the world-class event and the Naveen Shurias, Rajesh Bansal and the team who had put so much effort along with all the respected organizations of Financial Organization of India. Myself Mithilesh Singh and I am from Standard & Poor Global. So the question to you is that on the day one of the event, Honorable Ma'am, Honorable Finance Minister Ma'am, they mentioned that the distances has to be reduced between the government agencies as well as the organization or the companies. So as a RBI, what are the initiatives what you are taking in order to bring the academia in this journey when we are talking about $5 trillion of economy by 2025 or so? So I would like to understand your thought because a lot of initiatives RBI has taken by setting up RBI Innovation Hub under Rajesh Bansal's leadership and the FinTech department. But how are you planning to bring academia in this entire journey? Because that's the one of the very important entity wherein which can provide you the skills and the resources to build that kind of foundation. So if you can throw some light on that, that will be helpful.
Thank you. Possibly, if you look at, I had mentioned about the multiple initiative what we had carried forward. And one of the initiative what you have also mentioned about the Innovation Hub. And this Innovation Hub is supposed to incubate and nurture and promote the innovations in the industry. And obviously, one of the mandate for them is to interact regularly with the researcher communities, with the academia, and accordingly go ahead and accordingly try to develop the new prototypes which can be used in future by the industry. Already it is being done. By the way, IIT Madras Incubation and Research Park is there. IIT Mumbai, we have this research park. All these things, already this Innovation Hub is interacting and collaborating with them on multiple issues. And they are front of us because possibly many times regulators themselves cannot go and reach to the many places. So therefore, the Innovation Hub is the front of us. Basically, they're reaching, coming out, and some concrete idea, basically we ideate and conceptualize and accordingly take it forward. So that is the way possibly we are looking at to go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. We have a packed agenda through the rest of the day. But really, thank you very much, sir, for coming here and sharing your thoughts. And the key takeaway for all of us is about balance. And that's something that I hope will carry forward.
No, thanks a lot. It was my pleasure coming here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I could please request you both to come together for a quick photograph. If I could please request Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Mahindra to please come together for a group photograph as well. Yes, sir. Right. And can we please have a huge round of applause there, ladies and gentlemen? A very interesting takeaway in terms of how sustainability is all about balancing the needs of the future with the wants of today, also getting us to focus on the keywords around customer centricity as well as the governance. And on that note, while we do realize that while Mr. Chaudhary also spoke about the customer centricity, that also leads us to inviting our next speaker as he focuses with a special address on how the consumer is in fact at the center of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind everyone that this morning we also have another highly regarded thought leader who comes with over 3 decades of experience, and we'll have his special address around the fact that consumer indeed is at the center of innovation. So please put your hands together and please help me welcome Sri Rajesh Bansal, Chief Executive Officer, Reserve Bank Innovation Hub.
Can you hear me loud and clear? You can hear me loud and clear? So very good morning, everyone. So I am actually wondering whether I need to have this session because ED Mr. Chaudhary did mention it, customer at the center of innovation. So I'll try and attempt to explain. And honestly, this was not pre-planned. That ED and myself, we had not planned what we'll be speaking. The purpose is to nudge the financial sector, fintechs included, banks included, to keep the customer at the center. I thought I'll spend a few minutes, because there are a lot of questions. Even just now, somebody asked a question on Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. I don't have time for a survey, but very keen to know how many people have heard of us before today, before now. Thank goodness, the number is increasing. Numbers used to be 30%, I think it's getting to 50%. So aim is to understand. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of India, set up last year. We are in Bangalore. I want to re-emphasize that. Everybody I meet, they text me, that they think they are in Mumbai. We are in Bangalore. Our doors are always open. Please come and visit us, and we will be keen to learn. What is our mission? Frictionless finance for 1 billion Indians. And that is the role which young minds, ignited minds like you can play a role in. What is our motto? Innovation, Navanmesh, inclusion, and creating impact for the country. What is our approach? Because the question is, all of this sounds good, but how do we go about it? And I think a gentleman here asked the question. We work with banks, non-banks, NBFCs, fintechs, technology companies, state governments, central governments, academia. VC community, we have regular meetings with IVCA. So mind you, it looks like a laundry list, but the reality is that we have already started working in our 15 months of existence with all of them, including, as ED Mr. Chaudhary said, IIT Madras, IIT Mumbai, IIM Ahmedabad. We are already speaking to domestic innovation hubs, global innovation hubs, including BIS, including Singapore. So this is what we do. We work with other regulators, talking to other regulators in India already. And with this, what you want to do is create a shared vision amongst all stakeholders. So each of these entities are contributing to a lot to the mission, but we are trying to create a shared vision among all of us so that we can have a multiplier effect and have more meaningful impact on the lives of an ordinary Indian. So let's come to the key topic. How do we accurately map friction and focus on the customer journey? And I'll give you an example where the Honorable Governor spoke about one project, Kisan Credit Card. I'm sure a lot of people in this room are not sure what a Kisan Credit Card is. Maybe I'll spend 30 seconds on that as well. So end-to-end digitalization of KCC lending, RBI announced it about 2 weeks ago. And then a pilot has gone live on Monday, as the Honorable Governor mentioned, in 2 states. What is KCC Kisan Credit Card? Basically, it's a way of lending to the farmer. It's a credit card, kind of a revolving credit, if I want to put it simply for the audience here who are largely urban. So that's a mechanism. There have been a lot of improvements made in the scheme by the RBI and the Government of India. And there are 120 million farmers who are more or less eligible for this scheme. Mind you, this is what a journey looks like. I don't know for how many of you the journey of accessing your financial institution looks like this. I bank with one of the largest private banks in the country. I will obviously not name them, but life is not easy for us either, not just as a farmer. When I have to do my re-KYC, it takes me visits to the bank branch. They even tell me, I'm in Bangalore now, sir, you may need to go to the base branch, which is Delhi. I'm like, are you kidding me? Which regulation says that? No, sir, whatever rules they give me. My mother, who's 80 years old, had a re-KYC issue. She said, we don't care, whatever age. She has to go to the home branch in Delhi and get it done. Look at the friction. I'm sure if we were to do a survey, all of us face friction. That's not just the farmer, all of us face friction. Because, unfortunately, we do not put the customer at the center of innovation. And as I talk more about this, when you started thinking about it, we asked ourselves, okay, what is the customer journey of a farmer? We obviously had a lot of discussion with RBI. We looked at the master circular of RBI. We spoke to a number of banks. We spoke to a lot of civil society. Can you give us a detailed customer journey map? Answer was, if I will be very candid, they gave us 3 boxes: application stage, assessment stage, dispersal stage. Like, this is not a customer journey. Come on, guys. Let's do a proper detailed customer journey. So what did we discover? Our team went to 2 districts, one in Tamil Nadu, one in Karnataka, and tried to figure out what is happening. I'll not dwell too much on it. There's an application stage, they fill up a form, and in one of the districts, the document writer charges a stupendous amount of money to fill up the form because it is a border district. So Tamil and Kannada issue. I don't want to mention the number, it's killing. So this is the first thing, application stage. Then the verification stage, where the duration is 3 to 7 days, the pre-sanction inspection of bank officials, verification of documents. Then there is an assessment stage, assessment of the eligibility, including scale of finance, including some other parameters. It takes another 3 to 5 days. So eventually, the farmer, and there is an approval stage, which also includes calling the farmer to the branch for signing of the loan agreement. So eventually, it takes about 3 to 4 weeks and multiple visits to a bank branch, as the governor did elucidate in his address. So we asked ourselves, we went to the drawing board with the banks and fintechs, hey, let's map out each of the process and see how can we digitalize the process, right? I mean, this is anyway, I have explained the key things before we go into the solutioning. Paper-based process, manual documentation, high turnaround time, and obviously additional cost for the farmer, including the opportunity cost of losing half a day wage or not working because they have to visit the bank branch or the lawyer or the land record office. So solution is just an example of how we think. We looked at digitalization of the key processes. The fact you've been hearing for the last 2 days, India has one of the best, or perhaps the best public digital infrastructure. How do we leverage that public digital infrastructure to ensure that everybody in the country benefits? Digitalization. We spoke to the state governments, government of Tamil Nadu, government of Madhya Pradesh, to start with, and they were very proactive. They worked with our team, they worked with the banks. They exposed APIs and ensured that a land record verification can happen through an API instantly. There were automation of key processes within the banks that we worked with. Our team worked with the banks, and the banks were nice enough to actually think horizontally and make this happen. Obviously, integration of services like using APIs, not just land record, there are other APIs. I don't want to take you through all the 9 or 10 steps, but that's what we've been able to achieve. So eventually, a frictionless journey for the farmer, no paper, reduce application turnaround time. So farmer can go to the bank branch, or the bank can come to the farmer, and one visit. End-to-end digital loan will be in the account of the farmer. The pilot has started. We will evaluate the pilot really in the guidance of RBI and look at how do we achieve something. Thank you. Thank you for the inspiration. Elimination of additional cost by the farmer. Imagine if your life, there's a lot of discussion on digital lending. You and I can download an app and actually borrow. A farmer can also tomorrow download an app of the bank and do self-service. But we'll get there. We are working with the ecosystem, including the bright mind sitting here, to look at how do we achieve this in an assisted as well as self-service mode. So coming to that's just one example. How do we ensure that we as a financial sector are a good listener? I know a lot of you are making a lot of effort in being a good listener, mapping customer journey. How do you reduce friction? Are we there? My personal view, not as the CEO of RBIH, we have a long way to go. So let's look at some of the key ingredients. Sentiment analysis. So my colleague is sitting here, Abhishek. We did a good customer service sentiment analysis of BFSI apps. What did it do? He looked at Play Store, 50,000 reviews each per bank, per fintech, analysis to help improve UI, UX. Don't worry, I'm not going to name the fintechs or the banks here. It's a general anonymized data. The most interesting highlight was banks complement the complement. What does it mean? When he presented to our team, we thought, oh, wow, that's great. Banks are very proactive. Unfortunately, again, there's nothing banks versus fintechs or whatever. You're just taking an example. What we realize is when there is a 5-star rating by a customer, banks immediately say, wow, great, thank you very much. And unlike that, fintechs, when there's a bad rating, they come down and immediately respond with, sorry about it, we'll take care, and all of that. So that's what it means, complement the complement. I'm sure you've experienced it yourself. Fintech founders are sitting here, banks are sitting here. What do the users like about the various categories? For public sector banks, they like net banking. That's great. For private banks, also they like net banking. For fintechs, they like user friendliness. They give a 5-star. This is the average 5-star rating for the fintechs that were analyzed. So that is what we discovered. We plan to do more of this with the help of the industry. What the users did not like? Interestingly, if you notice, user experience for public sector banks, 1 star. Customer service of private sector banks, 1 star, and the same for customer service for fintechs. Actually, that was shocking. I requested him, have you double-checked? He said, sir, I have run the data analytics again and again. But interestingly, some of the customer care is 1 star. I'm not sure. We'll work with you to see how do we improve the user experience in all the 3 categories. Yeah, so let's compare some apps. I realize my team told me, sir, there's a heavy slide. Okay. There is a set of apps on the left, and there is a set of apps on the right. Which one would we like to use? I would vote for the one on the right-hand side. I don't know, right? The reason is, as ED also mentioned, this is a cluttered interface. Honestly, we have tried to ensure that it is whitelisted to the extent. It is anonymous. There is no bank out there. So apologies if you can make out which bank it is and which fintech it is on the right. There are, applications, there are apps which are so cool. I have learned over the last few months talking to a lot of fintechs, where they've actually looked at building an experience which is like Google experience, which means that you can not just discover a product on the app by just typing in the way you type on Google. You can also decide to put 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees. If Dhoni, it's a 6. I'm sorry, I'm a bit dated, so I mentioned Dhoni. I know he's retired. Just as an example, Sunil Gavaskar was my favorite, but that's too old, right? Hits a 6. What is stopping us in financial services to make that happen? So some of the things which we looked at, how do we reimagine customer experience? I think because of the large screen, honestly, I didn't mean to cut it off. Because of the large screen, the underline has become a cross-off. Sorry about that. So let's reimagine together. I'm sure a lot of us use Spotify, right? And I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, why did he bring us Spotify? What does Spotify do in the morning when you open it? It gives you a playlist for today. When you open it on the weekend, it gives you a playlist for the weekend. It will ask you for your mood and it will give you a playlist. Can the financial sector offer a playlist? And I'll clarify what it means by a playlist. I'm not saying offer a Spotify playlist or some other Ghana playlist. My bank knows, honestly, I use that app for the last 15 years. They know when I log in, or even it's internet banking. On the 31st of the month, I do 1, 2, 3. Can they not give me a playlist which allows me to just click that and everything happens? That's a Spotify experience. I just took Spotify because that is Gen Z. That is an app known for great customer experience. Can we think of designing a playlist. It's just an example for financial services. I'm not sure if any of you are already doing it. It would be great to learn from you. Let's look at creating that impact, that experience, and make financial services fun, interesting, and rather than making it boring. Because my colleagues sitting here, my young people in my office, the 25-year-olds want cool experience. So some of the suggestions that we have been discussing with the industry is identifying what customer needs. So like the example of the farmer, we are looking at working with you and we request you to look at what a customer needs. We talk to a lot of fintech founders sometimes, and as expected, they are high on technology. I've asked them, have you done a survey of 1,000 customers to identify what is the pain point you are solving? A few of them obviously do it, but a few of them never do that. I know of a couple of founders, I don't want to name, they spend 2 hours every day. They're big companies, unicorns. They spend 2 hours every day talking to the customer, what does the customer need? That's amazing, right? That's what we need to do to actually to improve trust in the financial service, to improve adoption. Adaptive menus. What is adaptive menu? Again, when I land up on a bank app or any app, the app knows that invariably Rajesh comes here to do one thing. Mostly he will come here to send money. Just give me a clean menu which says adaptive menu, depending on my uncle might be doing something else every day. Isn't that possible? AI, ML, I'm sure all of you are thinking about it. All of us should ideally think about it. Why does iPhone work? Great, because it gives you a menu which is cool. And my niece is today 3 years, but I remember as a 1-year-old, she shocked me. She figured out how to play her cartoon video on YouTube, and it is hilarious. I wish I could show you here. She went tuck, tuck, tuck. She realized something has gone wrong. She did something. So she landed at her 1-year-old. That's intuitive menus. And we talk about improvement and widening and deepening of financial sector. That's the kind of experience we need to offer. Understand behavioral insights. We would like to work with all of you in the industry to understand the consumer better. We are talking to some behavioral insights experts also, because I know it's sometimes an overload for a young startup to do that, but would be happy to work with all of you. Accessible in multiple languages. So we are also going to do some study with all of you to look at how many apps or how many internet banking services are offered in multiple languages. Because unless we do that, we are not sure how far we can take this with English or even just Hindi. Seamless experience across channels. So I lodged a complaint for an ATM. Money didn't come over an IVRS. Why can't I pick up that complaint in my customer journey? Because customers choose different channels depending on the mood they are in, depending on the way they want to experience. So when I drop off my IVRS, my app, I should be able to continue my journey on the app. Doesn't happen. And okay, again, my personal experience just a couple of months back, I did my re-KYC. I got an email, re-KYC done. I was like, okay, great. After whatever struggle. That same evening, I tried to send money for something to my sister. Did it work? It blocked me on the app saying your re-KYC is due. It did not allow me to operate it. I tried net banking, it did not allow me to operate. So what has happened that the customer master for different channels is not updated. And then when we asked them how do we make it happen, they said 48 hours on the app. Wow. Imagine, I don't know how many of you have been through this. Why can't we have seamless experience across channels? Voice recognition. I'm sure some of you are already working on it. We are talking to IIM Ahmedabad and others to look at how can voice become the dominant way. Because digital literacy, is critical. The trust is critical. Why is WhatsApp where it is? It's so easy. The other day, my mother-in-law, who is 80 years, sent me a message. Free ho to call karna. I was like, oh, cool. You have learned how to do voice WhatsApp, after 3 years of using WhatsApp. That's what we need to do in financial services. Good UI, UX, we have dwelt on it. Tailored products. I'll talk to you in a minute about that. Conversational AI. So when I use, there's a debate within my team about whether Zomato, Swiggy, conversational AI is great or not. My experience is great. Whenever I have a problem, very rarely though, I just say, hey, I didn't get Upma supplied. They'll say, hey, what do you want? You want the money or you want the replacement? I'll say, I want the money in my wallet, and in few minutes, it's everything sorted. There were, chatbots which were started a few years back by a number of banks, but because they were not conversational AIs, they were not smart enough few years back, most of the banks I speak to, they stopped using them. Can we start looking at conversational AIs which are smart? You can train them using AI, ML. I'm sure some of the fintechs already do. Banks are attempting to do. But we are here to work with you to make it the journey easier. And on-demand services. When I want, what I want, where I want. Aren't we all used to Uber, Ola? Aren't we all used to food delivery? Aren't we used to an Amazon, Flipkart? So why can't financial services be offered to us when we need them, to all the Indians? The fact that India has the best digital infrastructure. Accessible in multiple languages, obviously we are dealt on it. Good UI, UX, we have spoken about it in detail. Seamless experience on the channel. That's where I was saying, start where you left off. I might lodge a complaint on the net banking, and then we on the app, give me the update on what the customer complaint was. Hey, your ATM complaint has been resolved, and your money is recredited. That's possible. But I speak to a lot of CRM experts. We do a lot of discussion with everyone, because just to clarify, we don't know all the problems, we don't know all the solutions. We learn from you, we bring you together to help solve the problems for the industry. Tailored products. So this is an interesting one. When I said, give me a product I want, when I want, where I want, a dairy farmer has daily economic flows. But interestingly, I have not heard of a single entity offering a daily loan repayment product. Let the customer choose the rate of interest depending on the, daily repayment, weekly repayment, or monthly repayment, or whatever. All of that is possible. A beginning has been made. Let's make tailored products as a priority. So it's time to build the finance of tomorrow. And we look forward to working with all of you to enable this finance for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Maybe we can, I see you a few minutes. I know we ran over, but I'm happy to take a couple of questions if, sorry, I see nobody there. Can we have the lights on, please?
Yeah, good morning, sir. Thank you for your address.
Sorry, where are you?
Yeah, to your left.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Extreme left. Yeah.
Oops, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for your address, sir. So, I have two questions. So, firstly, do you think fintech as an innovation, a future of money, or a mode of changing the behavior of social? Also, do you think fintechs are disturbed by the negative market sentiments?
Sorry, what was the second part?
Do you think fintechs are disturbed by the negative market sentiments?
The second one, I'm sure I know what you are referring to. Let's avoid that part. Okay. The first one, fintechs are here to, again, finance and technology, let's call it that. The financial services, whether it's a new generation, new age fintechs such as yours maybe, or the banks themselves, there is time we can disrupt the entire financial services sector, lead to widening, deepening, improving trust. Because I didn't talk about the fact that consumer dispute resolution, a lot has been done by RBI, by the financial sector. Why can't we take that to the next level, like, as I mentioned, e-commerce or delivery companies? So, fintechs can disturb everything. Finance and technology can disturb anything. So we are here, I think, for the next generation. Yeah. Anybody else?
Good morning, sir. This is Monindra Verma from Yes Bank. We have had privilege to interact with RBH, and absolutely thrilled to have RBH in the entire ecosystem. And I'm very convinced that given the plethora of agenda that India has, this is going to bring a lot of fillip because this would be having all encompassing impact across the ecosystem player. I'm really curious to understand that what are the top priorities in order to have 80-20 impact, because few top items giving larger impact will, of course, must be one of the priorities that you must be looking at. So curious to know that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, I didn't want to present today and go into various priority areas, but one of the first ones, when we talk about frictionless, it's very generic. So frictionless, there are people who came and talked to us and said, well, tech, there is friction. And like, market will solve for itself. So the 120 million farmers, the dairy farmers, these people have real problems, and honestly, not many people have thought about it. So that's one important focus. Then beyond that, for emerging technology startups sitting here, I want to tell you AI, ML is an important focus. How do we do, actually leverage AI, ML for reducing frauds, for improving customer behavior, for adaptive menus, conversational AI. That's one. And then we've done a POC with 11 banks, including, I think yours was there as well, yes, on how do we build an interoperable blockchain network for the Indian banking sector. I can go on, but gender is another very critical thing. So if you ask me top 4, these are the top 4. I don't know whether I got it right, my team. There are at least 6 of them, but top 4. Focus on developing suitable, sustainable products for low and middle income women in India.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, Tan.
No more questions, then we can wind up. Save 3 minutes for the audience, for the organizers. Yeah, there is one last question, maybe.
Morning, sir. My name is Ajay, and I'm from HDFC Bank. One important aspect is from the financial inclusion to economic inclusion, when we look at, is the account aggregate work happening around that space. I am aware that there is work happening on the assisted account aggregators. If you could, enlighten us a little bit on that, because that's where I think the lowest part of the economy would get included when it's assisted.
Okay. I wasn't sure you know about it. Okay. So when we spoke to the account aggregators and the banking system and FIUs, we realized that self-service account aggregator can potentially take us 300 million or 500 million in terms of credit needs. So we have set up a group led by the industry, of the industry, to explore, please mind the word explore, can assisted mode account aggregator help solve the problem of no smartphone, low trust, low digital literacy, and all of that. So the working group, HDFC is a part of that. I want to say more, we are exploring Mindway. So once, if everything seems to be fine, the protocols and everything, with including privacy and consent, then I think we plan to run a POC, as far as I have discussed with the group members. Let's see, but we need all of you to actually make that happen. Thank you. I think with this, thank you very much, audience, for your good question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that very beautifully detailed explanation about all the initiatives taken by the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub. And I'm sure there have been more questions. I could see a lot more hands raised, but I'm going to request you to please connect with all of our speakers offline in case of any further queries. Well, that being said, it's also a very befitting time to move ahead towards our next session. As we all know that, yes, India has definitely been poised for an exponential growth, and we're also very well aware as to how UK has had one of the highest fintech adoption rates across the globe. So this time around in the morning, we're actually going to gather more insights and an understanding on the UK-India fintech ecosystem connectivity. And we have the august presence of a very special guest this morning. And as we're about to begin the session, I know this often happens from one session to the other, is there's a lot of movement, so I'm going to request everyone to please be seated so that I can request our next speaker to come on stage in just a minute. I'm going to request everyone to please take your seats. On that note, to to help us understand more around the UK-India fintech ecosystem connectivity, we have with us none other than the Lord Mayor of the City of London, Mr. Vincent Keaveney. So please put your hands together and let's have a special round of applause to welcome on stage the Lord Mayor of the City of London, Mr. Vincent Keaveney.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to IAMAI for organizing this fantastic event, this festival, and bringing us all together here in Mumbai. I am Vincent Keaveney, the 693rd Lord Mayor of the City of London. Now, as well as being the civic leader of the City of London, that small, ancient city at the heart of London, a little bit like Old Delhi at the heart of Delhi, I am also an ambassador for the UK's financial and professional services sector, and indeed our tech sector, which the City of London is home to. I'm delighted to be here in India and to be able to speak to you in person, the first Lord Mayor able to visit India since the pandemic. And what a wonderful gathering this is. As Lord Mayor, one of the great privileges of this role is traveling the UK, traveling internationally, and on many of my travels I meet fintech entrepreneurs, fintech founders in accelerator hubs or at events like this around the world. And engaging with those entrepreneurs and founders is one of the real pleasures of the role. The energy, the dynamism that you bring to the businesses that you are creating. And I know it is not always easy. I know that there are those setbacks that you face along the road building the great businesses of tomorrow, but it's wonderful. It is wonderful to see that dynamism in action here in Mumbai today. I arrived in India slightly later than I had originally planned due to the sad death of our Queen, Her late Majesty Elizabeth II. My City of London colleagues and I were very moved by the day of mourning which was observed in India, and by the messages of condolence received from Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu. Our relationship with India has long been a priority for the City Corporation, which works to make it easier for British and Indian firms to do business in each other's markets, which is why we have a representative office here in Mumbai. The City Corporation is committed to deepening the bonds between our businesses, especially within the innovative industries. And what more innovative industry have we got than fintech? We bring together our shared expertise so that UK and Indian financial services businesses can continue to drive growth and prosperity in both our countries. And it's been great to see a wide range of global speakers here at this festival for a very pertinent discussion indeed. What a pertinent discussion it is, creating a sustainable financial world. Fintech has had such a huge impact in the financial sector already and will play a central role in building a sustainable future for the planet. The UK currently holds its spot as the top European fintech hub, continuing to grow with investment reaching $9.1 billion already this year. That puts UK second in the world for investment, receiving more than the rest of Europe combined in fintech investment. And the UK government and regulators are committed to keeping the UK at the global cutting edge of technology, removing barriers to testing and launching innovative fintech products. The UK was one of the first global centres to pioneer a regulatory digital sandbox and open banking. Recent changes to the UK listings regime will allow founders to retain more control when listing on public markets, when listing their companies on public markets, putting the UK on par with New York and Singapore in that respect. These changes are already bearing fruit. We're seeing them bearing fruit even today, with tech and consumer internet firms accounting for 40% of all capital raised through IPOs on the London Stock Exchange since 2020. In 2021, there were even more blockbuster IPOs by fintech companies such as Wise, who you will see here at the festival, Darktrace and PensionBee. The City of London Corporation is supporting this fintech revolution. We backed the UK Financial Conduct Authority's regulatory sandbox, which gives innovators access to the tools and to the data they need, including synthetic data, assets, an API marketplace, a coding environment, and access to mentors and observers. And in 2020, we worked with the FCA to pilot a new digital sandbox to support innovative firms tackling challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. A second cohort of that digital sandbox was launched in November 2021. In that, we focused on innovative solutions relating to ESG data and disclosures. And earlier this year, we were really pleased to announce a separate digital sandbox partnership, this time with Microsoft, to develop solutions for the financial services market to assess and to monitor cyber risks across supply chains, another key issue that we face. We're also helping Her Majesty's Treasury to launch the new Centre for Finance, Innovation and Technology, CFIT, and you're going to hear a lot more about CFIT in the UK in years to come, bringing together regulators, startups, financial institutions and academia to identify and address the barriers for growth in financial institutions through technology. So, London is Europe's top fintech hub. And we can all see that India is well on its way to becoming Asia's top fintech hub, with the highest fintech adoption rates in the entire world and the emergence of many unicorns. I have no doubt some of them are represented, some of those future unicorns are represented here at this festival today. Fintech funding in India tripled last year, driven by an organic and collaborative ecosystem, while being supported by key government initiatives such as those we've been hearing about over the last day and a half. Fintech is now powering the financial inclusion drive being witnessed across India. The size, the value creation potential, the imperatives of India's fintech industry really offer an exciting opportunity for investors over the years to come. Now, given that background, what more can we do to bring these two leading fintech hubs, India and the UK, closer together? What more can we do together? In both countries, fintech has moved away from being a fringe sector populated by startups. I'm not for one moment dismissing the importance of startups, but we are moving beyond that to a world-leading and fast-growing part of our economy. Fintech solutions now lie at the heart of innovation in our financial services. I'd actually say that fintech is the future of financial services. Both fintech environments are already closely linked with so much of that technology development and operations for UK financial services coming from India, and with many UK fintechs entering the Indian fintech market. The huge and growing demand for digital services in India is driving UK fintechs to bring their innovative products and solutions here to this market. Many are driving a revolution for Indian consumers, bringing down the costs of their payments and driving productivity gains in India. And I am pleased that several of these success stories are here at the festival today, including Tide, who launched their first product in India in July, Revolut, which has created over 300 new jobs in India since launching last year, and Wise, with its long-standing presence in India from 2013, revolutionizing the inward remittances market in India. And you'll see stands here at the festival, UK firms such as HSBC, the London Stock Exchange Group, LSEG, and Interpolitan Money. I was particularly pleased to have the opportunity to meet many of those businesses yesterday at a networking event. Now, all of these firms are testament to how interconnected the UK and India financial services sectors have become and will continue to be. There are more than 250,000 operations and technology professionals in India working directly for the UK financial services sector. Over the last 4 years, we've seen UK fintech scale-ups looking for more finance experts, data analysts, engineers. India has a large reservoir of highly educated and motivated talent who are able to work alongside and within global companies. And I'm pleased to say UK businesses now have greater access to that talent through the UK government's rollout of visas, including the new Scale-Up Visa and Migration and Mobility Partnership with India, the Migration and Mobility Partnership. India is establishing itself, has established itself as a global talent hub for emerging technologies. But as well as talent, we have the opportunity to enhance the connectivity between the UK and Indian fintech ecosystems, both the B2B connections, but also connections through hubs and accelerators. Underscored by the UK-India relationship really being at a high point at the moment. And of course, we have the very important commencement over the next couple of weeks of the final stages of the free trade agreement negotiations, which will pave the way for significantly stronger trade flows between our nations. And I'm sure everyone in the room here today wish the negotiators of the FTA between the UK and India well as they move into that final important stage of their negotiations. The UK-India 2030 vision, agreed by the two governments, is a roadmap for a revitalized and dynamic connection between our people, re-energized trade, re-energized investment, re-energized technological collaboration. We've got a great future together, working together, the UK and India, the two fintech centers of Europe and Asia. This is a great celebration of what you are doing in your businesses. I wish you and your businesses every success, and I wish every success to this Global FinTech Festival, with the knowledge that UK and India will continue to work together to drive innovation in global finance across the world. And while I'm here, I'm looking forward to meeting many of you great innovators and to hear about the fantastic things you're doing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your words in terms of how this connection can truly foster the kind of growth that we're all experiencing and that we're all looking forward to. And thank you once again, sir, for joining us. I'm going to urge everyone to please also connect with the entire team in order to understand how we're all really poised for an exponential growth together. And there are several opportunities out there to harness, or for that matter, to learn as well. With that, let's also move ahead because, ladies and gentlemen, it's also time for another special address in store for all of us, because on one hand, we have with us someone whose expertise in the India's bank regulation, or for that matter, supervision of foreign exchange and securities market, IT and payment system is absolutely unparalleled. And then on the other side, we also have a leader who is the 1983 batch of the Indian Administrative Service, Odisha cadre, having led senior leadership roles in the Government of Odisha and the Government of India. We will be now heading forward for the address by the regulator. And this particular session, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be requesting once again everyone to please take your seats. We've got two leaders joining in to share their thoughts with us. So we're just going to take a minute to set the stage before we get the session started. That being said, I'd also like to bring to the attention of our members of the audience that while day one, we had more than 7,000 attendees joining in to be a part of this growth story, to be a part of all that's happening at the cusp of innovation right here with the FinTech. Day two, we've had more than 8,000 attendees joining in. We've also experienced 5 innovative product launches. So I hope that all of us have managed to have some wonderful takeaways from all that's happening right here at the Global FinTech Fest 2022. And I do realize that in the last 2 days, we also managed to rather come together as a community, and what we managed to witness here was a shining representation of financial inclusion. We've been part of more than 130 sessions that were taking place across all the tracks, and we take that learning forward as we present to you some very pertinent sessions. With that, looks like we're already setting the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, I'd like to humbly invite on stage Shri Injeti Srinivas, Chairperson, International Financial Services Centers Authority, and Mr. G. Padmanabhan, Senior Consultant, AZB and Partners, ex-Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India, and ex-Chairman, Bank of India. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got two prolific leaders joining here this morning. Can we please have a prolific round of applause to welcome both of our leaders on the stage?
Good morning, and good morning, Mr. Srinivas. Welcome. I think we discussed and sort of decided that instead of an address, we would make it more interactive. So I would try to cover a few questions initially, and time permitting, I think Mr. Srinivas would take a couple of questions from the audience as well. So just by way of introduction, Mr. Srinivas is a career bureaucrat, and as he was introduced, joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1983. He has held very challenging positions, and to pick up a few where he made a huge difference to the policy making in India, I think the concept of brownfield investment was brought in during your time, which is pretty interesting because that's something which was very critical for the India's growth story. Having said that, then I think he was just before joining the GIFT City ISCA as the chairperson. I think he was in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and I would say that he brought a complete transformation in the way in which the MCA works, the responsibilities of the directors who join the boards of listed companies. I think he made a huge difference there also. Then he joined the ISCA as the chairperson. Probably I would introduce him that he is the kid regulator on the block, but then you have heard the other two. He has been there since July 2020, and if you see the kind of activities and the changes that have happened or the facilitations that have happened in the GIFT City after he came in, it's truly amazing. So he is a person who really believes in ease of business as far as India is concerned, and has been making very major changes to make this happen as far as the Indian Financial Center is concerned. Mr. Srinivas, I think if I could begin right at the beginning, why IFSC now? Because many people think that it was a time when the country was seriously thinking about capital account convertibility, and then suddenly we come out with an International Financial Center for India, and then I think the work has been moving very well and a lot of things have happened. So I think to begin at the beginning, why IFSC at this stage and why not capital account convertibility?
So I think I'll try and answer your question in two parts. While I do agree with you that we could have established the IFSC a good 15 years back or more, say when DIFC, the Dubai International Financial Center, was established. But having said that, I would say that even now, an IFSC can play a very important role in providing the pathway to internationalization of the rupee. As you are well aware, right from 1991, when the economic liberalization started, there was a huge debate about when we will go for full capital account convertibility. And in 1997, you had the first report of the Tarapur committee, where they laid down a 3-year roadmap to have full capital account convertibility, and you had the East Asian crisis, and that was shelved. The Tarapur committee, the second committee, again submitted its report in 2006, where they gave a 5-year plan, in a phased manner to go for capital account convertibility. But again, you had the global meltdown, and that had to be shelved. I would say that, again, in 2007, when you had the Percy Mystery Committee, three very important recommendations were made in Percy Mystery Committee. One is that they said in an 18-month time frame, you should have full capital account convertibility. Second, they recommended a unified regulator. And third, they suggested that we should have large-scale reforms in the financial sector. Of course, you had the global meltdown. This report could not see the light of the day. But in my own view, in 2015, when the GIFT IFSC was set up, it actually implemented the recommendations of the Percy Mystery Committee, adopting an enclave approach. So I think I'll rest my point here that there's no contradiction between the two. It's a long process, and as a large economy, and as an economy which is a fast-growing economy and rapidly integrating with the global economy, we need to internationalize the rupee. But at the same time, with so many external uncertainties, etc., we need to have a calibrated approach. And that is where the IFSC can be a ground for experimenting and trying out new things. And in a very orderly manner, we can have fuller and fuller capital account convertibility.
Yeah, I sort of completely agree, because I think after 2008 crisis, even the thought process around the world is changed whether a country should be fully open. And this country has probably never believed in a big bang. So this is a proof of concept to see how we can move forward in that path. But capital account convertibility or the internationalization being the ultimate aim. Okay. Sir, you also have been taking many steps as far as encouraging the fintechs are concerned. I know that about a year ago, you had an international seminar where many people converged. But I think recently you have come out with what would interest most of the audience as a fintech incentive scheme. What exactly was the thought process behind it, and what are the facilitations you have done so that our people understand this?
Yeah. So as I mentioned to you, as a small island within the territory of India, the International Financial Services Center, we are a separate financial jurisdiction. We have our own role. We don't duplicate the role of the domestic regulator nor compete with them. So we feel that certain global opportunities or certain global connects which can fuel the growth of India and, contribute to our aspiration of becoming a 5 trillion or a 10 trillion economy, those should be the priorities of the IFSC. And one of the topmost priorities, therefore, we felt was fintech. Because the way there has been an exponential growth in the fintech sector, that today you have close to 6,000 fintech companies, bulk of them set up in the last 5-7 years. And the way the valuation is increasing, the way the funding is increasing, one thing we felt that a large number of these fintechs are looking for a global footprint. They're looking to seek foreign markets, but they don't have the wherewithal. Similarly, there are a large number of foreign fintech companies which want to bring their state-of-the-art technology in the Indian market, but it's not an easy thing to navigate. So we saw that we could be actually a bridge for Indian companies seeking foreign markets and foreign fintech seeking, Indian market. And in that context, we came up with a very, very comprehensive set of measures. One is the fintech entity framework. Perhaps we are the only regulator who has formally announced a fintech regulatory framework, which means that if you're already well-established a business and you want to set up shop and then expand to other countries, you can have a direct authorization. Or you can have a limited use authorization in a regulatory sandbox or an innovation sandbox. So this is one. So you have a clear framework to enter into the sandbox. The second is that we have a fintech incentive scheme. So it's not very common that regulators run an incentive scheme, but we do have one, where from 10 lakhs to 75 lakh of rupees, we have a grant provision. And basically, we have other measures like hackathons, etc., where problem statements are given, the people who come with the best solutions are recognized. We have this direct application also for the FinTech incentive scheme. We have the FinTech guidelines. So in a way, we have set up a complete framework, including connects with foreign regulators. Most recently, when the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore was here and he visited Gift City, we inked a joint agreement, a FinTech agreement with Monetary Authority of Singapore, which again is unique because it follows a three-tier approach. So one, at the base, we have the cross-referral. So if the Indian FinTech company wants to go to Singapore, we can refer them. There is a protocol. Similarly, a Singapore FinTech company wants to come to either GIFT IFSC or to India, there is a referral. The connect between the IFSC and India is that there is an interoperable regulatory sandbox between GIFT, IFSCA on one hand, and 4 domestic regulators on the other. This has been sort of steered by the Reserve Bank of India. So you are able to connect with the rest of India by connecting with GIFT. The second tier is that there is a joint regulatory sandbox. So between both the jurisdictions, having a joint regulatory sandbox, this is unique as of now. And third, which is much more ambitious, is that we can invite other jurisdictions also and have a multi-jurisdiction sandbox. So in a way, we have been able to provide that framework, we have been able to provide an incentive scheme, and we have been able to provide the connects with other jurisdictions.
Mr. Srinivas, by way of little more clarity, if I have understood you, and I'm trying to see to what extent this is going to help. When you say that if one jurisdiction has referred this entity to another jurisdiction, in terms of setting up a business, in terms of going ahead, does it work as seamlessly as what happens? The example which straight away comes to my mind is Europe. Single, if you have licensed in one entity, one jurisdiction, then you can go to the other jurisdiction. Would it be as seamless as that, or would it be that because of a referral, probably the kind of due diligence that would get done will be much less or lighter?
I think the latter.
The latter. Okay.
I think we have not yet, come to that sort of seamless integration, because European Union is different. I mean, they have tried to have complete passporting. So that may not be possible or feasible at this stage, but maybe that could be aspirational.
Right. Okay. Now, I think one of the things that we often hear, now that I'm on the other side of regulation, is that people having to deal with multiple regulators, right? In India, given the size of the country, that's a fact that people will recognize. There is capital market, there is insurance, there is banking regulator. Now you, as you said, following the Percy Mystery Committee, or given the jurisdiction that you are handling, you are a single regulator for the GIFT City. Now, but when you make policies as a small part of India, which still has exchange controls importantly, you will have to be dealing with the multiple regulators on the other side. Now, how easy or how difficult is policy making under the circumstances, and how, because you will have to match the international rules and regulations if we are talking about international financial center, but dealing with multiple regulators in a country which is fairly tightly regulated and still has exchange controls. So how does it work?
So we'll have to look at the IFSC in two parts. One is the GIFT IFSC and rest of the world. One is the GIFT IFSC and domestic India. So as far as the GIFT IFSC and the rest of the world is concerned, you can have, benchmark everything to global best practices, the best standards, and align it with them. because even FEMA is not applicable to gift. FDI restrictions are not applicable to gift. So that's possible. But when you are connecting with the domestic jurisdiction, you are dealing with the resident, obviously the regulations of the resident regulators, the domestic regulators will prevail. So what we have done is, in many areas, we have had some sort of carve-outs. In some areas, preferential treatment. I'll give you an example. Say, for example, there is an order of preference in insurance sector. The IRDAI says that for a reinsurance, first it is GE Re, then it is the foreign reinsurance business, then it is IFSC entity, and then it is a cross-border reinsurer. So you have positioned yourself not at par with the domestic entity, but better off than the cross-border entity. So this could be one way. Similarly, in many things, for example, there's a bank, there's a branch of a bank in India which sets up shop in GIFT, or a branch from any other jurisdiction. We would expect that branch to follow the home jurisdiction, home regulators norms. And only if the home regulators requirements are less stringent than our requirements, only in that case our requirements will have to be followed. So in any case, coming very specifically to IFSC and the four domestic regulators, we are on, our authority has representation from all the four regulators.
On your board?
On my board. And we are also all together in the FSDC subcommittee, or the FSDC. We talk about financial stability and financial development. I think GIFT IFSC has a relevance both from financial stability angle and financial development angle. So there is a good coordination, good dialogue, and I think progressively, it is improving the potential of GIFT.
Okay, that's good. I just have one question from my side before we see whether I can take any further question. My question is, most of the emerging markets, the IFSC experiment has best resulted in their ending up as being booking centers because of the tax and other concessions, rather than it becoming hub of various activities. Now, I think your thought process has been completely different, what India should end up being. Could you talk a bit about that?
So I think, to put it in perspective, I would make a reference to the IMF's taxonomy, which they came up with in 2000 in the Fiscal Stability Forum, where they classified the financial centers into three categories. One is the international financial center. An international financial center will have to meet certain prerequisites. First, it should have a well-developed financial system with advanced payment and settlement systems. Second, it should be supported by a large domestic economy. Third, there should be deep market liquidity. And fourth, there should be a robust regulatory framework. If you meet all these criteria, then you would qualify as an international financial center. There is next a regional financial center, which may have a well-developed financial market, etc., but it would not have a strong domestic economy. That would be a regional financial center. And an offshore financial jurisdiction or an offshore financial center would be one which doesn't have a well-developed financial sector, doesn't have a domestic market, but has, tax-driven strategies and becomes like a tax haven, tax-neutral vehicles, etc. And they may offer some niche services. So that is the third category. Certainly will agree with me that IFSC with, with the backing of the Indian economy would certainly not fit into the lowest category, where, you can just become a booking center, there is opaqueness, there is no transparency. So it's a question of whether we are an international financial center or whether we are a regional financial center. I think that's a gradual process. So I would say that today we can't call ourselves as a full-fledged international financial center, but we have all the ingredients to mature into an international financial center, given our human resources, the cost advantage, the fairly attractive sort of tax regime, and all these?
Thank you very much. I think probably from my side, I must tell you that whatever I'm hearing around in terms of the policies that you are putting in place and the speed with which you are able to address issues, I think quite commendable. So congratulations on that. So just one or two questions from the audience, if you have any, can somebody raise?
Thank you very much, sirs. Observing Gift City for last 6 years, myself Munindra Verma from Yes Bank, observing Gift City for last 6 years, and great developments over a period of last 6 years, and since last 2 years, IPSCA is also in place. One item which really is a matter of significant interest is that with so much activities happening now, bullion exchange is also operational. One thing which really is a matter of interest to me to figure out, are we also exploring multiple currency or at least US dollar clearing system in the Gift City? Because I think that will really augment lot of payment and settlement process there in the Gift City. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I think that's a very pertinent question. Because for any financial center to thrive, you need three things: availability, liquidity, and settlement. Though most international financial centers don't have local settlement of US dollar. I mean, I don't think, maybe only Hong Kong has it, maybe. Yes. But we are making a lot of efforts to bring in some sort of, RTGS settlement in USD. So we are in close dialogue with Reserve Bank of India, and there has been an internal committee with representatives from both IFSCA and RBI. And they have come up with some options. It seems that it is feasible, and we'll be able to come up with something in the near future.
Really looking
forward to it. It would enable instantaneous settlement. Because, it's very difficult to have that, because central bank to be able to do settlement in some currency which it has no control on, that's not easy. Yeah. But there is some, if I may say, mechanism by which you can perhaps achieve this.
Really looking forward to that, sir.
No, you would perhaps remember that one of the things that Reserve Bank has set out, the RTGS settlement in different currencies also. I think Mr. Vasudevan, Chief General Manager of Payment System, is here. He will be in the next session. I think probably you can ask him more questions on that.
Thank you very much, sir. Sure.
Hello, sir. Good evening. So good morning. Sorry. And I'm Deepak, representing True Balance. Actually, it's a lending platform, actually. And I'm also exploring a platform for trading system, actually. Okay. So my question was that is it good to partner with one of the CB registered or gift registered a company, or because I see for applying a gift city, like it takes like at least 2 years of span for regulations and other things, actually. So is it good to partner with any of the existing registered person, or it is good to have their own individual license, actually?
I think both the current and the ex-regulators don't give you business strategy. They give you only answers to, but anyway, you want...
No, but if you're telling me that it's a very onerous process to register yourself in gift, that's not the case at all. I mean, the complete registration process can easily be completed within a month or so. You need to, because it's an SEZ, you need to take the approval of the Development Commissioner SEZ, and then you need to take the approval of the IFSCA. So it's a time-bound approval system, and registration or licensing in no case would exceed 30 days. It could be even earlier. So, and unless you're a registered entity, you can't conduct business.
But I think that's one thing, sir, if I remember, I mean, I could perhaps use this term we all took care initially when we were framing the regulations in terms of the regulatory responses to applications. Clear time limits and all have been set right in the beginning. Okay, so thank you very much, sir. It was excellent. Probably I think they understand Gift City better now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Padmanabhan sir, and thank you very much, Sri Srinivas. Thank you very much for joining in. If I could request you to please come together for a quick photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, let's also move forward towards our next set of conversations, and this is where we will be understanding more about the Japan's largest bank, MUFG's strategic initiatives for startups in India. Again, another much-needed session that we are eagerly looking forward to. And this morning, we'll be having 3 of our speakers join in over here to share about the strategic initiatives and the plans that are in store for the startups in India. So on that note, while we are about to also quickly set the stage, I hope all of you are sharing your insights and all the takeaways that you're getting from here using the hashtag GFF. Keep your tweets coming and do share your experience as well. On that beautiful note and on that informative note, let's move ahead and we shall quickly invite our speakers on the stage. So joining us this morning, and we have with us first up, none other than Masakazu Osawa, Managing Executive Officer, Group Head, Digital Service Business Group, and Group Chief Digital Transformation Officer of MUFG Bank and member Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group. We have with us Mr. Shashank Joshi, Head of Global Corporate Banking, India, MUFG Bank, and Deputy CEO, MUFG India. We're also joined by Ritaro Hiroshima, CCO, Mars Growth Capital. So first up, can we have a huge round of applause? It's time to actually gather a global perspective with regard to these initiatives and all that's in store for startups in India. So I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of our speakers here. And first up, I'd like to request Osawa-san to please spearhead the session by sharing your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Osawa-san.
Hello, everyone. I am Masakazu Osawa, Group Chief Digital Transformation Officer of Mitsubishi UFJ Financial Group, or MUFG, one of Japan's largest financial groups. I am responsible for driving the entire MUFG digital transformation strategy. It is an honor to be invited here and to make a presentation with such distinguished presenters. I love visiting India, and I'm thrilled to feel the dynamics of this country by standing in front of all the participants of Global FinTech Fest 2022. Please let me start with the introduction of MUFG. MUFG is headquartered in Tokyo with over 360-year history. We have delivered financial solutions through our overseas network in more than 50 countries, including India. We have a strong presence in Japan and the most extensive overseas network among Japanese financial groups. In addition to MUFG's branch networks in Asia, we have formed strategic partnerships with some of the most prominent local banks, which are called partner banks in Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Adding their networks, we have more footprints here in Asia than any other region outside Japan. I would like to touch upon our recent activities regarding open innovation. From the MUFG's DX strategy point of view, open innovation is one of the key elements to the success of our digital transformation. Collaborating with external partners who have new business ideas or cutting-edge technologies, we can deliver new values and solutions to our customers, mixing those new ideas into our experience as a traditional financial institution. We are constantly looking for opportunities to collaborate with such partners, not only in Japan, but in 4 corners of the globe. In 2016, we started strategic investments in startups by investing directly from the bank. Then in 2019, we established our corporate venture capital, Mitsubishi UFJ Innovation Partners, or MUIP, to accelerate the strategic investments across the group. So far, MUIP has invested in 37 startups, and including MUIP's investments, our historical investments in startup is in total $547 million as of now, excluding our investment in Grab. Those investments have enabled MUFG to come up with unique products and services to serve our customers better. For instance, in Singapore, we have established a joint venture called Mars Growth Capital with the Israeli fintech company Liquidity Capital. Through this vehicle, we provide debt finance to promising startups, mainly in Asia, leveraging our joint venture's unique credit model, utilizing tons of alternative data. In 2020, we made a strategic investment in Grab. As you know, Grab is one of the largest super app operators in Southeast Asia. Making a strategic synergy with our partner banks is one of the main purposes of this alliance. I am proud of the great progress of the collaboration so far, especially in Thailand. Grab and Krungsri, or Bank of Avitia, have started financing programs to drivers, merchants, and users by leveraging Grab's various data regarding applicants of those loans. This alliance contributes to financial inclusion in Asia, which is one of the important objectives of SDGs, by providing customers with the financial services that have not been extended by the traditional financial institutions. Furthermore, we recently invested in Move, the fintech company based in Nigeria. They are providing vehicle finances to consumers mainly in Africa. We have introduced Move to one of our important corporate clients, Suzuki, as you may well know, major Japanese car manufacturer. MUFG, Move, and Suzuki signed the MOU to accelerate the strategic partnership in Africa and to expand that in other countries in Asia. Lastly, I understand that India is well known as a country with world-leading technology capabilities. In recent years, the nationwide digital transformation has been promoted significantly by the government. As a result of this dynamic, people's life is shifting from offline to online at a rapid pace. And almost every day, lots of unique products and services have been introduced by up-and-coming startups. In the financial industry, many fintech startups are promoting disruption and innovation. Their state-of-the-art solutions enable traditional financial institutions like MUFG to access new-to-credit customers and take deeper risks than before. To that end, we plan to promote the strategic partnerships with such promising startups in India. We recently established a $300 million fund named MUFG Ganesha Fund to invest exclusively in seeding Indian startups. These initiatives will be introduced by my colleague Shashank, Deputy CEO of MUFG India, in the following presentation. In addition, we have a venture debt arm, Mars Growth Capital, as I mentioned earlier, and these initiatives will be presented by Mr. Hiroshima, co-CEO of the company. Finally, I sincerely hope that MUFG could play a significant role in supporting emerging startups in this country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Osawa-san. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation to speak at the Global FinTech Fest 2022. Over the last 2 years, this platform has grown to become one of the largest forums where speakers from around the world deliberate on key trends and potential of the Indian FinTech sector and its far-reaching global impact. The year 2021 was a formative year for the Indian startup ecosystem, which saw the emergence of numerous startups, incubators, and investment from the public and the private sector. A total of $42 billion was raised in 2021 versus only $11.5 billion in the previous year. This remarkable growth in investment validates the belief and potential of Indian startups. FinTech remained one of the top segments for funding, and in terms of number of deals closed, today we have the third largest startup ecosystem in the world with 60,000 startups, which is growing every single day. The world is changing at an unprecedented rate, and with the increasing risk from global macroeconomic conditions and inflationary environment, we need to be more certain than ever about the resilience of the sector. Therefore, today, I will discuss the key themes that could emerge in the near future and how MUFG is supporting this incredible FinTech ecosystem in India. Let me take this opportunity to explain about our presence in India and key initiatives taken by the bank. MUFG has a long-established reputation of a trusted partner of global corporates and Japanese corporates, as well as financial institutions in India, catering to their loans, trade finance, foreign exchange, and risk management needs. Apart from our core debt business, recently MUFG has announced 3 initiatives that will act as a strong foundation of the bank's commitment to the Indian economy and contributing to India's vision of being a gateway to the world. MUFG is the largest Japanese bank in India and is constantly widening its spectrum of services in response to the fast-growing Indian market. We now have a network of 6 branches, with GIFT branch being our latest addition. It was started last month. The core objective of our GIFT branch is to retain our India business within India and make it more efficient for our clients and us. Our second growth initiative is the setting up of MUFG Enterprise Solutions in Bangalore and Mumbai. MES is our GCC to tap on the local talent pool for supporting our tech infrastructure and various other business lines for MUFG globally. In the near future, this entity will drive the digital transformation of our operations globally and providing innovative solutions to internal as well as external stakeholders. Lastly, we launched the $300 million MUFG Ganesha Fund, which Osawa-san just talked about, which I will talk about in detail in the next few minutes. Now, before I talk about the Ganesha Fund, I would like to talk about India's digital success. The common theme across the world forums and corporate corridors is that this is going to be India's decade. India will be increasingly the dominance in the digital value chain across geographies. The confidence has resulted in the commitment of billions of dollars from global investors and a trust in India being the frontier of global growth. India is becoming the epicenter of the new digital economy, leading the world with a continuously evolving startup landscape and digital innovation. We are at the vanguard of a digital era propelled by government-promoted digital infrastructure enablers like the massive Aadhaar scheme, second largest smartphone users, fastest growing digital consumers, favorable regulatory and political climate, cheapest data access and access to funding, and proactive regulatory support. The confluence of these factors has made India the most preferred investment destination for global investors and MNCs to leverage talent in India through their global capability and R&D centers. These local initiatives are aiding global companies to innovate and support the development of products and solutions for global markets. This healthy development has led India to see 105 unicorns collectively. I think the number now is 107, valued at US $305 billion. Given the pace of our innovation, we expect this number to increase multifold in this decade, with India becoming the epicenter of global innovation. I believe that this trend is the beginning of a long-term movement towards India's status as a digital leader of the world and subsequently contributing to Indian Prime Minister's vision of a $5 trillion economy. MEFG being one of the world's largest financial institutions with a nearly $300 trillion balance sheet, has an enormous opportunity in India. In addition to supporting Indian corporates through debt solutions, we have also launched a $300 million MEFG Ganesha Fund to support startups, showing Japan's largest bank's very strong commitment to India. MEFG has one of the largest banking networks in the Asia-Pacific region, with investments in 4 large local banks in Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines. Of these, in Thailand and Indonesia, we have a majority controlling stake. The objective of the fund is to help Indian startups leverage MEFG's large Asian network as a gateway to Southeast Asia, in addition to the financial capital that we will provide. Expansion into Southeast Asia is a natural extension for many Indian startups, given the similarities with the home country, such as digital savvy young population, demographics, underpenetrated financial system, and growing demand for innovative financial products. One of the key focus of our Ganesha Fund would be to work with startups in India and implement solutions for our network, and in return providing local regulatory knowledge and deep understanding of the markets, and most importantly, a large consumer base to scale their products in the ASEAN region. We believe that MEFG is uniquely positioned in the Indian investor ecosystem, providing a ready platform for startups to expand to other geographies in Asia, in addition to the banking expertise across financial domain. Our focus would be to provide growth capital to startups with a focus on digital lending, insurtech, payments, fintech infra enablers, and SME lending, among other sectors, with a ticket size ranging from $10 to $50 million. Moving to my next section on key emerging themes in the fintech space. In the last 2 decades, India has evolved from a global back office provider to a front office information technology provider, driving digital transformation across industries around the world. This has been primarily driven by a huge pool of digital talent available in the country, which is becoming a key source for global innovation and growth. I believe this decade will witness India becoming the solution provider to the world's digital ecosystem, ranging from penetrating the unbanked population using payment infrastructure or adopting public technologies at a wider scale, such as UPI. We are at an inflection point, and going forward, the 3 themes which would strengthen the fintech center are banks and fintech collaboration, increasing corporate governance and regulatory compliance, and lastly, growing presence of Indian startups outside India. All of these 3 themes will converge to strengthen the Indian ecosystem in the long term. The fintech startups have launched innovative products focusing on payments, new age credit, scoring data models, faster turnaround times, and access to credit to the unbanked population. At the same time, traditional banks are now reinventing their digital strategy by digitizing the legacy systems. From competing with each other to collaborating with each other, fintech and banks have come a long way. While the former provides the new age tech infrastructure, the latter provides a large consumer base, regulatory know-how, and access to capital, resulting in an offering of complementary solutions jointly to the customer. Working together with the bank, a startup can have access to regulatory and compliance guidance, overview on customer due diligence, credibility in the market as a use case. Similarly, banks are benefiting as well by getting an access to faster than ever changing technology, new age solutions, seamless digital experience, and a reach to the unbanked population. MUFG investment in the Grab Super App is a perfect example of how a traditional institution and a startup work together to provide financial access to Grab's drivers and merchants. Separately in India, MUIP has invested in M2P, and along with their Southeast Asia market entry strategy, we are currently exploring with MUFG's partner banks in ASEAN to see the future collaboration schemes in the region. MUIP also invested in Moneytree, and now MUFG Bank has jointly launched an app called Mabel, specializing in household budget management in Japan. We are witnessing many such collaborations in India and globally, and I expect more such partnerships going forward. On corporate governance, which is a key pillar for any company to grow and creating its impact on the broader society. In the last few months, the focus of investors and public stakeholders has been on the governance function of any startup. Growth at all costs has moved to business sustainability for all stakeholders, balancing the expectations of a regulator, employees, customers, and most importantly, society as a whole, with strong focus on transparency, accountability, and data security. Having a strong corporate governance foundation will aid any financial technology firm to navigate risks and at the same time deliver better value to the stakeholders. The G in ESG, which is for governance, is shaping the startup landscape and will further enhance the investors' confidence in this sector. For MUFG, governance is one of the key criteria for evaluation. Today, all startups have an opportunity to drive change at the grassroots level, starting from a customer in a remote town to the supplier in any part of the country. Therefore, I truly believe that the new age companies will have a greater impact on creating economic value by focusing on sustainable business practices. Now, the most important aspect that is bringing structural changes in the fintech sector is regulatory compliance. Fintech sector is growing at a rapid pace and has become strategically, systemically important, employing millions of stakeholders directly or indirectly. With the more fintech players eyeing regulatory licenses to conduct businesses, the authorities have shifted their focus on regulating these startups and bringing them at par with financial institutions on compliance, customer protection, and KYC norms. I believe such changes will establish a strong foundation to the evolving fintech landscape, bringing more transparency, customer centricity, credit discipline, and creating a safe and sound digital ecosystem, hence ensuring the business sustainability in the long term. In the recent survey by the leading VC firm and consultancy, 53% of the startup founders mentioned that geographic expansion is a key priority for them. Many of the fintech companies are looking at geographies such as Middle East, North Africa, Southeast Asia to expand products and services. This will help create global recognition for these startups and at the same time open different avenues to scale outside the home markets. Favorable demographics, a large English-speaking population, and growing mobile penetration are few of the factors encouraging fintech companies to expand their footprints in the Asia-Pacific and the MENA region. Such startups are collaborating with financial institutions based on their success in India to develop innovative solutions for the customers in the respective geographies, which is a win-win situation for both. Another important aspect that is aiding the growth of startups outside India is validation by a large customer base in India and ability to work along with local banks in tapping the unbanked population, that is financial inclusion. I believe the next leg of growth for matured Indian startups would be to expand their footprints outside India by partnering with local financial institutions. In addition to growing global VC community in India, is also acting as a catalyst for fintech companies to expand investors, including MEFG, having experience in other geographies, are providing network and local know-how to expand and grow. Further, we plan to introduce such startups to our existing investee companies to collaborate on technology and work with the network closely. As I conclude, I hope to see more collaborations between banks and the startups, thereby providing innovative solutions and driving transformational changes in the finance sector. We must ensure that risk management and regulatory compliance become key pillars of the digital economy with a strong focus on consumer, business suitability, and inclusive growth. We as an institution, individuals, policymakers, regulators, and bankers have a joint responsibility to provide new-age technology companies a platform to grow and mark this decade as the Indian digital era, leading the world in creating a sustainable financial ecosystem. Lastly, John Paul, a famous philosopher, said, "Commitment is an act, not a word." The essence of the quote is reflected in Japan's commitment to India being a long-term partner with cumulative FDI inflows of over $36 billion in the last 22 years, contributing nearly 6.3% to India's total FDI inflows during the same period. We at MEFG have a long-term commitment to this country and will continue to support the corporates and fintech ecosystems in India. Now I invite Hiroshima-san, who is the co-CEO of Mars Growth Capital, to talk about Mars and their activities in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osawa and Shashank, and thank you all for this amazing opportunity. My name is Ryu Hiroshima. It's my greatest honor to be here and present you my favorite part of the MEFG. From now on, I'm going to introduce MEFG venture debt arm in Asia called Mars Growth Capital. Mars Growth Capital is a debt fund based in Singapore. It is a 50-50 joint venture between MUSG and Liquidity Capital, Israel AI platform startup. MEFG brings to us a strong footprint, especially in Asia, and the Liquidity brings to us highly accurate AI credit model. Based on the combination of our AI algorithm and human intelligence, we provide non-dilutive debt for startup, mainly in Southeast Asia and India. We launched the business 2020 and have raised two funds so far. One is 200 million fund for growth stage, and the other one is the 300 million unicorn fund for the pre-IPO stage startup. Our journey is only less than 2 years so far, but we are proud that we already have tremendous track record. We now have 25 customers in our portfolio and have made more than 400 million in commitment to our promising customers. Well, the most important aspect of our performance is that we have never seen any default in our portfolio. This illustrates how accurate our AI credit model can evaluate startup projection. These are some of our strong portfolio as of today. Our core customers are tech startup with recurring revenue. And so e-commerce, marketplace, SaaS are the top segment that we deal with. We also expand our customer bases to other industries, such as edtech, payment gateway, and health tech. Besides that, given the current turmoil market condition, a lot of expectation, venture debt increase. So we are having a lot of ongoing discussion with many prospects. Among the overall portfolio, 6 companies are from India, or are they doing a major operation in India. Our unforgettable, fast ever client was also from India, Hybrid, Series A SaaS company. Inframarket was the first client that we supported from our unicorn fund. We are very pleased to that India is the country where we allocate the largest exposure, and we are always sharing amazing moments with Indian customers. India has the greatest startup ecosystem, smartest people, and the fastest growing economy in the world. I'd like to strongly emphasize today that we will put more commitment in this country going forward. Collaborating with MEFG Network and the Ganesha Fund, we are confident that we are right partner to commit your further growth and support India's startup space to the next level. That concludes our presentation today from MEFG and Mars Growth Capital. I hope the session was informative. Thank you very much for the listening, and I hope we will see you many more collaboration in the near future. Thank you so much.
Well, on that note, I'd like to thank Mr. Joshi. I'd also like to thank Osawa-san and Hiroshima-san. Thank you so much. I think it is a much-needed strategic initiatives that we were eagerly looking forward to, all the plans at the same time, all that's in store with regard to the startups in India, all the plans that you had shared with us, much needed indeed. So thank you very much for joining us here this morning. If I may request you all to please come together for a quick group photograph as well. And yes, we can have one more round of a huge applause over there to thank all of our 3 speakers. And while they will be with us the entire day over here at the fest, I'm going to request you to please also connect with them in order to understand all the future plans ahead. Thank you very much. And on that wonderful note, let's also move ahead. As you can notice, we're going back to back with the agenda. And while we do so, we're also having none other than some prolific leaders join us and to share their thoughts. So now we're actually going to march ahead towards a trilogue. And this is where we'll understand more about how digital payments is indeed for the public good. So we're going to have 3 of our speakers joining us to share their thoughts in the form of a trilogue. We have with us first up to spearhead the session. Again, once again, we have with us Mr. Harshal Mathur, who's the CEO and co-founder Razorpay. And joining him, we're truly delighted to have with us none other than Shri P. Vasudevan, Chief General Manager, Department of Payment and Settlement Systems, Reserve Bank of India, and Mr. Sameer Nigam, CEO, PhonePe. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Pioneering leaders joining in to share with us about digital payments for public goods. So let's take forward another interesting trialogue. I'm going to quickly request Mr. Harshal Mathur to take it forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Hello, hi. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be back on a session. Today, our topic is something our finance minister recently spoke about, which is digital payments for public good. And to discuss on this, we have 2 amazing gentlemen, Mr. Vasudevan, who's Chief General Manager with DPSS at Reserve Bank of India, and Sameer Nigam, who's the CEO of PhonePe. So jumping right into it, let me first start by talking about the impact of digital payments. So I'll start with you, sir. The regulator has facilitated a lot of strides that have happened in digital payments in the last couple of years. What, according to you, is the biggest social political achievement or social economic achievement that wouldn't have been possible in India if digital payments hadn't scaled the way they have in the last couple of years?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a wonderful feeling to be here and to see so much of interest and attention for a simple thing like payments. And I am very happy to also be part of this session. And the title is Digital Payments for Public Good. It's a full stop. There is no exclamation or a question mark, so that everybody accepts that digital payments for public good is the way forward. I want to just mention a couple of things. When we normally look at the basic needs of life, we are looking at roti, kapda, and makan, the food, clothing, and shelter. And all these things are, in the present day context, linked by payments. If I have to do some shopping for food or for clothes or whatever purpose, typically it's all about payments, and payments are becoming the be-all and end-all for every requirement. And I just want to highlight one particular aspect, that during the lockdown, when people had difficulty in mobility and people had other expectations, the payments got the tag essential services. That is the biggest, I feel, the benefit that can be seen for everyone who is expecting something from payments. And honestly, I have to give kudos to you all for delivering on the expectations as well. When they said payments are essential services, it has actually delivered during the lockdown, that people were able to meet all their requirements and much more using this digital payments mode. So I feel that has been the biggest expectation from payments, that it can deliver. And over a period of time, many other deliverables have also been added. For example, like if you have to have inclusion, it has to be through payments. Just like we have in Mumbai, the gateway of India, the payments are also turning out to be the gateway to financial services. So the other developments on the financial services side are all picking up because everybody is getting comfort from the payment side. And it's our duty and our it's also a big responsibility that we deliver on this expectation. And maybe as we discuss, we will see what more expectations are going to come, not just from within the country. The earlier session was also talking a little bit earlier, maybe a session before that was also mentioning about what more can we do for other currencies in the country as well. I am saying there are no end to the expectations. So that makes the entire process so much of like we have to deliver, and we have to deliver it the best way we have done so far. And I have no doubt that we can do it. We will be definitely delivering and discharging all our responsibilities. And as always, I am sandwiched between two experts and between two industry players. Let us see how these discussions go forward. We can have more perspectives coming in as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Sami, over to you. Right, like what role have fintechs and innovators like yours have played in driving some of the socio-economic objectives that Vasudevan sir talked about? And what more can we do to drive this, like as the topic says, digital payments for public good?
I think, good afternoon, everyone. I think as Sir just said, I think the watershed moment was when COVID hit and a lot of essential services were locked down the first 40 odd days. People for the first time didn't want to touch anything, including currency. Particularly mobile-based payments, not even card swiping, but mobile-based payments just suddenly became such an expectation and need. And I think as a member of the industry, I'm actually really, really proud of the overall ecosystem. I think we met and possibly exceeded the demands in terms of just really rapidly increasing both retail merchant acceptance points as well as consumer payment demands. So I think it is fair to say that digital payments now is reaching a tipping point. I wouldn't say we are there yet. Like if I see telecom penetration or smartphone penetration, it's still about 40, 50 crore people more. But I think it's reaching a point where it's irreversible, that digital payments will become a way of life in the next 5 to 7 years for the population at large. It's probably in a 3 to 4 year lag to smartphones, if I see the penetration, and maybe about 5 to 6 years lag to internet penetration, 2G, 3G, that era. So what's really exciting for me in the future, if I look at the socio-economic impact, we used to have this jam triangle that we used to always talk about, right? So now everyone's banked. Everyone's now close to having internet-enabled smartphones. Everyone's got a digital identity or a biometric identity. Payments is actually at the fulcrum. If we redo that diagram, if we can get everyone onto digital payments, we often talk about data being oil and all these various things, but
Payments data can enable flow-based lending in a market that desperately needs it. Payments data can open up commerce and just 50,000 different use cases. So I think the role is to definitely make sure we do whatever we can to make it very, very low cost. I'm still not in the camp of public good equal to free. I think it's good for public. That much I'm certain of. I'm still not in the camp of everything can be free for everyone. Someone will pay the piper, whether it's a toll model or it's some other model, it'll play out. But I think we're on the right track. We have the cheapest merchant acceptance in terms of QR codes. We have the cheapest smartphone-enabled play. You don't need to issue any physical cards. You don't need to set up more ATMs. India's digital payment journey is truly mobility first.
I'll come to the charges question a little later. I know that's an interesting debate, but before I jump into that, let me talk about collaboration. Right, one of the shining examples of collaboration in recent times has been the India Stack initiative. Right, so we started with something that was built as a public good, like UPI, spearheaded by NPCI, and the last mile delivery being solved by private players and fintechs, taking it to the masses. Right? And I think that collaboration is what led to eventually a big, huge success of UPI with private players driving and spending a lot of money and getting it out to the last consumer, while the central stack remains in some sort of way a public good. How do you see that shaping up? Like, do you expect a lot? Are there any other new sectors that you see where this public-private collaboration could really drive outcomes, both from a regulatory perspective, but from industry perspective as well?
This is definitely a trilogue, but there cannot be two thoughts on this. It has to be a PPP only, private-public partnership, because the reach is so huge and the number of people to whom we have to reach out is also so different, so massive. So we need to have the engagements. And the way in which the private sectors have been participating, we have to give credit to them. See, the public infrastructures are also there, be it the Aadhaar database, be it the CKYC registry, be it the institutions also, like maybe CCIL in the financial sector space or NPCI in the payment space. They're all there as public institutions, public infrastructures. But we need to have these APIs and other access points to these infrastructures that come in, and they can actually make the people come onto these payments front and the financial services front in an inclusive way. And we definitely need the private sector for that. Samir was just mentioning a little bit about onboarding of merchants. The way we actually receive money in a, you say, UPI transaction, since you took UPI, the way we receive money, we also become a merchant. And the way the merchant base has been increasing, I was just seeing a number recently that there are, say, 20.15 crore UPI QR codes in the market. That means everybody is a merchant. Just imagine, we never thought there are so many merchants in the ecospace. And suddenly everybody is becoming a merchant. And my general expectation is maybe on the charges, some discussions will come later. But my basic expectation is, like, when we receive money, we expect the money to come to us quite fast. Just will be the expectation of any merchant as well. So as we get into these infrastructures that are there, as we get to grow more, it's honestly very difficult to expect that a merchant will get money in T+4, T+3 times. You know, it has to be max T+1, maybe. Very happy to have something. I have to say that it is our bounden responsibility to see that this happens. And here is where the public-private partnerships, the basic belief in these principles should be there. So if you look at the fundamentals based on which our payments infrastructure has been set up, there are no silos in particular entities or in particular activities. Now we are looking at an interoperable infrastructure. We are looking at everybody to gain from these benefits, be it the merchants, be it the customers, be it the entities. So it has its own earnings by way of different models. It need not be always a revenue in terms of money. It can always be a revenue in terms of data enrichment. It can always be something which people are using to bring others onto the fold of the financial services. Of course, when we come to data, there are other challenges. Maybe as we get to, we can discuss. But I am saying that there are no two thoughts on this. PPP is the way forward. And we have had shining examples so far. And this will definitely be seen in much more closer and in much more comfortable atmospheres as well. So each one is getting to be comfortable with the other side. It's not that there are two sides, public versus private. It's all now collaboration. If you have to think of a new product, unless the private sector comes and says, yes, I am having those apps that are ready which can launch these products, it won't work. So we saw that day before when 3 products of NPCI were also launched, how the private sector had chipped in at such a short notice. So my urge again will be from the private sector, because you are all very agile, you are very smart, you are very intelligent, you have the entire set of resources with you, to also be shrinking the time that is taken for different launches, because more and more can be delivered. The people's appetite is also very, very high. So we need to feed them quickly, and we need your expertise and involvement in this fashion that the public sector gets pushed by the private sector. And here I have no hesitation to say, please ask for more from us as well. We also believe that we are part of the public sector. Please treat us so, demand from us, and we will try to see how best we can deliver. We will try to also compete with you. So that is what I am trying to say, that PPP partnership should continue. Like we expect many things from you, you can also expect many things from us. So it's a logical equation, and I believe that's how we should take things forward as well.
That's a very great perspective, sir. And Samir, your thoughts on that? Like what he spoke about, a lot of expectations from the private sector. Any expectations you have from the public side on what more could be done, or how could this engagement scale further as we get to 100 million more customers getting into this umbrella?
To be honest, I started my career for about 10 years in the States. And when I was working there, I used to think that that was like the most evolved digital market. A year back, I was talking to someone I knew 20 years ago in my professional life, and I was exchanging notes. And I'm very, very proud to say, starting with the regulator, lawmakers, banking system, as much as noisy as we are, and that's our job in the ecosystem, we are the fintechs, we are supposed to be the flag bearers for the new models and whatnot. I think we are in a very, very spoiled market. I will say that. We don't say it enough. Because if you think about not just UPI, you think about so many different pieces of the core infra that's being handed to us to innovate on. Aadhaar itself is an example, CKYC, now account aggregator. We have multiple domestic networks in payments competing simultaneously in different form factors, enabling different kinds of solutions, and we all have access to it. I know, Harshal, you do, we do. So whether it's on the consumer side, it's on the merchant side, enterprise side, I think we're spoiled for choice on the areas in which we can compete. And I think that is actually a testament to the fact that we have fantastic enablement. In terms of an area where I think we would probably do well to actually get more, and I don't know where it lies, is a common data pool for when lending really has to happen, like as a revolution. I think payments was more about the APIs and public infra, and that I think it's one of the best shining examples globally. But for lending to take off, we'll also need pooling of data from the fintechs and the banks in a way that the last mile consumer of today's payments can become tomorrow's borrower. And I think there we have a distance to cover. It's also a more complex one because of data privacy, and well, if data is the oil, then everyone wants to be a baron, so it's a little tricky.
It's a hard task in some ways, and I think, and I mean, both of you covered it in various forms, but I think just managing, and I think one of the things that Samir you mentioned earlier is how at some point, in some ways, and he also spoke about it, sometimes it's the regulator driving the innovation and the public side driving the private innovation in India, while in everywhere else in the world, it's generally the private side driving that innovation and everything else catching up. So that's an amazing aspect of the Indian ecosystem, that we have everyone basically aligned towards the same objective and everyone pushing each other, that let's get more out to the customer. And I think the connected topic with that is regulation and innovation. And I think but day before, the RBI governor also spoke about it, that on one side you want innovation, on the other side you want to protect the interest of the consumers. And I'll start with you, sir, that the regulator's job becomes hard in this because you want to allow innovation, you want to allow people to come up with new models, but at the same time you have to worry about the weakest section of the society and how they get impacted by some of those innovations. And in that context, while RBI comes up with a lot of research papers, discussion papers, takes a lot of feedback, how do you balance this? There have been a host of changes that RBI has been pushing for, whether it's tokenization, whether it's digital lending guidelines. How do you balance innovation versus regulation in some of these steps that RBI undertakes?
That's an eternal challenge, actually, balancing the expectations from the private and from the consumer side on the innovation front, and also putting in some regulations which can be balanced. No, it should not be leading to a heavy compliance cost on the people who are going to comply with also. Let me take a cricketing analogy, because cricket is a flavor of the season. A good cricketer typically scores runs by playing through the gaps. Where there are players, he tries to play through the gaps. Even if there are some fielders, then he can actually play the ball a little slow, so that by the time the ball reaches the fielder, he can score some runs. If the players in the industry, let me say maybe in the payments industry, let me say the fintech players, it's all becoming a little muddy, the fintech, the digital payments ecosystem. If the players try to think that they can get into those areas where there is a lack of regulation, or probably there is no regulation, that becomes an area for us to look at. See, no cricketer can actually get onto his favorite shot, say hook or cover drive, etc. for long, because the opposition is also watching. They will put fielders there when it comes to bat. Similarly, when we have the sector that is trying to get into certain areas where we feel that the regulation could be tighter, then we come in. And if there is no regulation, we don't hesitate to come in with a framework and bring the game onto a fair and level playing field. Having said this, we also experiment in certain ways. For example, if you look at certain segments, there were no regulation for some time. Then an indirect regulation came in, and direct regulation thereafter came in, because each player became so important, and each piece in the payment space also needs to be looked at. So that is how the regulation also evolves. And in some areas, come out with some frameworks, and I wouldn't hesitate to say that the first framework will always be something that is explorative, and based on how it's accepted and how it pans out, we don't mind tightening or loosening the different expectations. Timelines is one area where we feel that it can happen quickly, but if the industry expects more timelines because they want a comfort factor, or if every player has to be comfortable only, then it can be implemented, that is difficult to accept as well. See, some days test cricket is very interesting. Of late, T20 is also very, very exciting. So we have to live in an era where even the regulatory compliance, where the compliance practices by entities are also quicker, and entities like fintechs and everyone should also devote equal resources for compliance. It's not just onboarding a customer, you have to onboard the regulator as well. Unless and until the regulator is comfortable, it's very difficult to expect more and more things to come. And please also understand that there are those groups that are also there in the ecosystem which also think that if the regulator says something and it is not able to implement, it's also a reputation risk for the regulator. So we have to balance that also when we look at this. And no harm in looking at the different ways in which the recent initiatives, I don't want to take any example at all, I don't want to give you any idea on what I'm talking, but some of the recent parallel initiatives that are happening are all to save certain things. For example, the data being breached, or the manner of experience of a particular online customer or a person going to the shop becoming as seamless as it can be. So that's our endeavor. And we have also now set up, say, certain systems that can serve as a benchmark or platform for permitting other systems to ride on that, be it domestically, be it internationally as well. So my expectation, I know most days when we open the newspaper, it's for the regulator, but I will be also happy that when we have one-on-one discussions with many of these stalwarts, they do say that some of the things are turning out good for the ecosystem. Such narratives should also come, because people should get a balanced view of what's happening. So I feel we need to be fair to ourselves, one as a consumer, and as an entity providing the service, we should balance that also. So just as you expect something from the regulator, I also feel that we are also entitled to expect similar things from the players and participants.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think there's not enough talked about how a lot of regulatory changes have driven a lot of innovation, and at the end of the day, solved for consumer protection, because that is an important aspect, and it helps everyone. At the end of the day, if people don't feel safe and secure while using the new digital platforms that we bring out, then it's bad for everyone in the ecosystem. So, I mean, how do you view this, like the balance between innovation and regulation? There have been a lot of regulatory changes in the last 1 year, and some of them, well, there are sections of industries who have appreciated that. There are sections of industry who have said those are like too aggressive at times. How do you view some of these changes?
I'll be honest, I have the luxury of being in my mid-40s by now. So by now, I think I've learned a couple of lessons, right? The directive we give to our young engineers when they join, build like a startup, govern like a bank. If you flip it, you're dead. Right? It's the easiest way to think about it, because when people think banks, 21-year-old think of really stodgy places where their uncles and aunts work in suits and ties, and these are kids running around in their jeans and tees.
There are a lot of bankers, by the way.
No, I know. And I'm saying I'm old enough, so I'm right in the middle, right? But the fact of the matter is, everyone starts up with a view to becoming large, having a lot of customers, addressing a lot of consumer pain points, and being successful. And the problem, I think, as alluded, is we are finding ourselves falling short on the consumer trust side on multiple dimensions all too often. I don't think, by the way, it's just digital payments. This is something I think we see more closely because payments is such a sensitive area. But whether it's health tech, ed tech, the tech industry has, in fact, got a lot of brickbats for not being careful about data protection. And I think, especially with payments and health, I would say that I'd rather be regulated than not, just as a consumer. So I think regulation, welcome. A lot of discussion in the big tech world and in the Bay and in Bangalore circuits. You know this, we're from the Bangalore circuit. I would say we are better off being regulated from the get-go. I can say this for PhonePe. We were regulated on day zero. We merged with Flipkart. We had the PPI license. It's perhaps the best thing that happened. It's not to say that one is inviting more regulation. It's to say that making sure that somebody is actually telling you these are the minimum best practices to follow limits those gaps, as Sir said, where you can actually do things really badly. That's one. Second, we are in this peculiar market where, in fact, both entities like NPCI as well as our regulators are actually pushing for faster change and innovation than we are able to deliver. You know this, I know this, industry knows this. So again, spoiled for choice, I don't think we can complain we can't move fast enough. So if that's really the operating paradigm, I don't think regulation is the problem. I would say one thing, I think, where I hope we can land on, I think it's also a societal thing. Whenever something goes wrong, we, as a country, we have a habit of passing a new rule or a new law, any sector of life, right? Anything. I think one bad apple spoiling it for the lot is something that, like, it's hard, but I'm hoping that someday we can get to a point where there's the PSOs or the networks and the regulators, across the financial regulators. We can get to a point where individuals are held accountable as opposed to it becoming harder for everyone. Because fintechs, tech companies in general will keep pushing the boundaries of innovation and finding those spaces. So I think striking that balance.
No, that's an interesting point, and I agree with the view that I think like our industry went through a transformation from being completely unregulated to indirect regulation to full regulation. And I think in general it has been a great outcome because it clearly defines the rules and boundaries in which you're supposed to innovate and in which you're supposed to play. And I think that makes it fairly more transparent for the entire industry on how or what are the basic rules that everyone needs to follow. I think I'll jump into the point that we left earlier, which is charging for public good, right? So I think recently RBI floated a discussion paper on payment charges, and there has been a lot of debate in the industry around, on one side, you don't want to discourage this growth that has happened because of changes in charges, but at the same time, there has to be enough incentive for the ecosystem to keep building more, keep doing more. So how do you balance this? Is there a middle ground solution that can emerge out of this debate?
You have rightly said that there is a discussion paper out there in the market. I'll be very happy if each one of you give your own points and inputs for the paper, and based on that, a call could be taken. You would have seen that we have tried to cover all sides of the coin, not just two sides in the discussion paper. And the purpose is to elicit views and feedback. You've also seen the way in which Reserve Bank has been also looking at charges for the systems and services it offers as well. So I'll be very happy. I don't want to jump the gun now. I don't want to even say anything because we have received quite a bit of feedback already, but the timeline is still available. Maybe after this session, after this event, when you are free, kindly do give your inputs and be as frank as you can as a consumer, as a service provider, as an institution which is providing all these various services. So you can give your points of view, and believe me, just as we have been doing all these times, we will definitely take all these inputs and come out with our own with the framework that is good for the ecosystem. Having said that, we all know that when we say digital payments for public good, the expectations are also that probably cost recovery versus cost recovery plus what becomes the topic for discussion, and how far can that be stretched? How much more can a cow be milked, if you look at that? So we have to look at that. And as more and more people come into the payments ecosystem who are new to payments as well, do we offer them something which is to be shared by all, or something which is differential or segmented? Could also be an approach. And if you also look at the way the global developments are in different markets, what they were thinking as something which could be levied for every activity or for every transaction is also now being changed. The narrative is also being changed. They also feel that probably a base can be there based on which, as I said earlier, many other services could be offered and leveraged upon. I just want to make one point when Arshilji was mentioning about being in a territory which was unregulated to less regulated to now regulated. I remember that popular slok from Bhagavad Gita where Krishna told Arjun that yada yada hi dharmasya. So I remember that. So everybody waits and watches, and if some things get out of hand, and definitely some things have to come. So it may be like that. So regulation can be a phased-in process. Regulation can be based on what the ecosystem is doing and can be expected to do better. And here, as I said, there is no other country to learn from or follow. So we can set our own example. So that's how sometimes it happens. I just remembered for no other this specific reason, just like that.
Makes a lot of sense. Samir, over to you. You have been quite vocal about this debate, right, on payment charges, and you alluded to it earlier that like public good, does it mean free? Is there a middle ground? What is the right incentive structure for, and it's not just for fintechs, it's for the entire value chain behind it.
The first discussion around this concept of MDR, I remember having was with the India Stack team in 2016, before launch. Where I remember where the entire infrastructure and architecture was being discussed in the Bangalore circuit, startup circuit. And the discussion was that the Western model where MDR can go all the way up to 5%. And in fact, the most marginalized society where the highest MDR is perverse. I completely buy into that model. I don't think for money to exchange hands, you can keep deducting that much money. That's crazy. So I do believe in the both good for society and good for individual model. I don't think we can go below cost recovery. And I think that's where we are at right now. That's my big concern. When we say free, there is an underlying assumption that the system is somehow able to make money in alternate ways. That may be true for banks. I can't speak for them. That may be true for NPCI, but they're still charging the switching fees. It's definitely not true for the fintechs, because unless we are exploiting the data in alt methods, and this is where we need to figure out as society, if we are telling our consumers that payments is free even though it's gone digital because your data will be used for offering other financial services or other products, then we need that last part of the discussion, which is the data loss, to finally get codified, and for us all to agree between the regulators, the government and others. Because the government's taken on the role with zero MDR coming from there. So it'd be great to have an end-to-end view. Then you know why private capital is flowing into the sector, right? And just because of role play, I'm sure my answer would be different if I was on the other side of the fence, but we're inviting a lot of private capital, global private capital, local private capital, to invest in digital payments. The part to recovery and profit is not there. That's the one thing that worries me. That's why I've been vocal that an asymptotic curve trending to zero is the best outcome for society, whether it's telecom, electricity, anything. But if it trends and kisses the zero line, then I think nobody invests anymore, and that's the risk we are running right now.
Just one point I just want to add is about, if you say one digital transaction or one payment transaction, we also have to probably look at segmenting this further. For example, it's a P2P versus a P2M. a large merchant versus a small merchant, a large value transaction versus a small transaction, instant settlement transaction versus a deferred net settlement transaction. So all those elements also come into play when we look at charges. And if you are giving something which is typically like which I have pre-stored in my card versus which I borrow and then use, the typical dimensions could also be there to a charging pattern. We don't somehow get into this factor that depending on the quality of service or need, I can be expected to pay. It's like putting everybody on the same keel. It doesn't sound nice. So I will be happy to get those sorts of inputs. We will be happy to examine them as well.
You know, that makes a lot of sense, sir. And if we read through the discussion paper that came out, it is pretty comprehensive and tries to ask all of these questions. It actually asks a lot of questions on how should we balance this. And I think, I think a lot of debate and discussion has been that maybe the answer is somewhere nuanced. It is probably not as simple as everything being free, but it's probably not as simple as let it completely be to the market. I think it's somewhere in between, and maybe different answer for different segments and different kind of charges. So we'll, of course, all of us will submit our responses, and we'll look forward to how that shapes up. I'll just quickly, given that we have limited time, I'll quickly jump to one of the most important aspects of this is inclusion and consumer protection, right? So with digital payments being and the kind of scale it has seen, of course, we have driven it to the masses, and along with that, there are all kinds of issues that consumers start facing. And I know RBI has done a lot of stuff with the Ombudsman program to now the online dispute resolution that is being pushed out. A lot of things to ensure that consumers are protected at the end of the day. So what are your expectations from the industry on what more could the industry itself do to solve that problem, to solve and to most extent the consumer protection problem? Because as we drive inclusion towards the lowest segment of society, how do we ensure that they remain protected while this innovation is happening?
So as I was mentioning that the fintechs and other people who are quite rich on technology and adoption, see, you also have to ensure that the customer gets an hearing. If he has to raise a voice or if he has to complain about anything, the person has to be given an audience in whichever way you can. But some of the experiences which we as individuals have seen, you go through some numbers and you are unable to probably reach out to somebody. And even those set of questions that are there for which you have to respond, they may not really suit your need as well. So you have to actually escalate the way in which you can respond to a grievance. And the way in which the customer is feeling comfortable may not be the national languages. There can be people or areas where they are more comfortable with the local languages as well, the vernacular ones. So we need to be conscious of their requirements as well. Because a person who is dissatisfied with the service will take a little longer time to come back. A person who is satisfied will tell a couple of others also to maybe entertain or accept this service from a company which he has liked. So we have to take care of that. And when you are also giving out lots of figures about your daily active users and monthly active users, please also give out figures on how many complaints you get and how much time you have taken to resolve those complaints. You have a 360-degree view of your own services, because it's also about people who could get resolution in time. I am seeing so many messages on Twitter. If somebody complains about an entity or about a product, immediately they are told that please DM us. I don't know whether there is an option for them to DM. If they exercise that option, whether they're actually entertained and their problem is resolved, is something which needs to be also looked at by the entities. And the resolution need not always be in favor of the consumer, because there could be places where the consumer accepts that it has been his fault, but he needs to be heard. And in some places and in some cases, there is no harm in actually taking care of the small values or small complaints of customers, so that the bigger ones, people may not complain much. So we have to again segment some of these things. One is getting an audience for the customer, then resolving it in a reasonable time. And let us also see some commitments that you make, that no complaint will remain unresolved or unresponded to in the next, say, 3 hours, 4 hours. And when we have come out with, you mentioned about ODR, we have come out with ODR a couple of years ago now, but the offtake is very slow. While we are very happy with the way the onboarding happens, the reach out happens, we also have to see that the dispute resolution is also taken care of. I have to take one example. Bankers are there, but let me not hesitate to take this example. When we have come out with these 24/7 systems, the expectations are also that people can make a transfer on a Saturday evening or on a Sunday morning. But we have some responses from banks saying that you have a compensation framework also as part of your various service expectations. We don't mind paying that penalty because I cannot afford to give services on a Saturday or Sunday. It's definitely not acceptable. We do agree that you have time constraints. So Friday evening at 6 if you shut off, and Monday morning if you open shop at 10 and you think that you can compensate the customer, please believe me, you are actually inviting trouble. So I am saying the grievance redressal has to be scaled up. People have to also have access to escalation matrices, and people have to be answered. That is one. Second thing is, it won't be difficult for somebody else, maybe you don't say the regulator or somebody else, to put out numbers saying that this was the entity which got so many complaints, this was the entity who could not respond in time in 24 hours. Now, those will be yardsticks based on which we also evaluate a company's existence, performance in the ecosystem. So please believe in me when I say that you have to handle this expectation more responsibly, and the present dispensation doesn't give this satisfaction. Of course, RBI Ombudsman scheme is there. We should not be the first resort. Sometimes it so happens that the complaints get returned because we are the first resort. The first resort is always the entity that is giving you the service, and if you're not satisfied, you can come to the Reserve Bank. So please do that, and we don't get us to be on the wrong side of you for such reasons. We will be very happy if you pay equal attention to business growth and customer grievance redressal as well.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, sir, and that covers a very wide area of issues that, that need to be solved. And it's not just a regulator's problem, it's the industry's problem as well, because if cloud scales up.
So I think Sir mentioned a lot of the curative aspects which we all have to actually get better at, and I think localization is one element that I think everyone's not managed to do. It's, even in this day and age, it's easier to have a call center where people can respond in 22 languages than to actually build apps that do it well, unfortunately. Like, that's just a global problem. But I think, I dare say, I think fintechs or startups in general are more empathetic on the consumer grievance redressal side, where I think we can collaborate a lot more, should be on the preventive side. So, central initiatives from the central bank, tokenization, 2FA, there's always adoption pain, but there is huge gain systemically. Where I think as an industry, again, this goes back to the data pools thing. One thing I would love to see, where I think as a payments industry and banking industry, we really need to work together, is all these social engineering scams and fraudsters, right? We still don't have a database where your known fraudster list and my fraudster list and the bank's fraudster list is pooled. And this is something we've been working on, and then there's an initiative from the government side, and FIU is trying to build one, the regulators here has got one. We need one national database. The risk with that is that somebody mistakenly makes an entry and a consumer's life could become a hell. So we need the countermeasures there as well, and that has to be coming from the regulator or government agency. We can't decide the fate of a consumer by labeling somebody as a fraudster for life. That said, we need that database, because that to me is where people are most prone to getting hurt. And that's one area where also our ability to actually offer any redressal is very poor. Once a fraud happens, you can't really do much. I think that's an area where we all can collaborate a lot more.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. And so,
yeah, see, we always talk about know your customer. I also want you to dwell more on, look at know your merchant or the person whom you're onboarding. So sometimes we have seen that the first mover or the second mover takes away a bigger chunk of the ecosystem, and what is left is what the others want to reach out to, and whether the rest are good or not, people are trying to onboard them, and in the process we are seeing that the due diligence standards have been diluted, because of which the bad experience increases, because of which nobody is able to do anything. So I here will be actually expecting more from the industry in terms of not just having your own blacklist, how we can collaborate together to have an industry level blacklist which can be used by ARCLs. Please do not expect the regulator to come and step in for every one of these requirements. And second aspect is, of course, when you try these initiatives, there will be these false positives and negatives. Those are parts of the game. But we can have a system where what you do to onboard and the experience you actually have in ensuring that the bad players remain out, it should be also enjoyed by everyone. And nobody should be, any other entity should not go through the entire process to also keep somebody out. So I feel you should collaborate more. You have wonderful teams sitting here who are able to arrange such events. I also feel that if people can all collaborate together to see such industry level initiatives also being scaled up.
I know we have limited time. I'll just have the last question on what's next for digital payments. Like there have been a lot of new initiatives that have happened, like from tokenization to recurring payments to a lot of scale up in digital transactions. I know there is UPI Lite and a couple of other new initiatives coming in, which will drive further inclusion. But from your perspective, sir, what next could the industry or all of us do to take digital payments to the next frontier, to the next 100 million people?
Let's not look at next 100 million alone, because we have the globe as our playground. So we are going to go to international markets. Look at a bigger number. And many initiatives have been announced. They need to take a little bit time to pick up steam as well. But you would have seen the vision document that Reserve Bank has brought out, 2020-25, December. We have highlighted a number of things we want to achieve. My urge to everyone is to help us deliver on the commitments that we have made in the vision document. Kindly do partner with us. But the beauty of fintech, the beauty of innovation is the surprises that it offers. No, we don't want to be prejudiced. We don't want to prejudge what is going to come. We are willing to be receptive to new thoughts, new ideas, the manner in which the delivery can happen to each and every segment in the ecosystem. I did mention one or two things that T+4 is something which is gone by. So let us come closer. And I also said that no point in now aggregating and coming to a netting level of transactions. DVP3 was when technology was very bad. DVP1 is the way now. Let us look at gross and other risks that come in because of netting. So we have to take care of that. The world, as I said, is our playground because many new markets are interested in us. And they have seen the way in which we have had these partnerships. So they expect the same things to be made available to them. So you will be very happy to get a bigger audience and a number of new markets to reach, because we are collaborating and we are helping you do that. So kindly partner with us. In the domestic segment as well, as I said, a couple of expectations about what more we can bring in. We do have certain ideas on that. And as and when the payment systems become, say, more used 24/7, the expectations will also be for the markets to be available for a longer time as well. So we have said 24/7 for the 24/5 for the forex markets in terms of rates, etc. There won't be a day that is very far off, and people will expect the markets to open early, end late. There was another announcement which was made yesterday by one of the other regulators about what has been the good experience of UPI in the IPO could also be explored or experienced by the people in the secondary market as well. So multiple opportunities are available, multiple expectations are there. It will always be nice to wait for some of those things. And my request a little while earlier is, when these things come up, kindly do not be found wanting or lacking. Be available. The frequent requests that come to us from the industry is that, sir, go slow. And we don't have resources to be given to all the priorities, so kindly prioritize them for us. No, it doesn't work like that. So you have to have priorities, you have to have resources that can take care of the priorities. Business growth will always happen if you partner for this system growth as well. So kindly cooperate with us. That is my request from the industry, from each one of you, young, senior, etc. Kindly see that we don't have to actually look at prioritization. We will partner with every initiative that is coming up, and you can just say that I'll be the first one to come out with. When we are getting into some of the new products and some of the new markets, we are actually requesting banks and players, why don't you be the pilot one? They are saying, sir, please leave me alone this time, next time I'll come. We don't want that to be the situation. Honestly. So we want to have a good reach. Everyone should be in this. So kindly help us, and let us wish and expect that the global fintech is actually global. The payment systems are actually global, and payment systems will lead the way for global integration, for financial services to be also transcended to greater levels going forward.
Samir, what is your opinion? Of course, sir spoke a lot about almost every segment of fintech, but what are some of the things that you look forward to?
So I think definitely UPI International, just more because I would love to see a homegrown network and ecosystem just become sort of the poster child for digital payments forward, right? Just as a citizen, I'd be very, very thrilled. Uh, at a personal level, I'm equally excited about UPI 123. I know we don't talk about it often enough. Also, I think there's a view that feature phones may convert. But if you're talking inclusion, that's really where like you want to solve for. We've done brilliantly with QR codes, cheap QR codes, by solving for the vegetable bhaji walas and the fruit vendors and everyone who was not getting service in the POS world. We've not managed to do that for the consumer. So I'm very excited about that one. So those are two completely orthogonal plays. What I think I'm really excited about beyond that over the next 4 to 5 years is finally the promise of payments data getting harnessed for financial services, micro and mid-sized financial services getting opened up. I know the data is there now. All of us have it in some combination. At some point, we will start seeing that value unlocked to be able to offer cheaper and more direct services beyond just payments. I think that's the one that really will sort of, when we talk financial inclusion, we don't just say payments inclusion, obviously. So that's the one that is lurking. I can sniff it. It's there somewhere. We just don't know exactly how to get there.
No, I know we are out of time. I don't know if you have time for a few questions. Yeah, we can take a few questions. Yeah. You can take the mic.
Hello.
Thank you.
So from the speech, what I understood that regulator somewhere is not confident that whether they're meeting the industry expectations. But I can tell you with authority, because we do the curation for more than 50 countries, and you are doing excellent job. So don't have any apprehensions on that. Now coming to the question. If you are a regulator, you need to have a knowledge more than the market participant. So how are you ensuring that you are more knowledgeable than the market participant, and how open you are to acquire knowledge through unconventional ways?
So,
the proof of the pudding, I feel, should be in the way you are looking at the regulator and the regulations that have come in. If you feel that we have been found wanting or we did not have the knowledge to come out with these regulations, I'll accept newer ways of learning as well. But we do engage enormously with the industry. We do come out with multiple discussion papers trying to present our points of view the way we understand, and we do expect the inputs that come in to also say that, boss, you are wrong on this, or boss, you could also give some more thoughts to these sides as well. So we do take a lot of inputs from those papers and the discussions we have. We have not hesitated to meet the industry. We do have lots of interactions with the players, one-on-one, groups, etc. And we do hear. And many a time I have been requesting industry players to come and share the way you are developing an app or a particular product or even something which on the security side as well, to come and share with our team also. Couple of bad experiences we have had where the industry is not willing to share. I am saying that here we are only students to learn. So do not hesitate to come and share with us. And please do not think that if you share something with us that we are going to use it on you or we are going to use it on the industry. Absolutely no two thoughts on that. And this is a segment where nobody knows how it is going to pan out tomorrow. So sometimes we are also putting our foot in a puddle of water, maybe in the dark as well. So we don't know. And some of the systems that are now available 24/7 do also give us some sleepless nights, because sometimes the transactions are delayed or some other issues are emerging late in the night or early in the morning. We also try to reach out and see why exactly it's happening. So it's a process, and over a period of time, please believe in me, there is nothing like a single solution for regulation. Regulation evolves, and I'll be very happy to say that we will evolve with the way industry evolves. We don't want to set some high expectations or high compliance costs. That is absolutely no thought of ours. And generally, if you if you have been listening to Reserve Bank, we are trying to be a catalyst. We are not trying to be a overseer or a regulator. We are trying to put systems of ours which can be used by the industry. We are trying to see how best your systems can be taken forward. Sometimes you may find that our approach is very, maybe not very aggressive. For example, if you bring in something on customer centricity, I didn't want to raise, but Samirji mentioned about tokenization. If you bring in something that is consumer centric, please don't think that it's a bad move. And let's also publicize this part to the global world that this is also a good approach. Interoperability, the customer centricity is also a good approach. So I will be very glad if more such interactions are there. We can learn more from the industry. The players like you, the persons like you or youngsters, kindly do share your ideas. You can always, I am just a mail or a call away. You are most welcome to use any of these channels. But we will learn by our experience, and if you are found wanting, we don't mind learning. Samirji said he's in 40s. I am in almost nearing 60s, but still I don't mind learning from you more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And given that we are out of time, we'll end it here. I know this conversation could go on for very long. It was a very interesting debate, but thank you for the honest conversation from both of you and for everyone for participating.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you once again, sir, for joining us. We're going to request all of you to please come together for a quick group photograph as well. And we managed to gather some very, very interesting and very candid thoughts as well. Thank you so much, sir, for that detailed explanation and for sharing those interesting nuggets of perspectives with all of us. We'd like to thank Mr. Harshal. We'd like to thank Sri P. Vasudevan as well and Mr. Sameer. And I think we can also notice that there's tremendous amount of that openness in the conversation. And I'm sure our members of the audience, after every session, as I notice, are eager to connect with our speakers to ask more about all that's happening across the ecosystem or to discuss the future initiatives, all that and more. And that truly stems from the fact that all the conversations taking place on the stage are absolutely transparent, open, and at the same time thought-provoking. So on that thought-provoking note, we are also quickly going to march ahead towards our next session. I'm sure all of us have taken a good look at the agenda, and this is a very relevant session to all of us. While we come together as a community, we're also consumers at the heart of it. And we have experienced this kind of change over the last few years. We've seen, especially since the year 2016 as well, how a lot of change has taken place in the way we transact, in the way we communicate, or for that matter, in the way we do businesses. So this is going to be one of the most relevant conversations for all of us. And the only way we can take this relevance forward is if everybody takes their seats, because it's time to bring on board our next two speakers on stage. I'm going to humbly request everyone to very quickly please take your seats. And we can also urge you all to continue this conversation offline in case of any further queries, but I'm going to request you to please take it offline. We're now going to focus all our energies on finding out, as we all know, of course, but we'll find out more about how fintechs are actually changing businesses, or for that matter, consumers and the entire world, one innovation at a time. These ideas, these innovations are the reason why businesses are able to scale, or for that matter, ideas are able to become businesses. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the august presence of Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karad, Minister of State of Finance, Government of India. Please put your hands together to welcome our very pioneering leader, Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karad, on stage. And joining him, we have none other than the Indian technology entrepreneur, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, CEO and Managing Director, Paytm. Can we have a thunderous round of applause, an innovative round of applause, as we hear it for innovation and for this very engaging conversation. And I request Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma to please take it forward from here. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think, first of all, we have to say hip hip hooray to the hosts of this event, Global FinTech Festival, because the way and the size and the enormous impact that it is creating already. So the cheers to the hosts and the organizers of this event. It truly is global in the sense that this country is, nearly everyone who is someone is here. And today we have our Honorable Minister of State of Finance with us for these conversations. So, and in the morning, we get to hear from RBI. So, sir, I'm going to have some conversations with you. Thank you so much for joining us here. And on behalf of people who are in jeans and sneakers, what is the message that it gives that a minister of finance here is in middle of these young entrepreneurs, fintechs? What do you think as government of India? What is the message here for us to take that you are here in person, which is very inspiring for us, very motivating for us? What is the message that you're coming here with, sir?
आज भारत देश की फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल मुंबई में ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल फिनटेक फेस्टिवल हो रहा है और मैं महाराष्ट्र से ही आता हूँ। जब मुझे इस प्रोग्राम के लिए इनवाइट किया तो मैं सोचा मुझे जाना है, और अभी शर्मा जी ने जैसे पूछा मुझे कि आप भारत सरकार के मंत्री होते ही आप यहाँ आने का क्या मकसद है। मैं एक बताना चाहता हूँ कि भारत देश पूरे दुनिया में डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में आगे है, और उतना ही नहीं, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन हो, फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस हो, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी हो, हर जगह भारत आगे जा रहा है। और ऐसा ये मौका है कि जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा फाइनेंशियल के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स इकट्ठा होके अलग अलग टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में डिस्कशन हो रहा है, और इस डिस्कशन में नई टेक्नोलॉजी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट करके फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर आगे कैसा बढ़े, इस सब प्रोग्राम में भारत सरकार आपके साथ है। हर तरीके से चाहे वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे वो फाइनेंस हो, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट हो, भारत सरकार आपको देने के लिए तैयार है। और भारत सरकार के मंत्रीगण हो या अधिकारीगण हो, सभी को पता है कि आगे अगर भारत को लेके जाना है इकोनॉमिक सेक्टर में, तो फिनटेक का इनोवेशन बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। इसलिए मैं ये समझा कि ये इस ग्लोबल फेस्टिवल में जाना अनिवार्य है, इसलिए मैं आया हूँ।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद। बहुत अच्छी बात बोली आपने सर। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम सब लोग, जैसे आप देख रहे हैं NPCI का लोगो है वहाँ पे, ये भारत की एक फाइनेंशियल टेक्नोलॉजी की कर्ता धर्ता कंपनी है। उनके द्वारा बनाए हुए UPI सिस्टम को, जिसकी हम आज पूरे देश दुनिया में बात करते हैं, उसके लिए जो सपोर्ट भारत सरकार ने दिया है, वो सबसे बड़ा कर्ता धर्ता है इसको बड़े होने में। क्योंकि अभी दुकानदार को पैसा नहीं देना पड़ता, भारत सरकार उसको पैसा डाल रही है। मतलब उसका पैसा जो कॉस्ट है वो भारत सरकार वहन करता है, और भारत सरकार इन कंपनियों को, हमारी जैसी कंपनियों को एक तरीके से ग्रांट देता है। तो सर, मैं आपको अपनी तरफ से, सारे फिनटेक कंपनियों की तरफ से, और सारे जो टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र के एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, उनके बिहाफ पे भी थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आप भारत सरकार के बिहाफ पे जो आप कमिटमेंट देने के लिए हैं यहाँ पे, और जो सपोर्ट मिलता है, उसकी वजह से हमें एक तरह से ऊर्जा मिलती है कि हम भी आगे बढ़ें और कुछ करें। सर, आप ये बताइए कि अगर हम भारत सरकार के पर्पज़ और मोटिवेशंस और अपने जो टारगेट देखें, उसके क्षेत्र में कुछ फिनटेक अपनी तरफ से कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, कुछ हमारी तरफ से कंट्रीब्यूशन आ सकता है, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ें क्या हैं फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर में जिस पे फिनटेक को काम करना चाहिए?
भारत सरकार जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चल रही है, और प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा गाइड करते हैं, तो दो तीन चीज़ मैं बताना चाहता हूँ। जैसे 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री की शपथ ली, और उसी टाइम, उसी साल से, उस वक्त से जो एक बैंक सेक्टर था, तो आम जनता के लिए ओपन करने का कोशिश किया, और उसी के माध्यम से प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना जो शुरू की, प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना के माध्यम से भारत सरकार तो बाकायदा से लक्ष्य दे रही थी, लेकिन मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि बैंक हर कॉलोनी में, हर सेक्टर में, हर गली में जाके गरीब जनता के अकाउंट खोले। उतना ही नहीं तो अकाउंट के साथ अभी प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा बीमा योजना, उनको भी गरीब लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया, उनको रुपए कार्ड दिया। 45 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों का अकाउंट ओपन किया।
जी सर।
तो ये सब चीज करने का एक ही मकसद था कि गरीब से गरीब लोगों को बैंकिंग सेक्टर में इन्वॉल्व किए जाए। और उसके आगे एक सेक्टर हो गया कि जहां बैंकिंग फॉर अनबैंकर एक होगा।
जी सर।
उसके आगे जो पेमेंट सिस्टम, हर टाइम बैंक में जाना और पेमेंट करना या चेक इशू करना, ये भी पॉसिबल नहीं था। तो यहाँ फिनटेक का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल रहा है, जिसमें यूपीआई सिस्टम हो, उसके माध्यम से हम यस जो रुपी कार्ड, इस सब के माध्यम से हम अच्छी तरह से पेमेंट कर सके। और इसी में फिनटेक का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। और हम सब पर्टिकुलरली सीनियर लोगों को पता है, एक टाइम ऐसा था इस भारत देश में, केंद्र से अगर 100 रुपए भेजे तो अलग अलग जो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम थी उसमें सिर्फ 15 रुपए तक जो जिसके नाम पे स्कीम है उसके ऊपर जाते थे, 85 रुपीज नहीं जाते थे। लेकिन फिनटेक से माध्यम से अलग अलग योजना के जो रुपीज जो आते हैं तो 100% डीबीटी को मिलते हैं। तो ये फिनटेक का रिवॉल्यूशन है और फिनटेक की वजह से ये रिवॉल्यूशन हो रहा है। और ऐसे ये फिनटेक जो मुझे लगता है कि पहली बार इतने बड़े लेवल पे मुंबई में हो रही है, तो इसलिए मैं आपका पर्टिकुलरली ऑर्गेनाइजर का दिल से अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं और इनको प्रमोट करने के लिए ये चीज़ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा और कैसा बढ़े, हम भारतवासियों को इसकी मदद कैसी मिले। और हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी सिर्फ भारत में ही नहीं तो पूरे दुनिया में, एक भारत इस क्षेत्र में डेवलप्ड कंट्री है ऐसा कहने बने, इस सपोर्ट करने के लिए हम फिनटेक महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा ले रहा है और इसका हमारा मस्तक।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू, धन्यवाद सर। और मैं बताना चाहता हूँ आपका यहाँ होना, भारत सरकार की मदद मिलना और साथ में ही हमारे रेगुलेटर भारतीय रिजर्व बैंक का यहाँ होना और उनके यहाँ पे आके जिस तरह से कल माननीय गवर्नर सर ने जिस प्रकार से अपने इनॉग्रेशन करे 3 नए प्रोडक्ट्स के और रिजर्व बैंक के जो अधिकारीगण हैं आके वो हमारे साथ इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग है सर। हम एक यंग सेट ऑफ लोग हैं, यंग कंपनी है और आप अगर देखें तो बैंक और फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है इकोनॉमी के लिए, उसको एक तरीके से कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। फिनटेक यानी कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम का टेक्नोलॉजी कंपोनेंट, इन अदर वर्ड्स वी आर द कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री, हम उनको कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। तो सर इसके क्षेत्र में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी तो डिजिटल क्रांति की बात करते हैं, देश में डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, तो फाइनेंशियल क्रांति की अगर हम बात करें, जैसे कि आप मिनिस्टर फाइनेंस इंडस्ट्री के, ऐसी 1-2 चीज़ें जिनको कि आप चाहें कि फिनटेक अपनी तरफ से अच्छी तरह से देखें। जैसे आपने खुद ही बताया कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की जनधन आधार योजना के अंतर्गत जिस प्रकार से अकाउंट खुले, फिर आज हम अपने भारतीय पेमेंट सिस्टम की प्रणाली की बात दुनिया भर में करते हैं। तो ऐसी 1-2 चीज़ें फाइनेंस इंडस्ट्री के हिसाब से आप कह सकते हैं, जैसे आपने बताया अपनी इंश्योरेंस के बारे में बताया, आपने क्रेडिट के बारे में होता है, वेल्थ के बारे में होता है, कैसी ऐसी चीज़ें जिनको कि भारत सरकार को लगे कि फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के क्षेत्र में हम कुछ कर पाए, हम फिनटेक यंग कंपनियां कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर पाए, ऐसे कौन से महत्वपूर्ण अंग हैं और टारगेट हैं, कुछ लक्ष्य हैं जिनकी तरफ हम फिनटेक्स को काम करना चाहिए?
आज इस हॉल में हमारे देश की फिनटेक वाली बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी, अच्छी कंपनी आई है। और आपके माध्यम से मैं सभी भारतीयों को फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर में अलग अलग सुविधा कैसे मिले ये मैं अपेक्षित करता हूं। इसमें पर्टिकुलरली सब जो एखादा भारतीय देहात में रहता हुआ या अर्बन में रहते हुए थोड़ा लिटरेट हो या ज़्यादा लिटरेट हो, लेकिन इस सभी को फिनटेक के बारे में नॉलेज कैसा मिले, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुझे लगता है। उसी के साथ समझो फिनटेक का नॉलेज मिले, लेकिन उसको प्रोटेक्शन कैसा मिले, फिनटेक के बारे में प्रोटेक्शन कैसा मिले
जी,
वो भी जरूरी है। समझो फिनटेक के माध्यम से हम मनी ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं तो उसी को कॉन्फिडेंस भी आना चाहिए और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ उसको प्रोटेक्शन भी चाहिए। जैसे कि समझो रॉन्ग ट्रांसफर या हो गया तो उसी के अगर एक आधा रॉन्ग ट्रांसफर हो गया तो इमीडिएट उसको मदद भी कैसा मिले, ये भी होना जरूरी है।
जी, फ्रॉडस्टर्स आ जाते हैं, फ्रॉडस्टर्स अकाउंट टेक ओवर करते हैं देश में।
yes, yes.
जैसा आपने बताया, डिजिटल लिटरेसी एक चीज़ है, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, क्योंकि कॉमन व्यक्ति को अंदाज़ा नहीं होता कि फ़ोन कॉल पे से कॉल आया तो मैं इस फलां बैंक से बोल रहा हूँ या फलां ऐप से बोल रहा हूँ, तो वो ज़रूरी नहीं है वहाँ से बोल रहा हूँ। ये लिटरेसी आपने सही तरफ पॉइंट किया है सर।
तीसरा मैं अपेक्षित करता हूँ कि हम सब अगर मिलके चले तो बड़ा काम हो सकता है।
जी सर।
यानी कोलैबोरेशन होना जरूरी है।
अच्छा, आप बात कर रहे हैं बड़ी बैंक और फिनटेक के कोलैबोरेशन की?
यस यस।
अच्छा,
समझो एक और एक, इसका दो भी हो सकता है, 1 and 1 उसका अगर मिलाए तो 2 भी हो सकता है, और 1 उसका 11 भी हो सकता है। तो हमें 11 बनना है, 2 बनना नहीं है।
क्या बात है।
इसीलिए हमें कोलैबोरेशन बैंक के साथ भी करना है और हम साथ भी अगर मिले, क्योंकि भारत ये बहुत बड़ा देश है और इस देश में हम मिलके चले तो आगे बहुत बड़े बन सकते हैं और ये फिनटेक इंडस्ट्री बहुत बड़ी हो सकती है। उससे आगे मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि सिर्फ हमें अगर हम अच्छे बड़े बने, अगर हम भारत देश को तो लीड करेंगे, लेकिन आगे हम दुनिया को भी लीड कर सकते हैं। So we want to serve world through this fintechs, and in financial sector there is a sky is a limit for developing the fintech center. So on this occasion I suggest to all the entrepreneur in this system to come together, work together, collaborate each other, exchange the knowledge and serve the humanity first in the India and then the world. And I am sure जिस तरीके से भारत देश में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काम हो रहा है, तो एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि भारत सबसे आगे जाएगा।
बहुत से
जैसा हमारे पास जाम ट्राइनिटी है, जनधन अकाउंट डाटा अवेलेबल है, ये डाटा को हमने आधार कार्ड को लिंक किया है, मोबाइल को लिंक किया है, जाम ट्राइनिटी है। और ये जो स्टैटिस्टिक है सिर्फ भारत देश के पास
जी सर।
और इसी के माध्यम से जब मैं एक दो एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूं, जब 9 अगस्त को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक बटन दबाया तो 11.5 करोड़ लोगों को एक साथ फाइनेंस जो कुछ मदद है दे सके। उतना ही नहीं तो उन लोगों को जिनको मदद मिली है उनको एसएमएस गया कि आपके अकाउंट में इतना पैसा जम गया। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। दिस इज ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी। सो टेक्नोलॉजी को इम्पोर्टेंस देते हुए हमें मिलकर काम करना है और नए नए इनोवेशंस भी करना है और इनोवेशंस को रिस्पेक्ट देके, इनोवेशन को रिस्पेक्ट देके टेक्नोलॉजी का आधार लेके हमें काम करना है, जिसमें हम और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं।
सर, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अपने भारत को विश्व गुरु की तरह देखना पसंद करते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, और हम सब जो टेक्नोलॉजी के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं उसमें कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करने की बात करते हैं। और आपने आज और भी बड़ी बात बोली कि सर्विंग द ह्यूमैनिटी, it should not be limited to serve only the fellow citizens of this country. It should inspire the countries and many other places to build something technology wise. And India, जिसको कि सर अगेन हमारा जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत और स्वावलंबन भारत और सेल्फ डिपेंडेंट इंडिया बनने का सपना है वो पूरा करें और उसको आगे भी लेके जाएं। आपका कहना है कि हमें दुनिया के पटल पे अपने को देखना चाहिए, ना सिर्फ अपने देश पे देखना चाहिए।
हम कुछ एग्जाम्पल देना चाहते हैं। आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव हमने 1 साल मनाया, और ये मनाने के बाद अभी लाल किले से जब प्रधानमंत्री जी स्पीच दे रहे थे तो 15 अगस्त का दिन था। उसी दिन वो बोले कि आज के पहाड़ से, मॉर्निंग से अमृतकाल चल रहा है।
जी सर।
और ये अमृतकाल भारत देश के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
जी।
हर सेक्टर में महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन एवरी सेक्टर इस फाइनेंस के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। और फाइनेंस में भी नया टेक्नोलॉजी जो है ये फिनटेक है, और इसी का आधार लेते हुए मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, जो लास्ट ईयर का जो बजट डिक्लेयर हुआ उस बजट में डिजिटल बैंक्स हम इंडिया में 75 स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उसका उद्घाटन करेंगे। लेकिन डिजिटल बैंक्स, डिजिटल रुपए, दिस इज ऑल द न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज, एंड विच इज टू अडॉप्ट दिस टेक्नोलॉजी, ये बहुत ही इजी रहेगा, अच्छा रहेगा, टाइम कंज्यूमिंग नहीं रहेगा, एक्सपेंसेस लेस आएंगे। तो हर चीज़ का इसमें तरीका इम्पोर्टेंस है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
सर, आपने बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से अपनी बात कही और उसमें एक नई चीज़ जोड़ी, डिजिटल रुपी, जिसको सेंट्रल बैंक डिजिटल करेंसी भी बोलते हैं। तो सर मतलब मैं ये कहूँगा कि हमारे देश ने बहुत सारी इनोवेशंस करी हैं, तो आपका मानना है कि डिजिटल रुपी हमारे देश की एक बड़ी इनोवेशन और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इनोवेशन बनेगी?
आप तो फाइनेंशियल टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग, फिनटेक के लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं। क्रिप्टो करेंसी के बारे में बहुत ही डिस्कशन चल रहा था। तो क्रिप्टो करेंसी के लिए हमारे देश में तो सेंट्रल बैंक यानी आरबीआई के माध्यम से परमिशन तो नहीं है, लेकिन डिजिटल रुपए आने के बाद एक खुद का भारत देश का एक रुपये रहेगा, जिसके ऊपर आरबीआई का कंट्रोल रहेगा, और ये डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रहेंगी। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है, जैसे कुछ देश में जब हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, जो अभी एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट सब डॉलर में होता था, लेकिन कुछ देश में हम भारत देश के माध्यम से, भारत देश अभी रुपये में भी एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। तो एक बार ये डिजिटल रुपये शुरू हो गया तो हमारा इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगा और हम सभी लोगों के लिए बहुत ही अच्छी सुविधा होंगी, इसमें कुछ डाउट नहीं है।
हाँ सर, मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ, ये बहुत ही फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग और बहुत ही प्रोफाउंड कमिटमेंट है भारत सरकार का और रेगुलेटर का हमारे देश के, कि डिजिटल करेंसी की तरफ हम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, और वो भी इस तरीके से कर रहे हैं कि हम मल्टी कंट्री उसका यूज़ देख पाएँ। सर, दिस इज़ वेरी इंस्पायरिंग। मैं सर वापस लाता हूँ इसको अपने देश के ऊपर, और अब मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि आपने जैसे जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल जैम ट्रिनिटी का नाम लिया, फिर आपने पेमेंट सिस्टम्स की बात करी, तो अब अगर हम फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में आगे जाएं तो एक नई माइलस्टोन और मापदंड आता है कि कितने लोगों को क्रेडिट मिला, यानी कि कितने देश के गरीबों को, कितने देश के छोटे दुकानदारों को, कितने देश के छोटे लोगों को क्रेडिट पहुंच पाया। इसके क्षेत्र में भारत सरकार ने स्वनिधि प्रोग्राम बनाया, भारत सरकार ने गारंटी दी। तो आपका क्रेडिट के प्रति क्या रुझान और अभियान है? किस प्रकार से आप देखना चाहते हैं कि क्या फिनटेक रोल प्ले कर सकती हैं? क्या आपने एक और अच्छी बात बोली, एक और एक 11 वाली बात, कि बैंक और आप को एग्जिस्ट करें, 1+1 कम ना बने, 2 भी ना बने, 11 बने। तो आपका जो इंडिकेशन है, हिंट है, वो ये है कि फिनटेक और बैंक मिलके ज़्यादा ताकतवर होंगे। मतलब साथ में मिलके ताकतवर बने। तो उस क्षेत्र में क्रेडिट, जिसको कि एक तरीके से कहा जाता है कि देश की इकोनॉमी की ग्रोथ में वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर इज द क्रेडिट डिस्बर्समेंट। तो भारत सरकार की तरफ से स्मॉल क्रेडिट, छोटा क्रेडिट, 1 लाख रुपया, 50,000 रुपया, 10,000 रुपया क्रेडिट की तरफ से क्या मदद है, क्या पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है, क्या अंदाज है, और हम लोग उससे क्या सीख सकते हैं सर, क्या कर सकते हैं?
तो क्रेडिट के ऊपर जाने के पहले मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, हमारे पास, हमारे देश में जो बैंक्स है, पर्टिकुलरली पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक की बात कर रहा मैं, तो सभी पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स लास्ट ईयर का अगर उनका बैलेंस शीट देखे तो प्रॉफिट में।
जी सर।
पहले प्रॉफिट में नहीं रहते
नहीं
थे,
थे।
प्रॉफिट में है।
हाँ।
ये थोड़ा जो कुछ है ये रेगुलेटरी के हिसाब से है, कुछ निर्बंध जो है वो हिसाब से चल रहे, इसलिए प्रॉफिट में है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ।
बिल्कुल सर, ये बात सर मैं खुद भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे देश के रेगुलेटर ने जिस तरह से प्रूडेंट रेगुलेटिंग करी है, मतलब कोविड का समय एक प्रकार से सारी दुनिया भर की इकोनॉमीज़ को देखें तो उनके लिए भूचाल की तरह से संभला है। अमेरिका के अंदर तो अभी तक संभल नहीं पाए हैं, जबकि उन्होंने डिक्लेयर कर दिया है कि कोविड खत्म हो गया है, बट उनका अभी तक फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम में खत्म क्या, कोविड चालू हुआ है, ऐसा लग रहा है, शॉक लगा है उनको। और हमारे देश का फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम, इसमें मैं कहना चाहूँगा हमारे रेगुलेटर और सरकार के बारे में कि उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से इसको हैंडल किया है। ये सर मैं अपनी तरफ से इंडिविजुअल एज ए सिटीजन कह सकता हूँ सर।
मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, अभी कोविड की बात आपने किया, तो कोविड के टाइम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण जी मैडम, इन्होंने अलग अलग जो स्कीम डिक्लेयर किए आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए, भारत बनने के लिए, वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और उसी में से मैं एक स्कीम बताना चाहता हूँ जो एमएसएमई के लिए है। एमएसएमई, हमारी एमएसएमई जो है 30% जीडीपी दे रही है, और एमएसएमई के लिए ECLGLC स्कीम, इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी स्कीम, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रही है।
जी सर।
और इसी के वजह से हम हमारी इकोनॉमी सस्टेन कर सके, और सस्टेन ही नहीं कर सके तो लास्ट कुछ 15 दिन महीना पहले जो IMF की रिपोर्ट आई है, उसके माध्यम से भारत देश पूरे दुनिया में 5वीं नंबर की इकोनॉमी बन के आया।
जी सर।
और हमें इस बात का गर्व है कि जिस देश ने हमारे पे 150 साल राज किया था, उससे ज़्यादा इकोनॉमी हमारी बढ़ी।
सर बहुत ही सही बात बोली है।
हमारी
एक इमोशनल कनेक्ट भी रहना चाहिए, और एक तरह का इमोशनल माइलस्टोन है ये हमारे लिए कि जिन लोगों ने हमारे पर 150 साल राज किया, हमने 75 साल में उनको पीछे छोड़ दिया। बहुत अच्छी बात बोली सर आपने।
तो आपका दूसरा क्वेश्चन था माइक्रो फाइनेंस या गरीब लोगों को मदद कैसा करे।
जी सर।
मैं इस टाइम ये बताना चाहता हूँ, एक आधी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है तो उसको 150 करोड़ लोन तो देना ही चाहिए, और बैंक देती है। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो अलग अलग स्कीम्स है, तो ये स्कीम्स इसीलिए है कि गरीब से गरीब आदमी जो रास्ते पे काम करता है, जो हर दिन सब्जियां बेचता है, भाजीपाला, उसको अगर छोटा व्यवसाय के लिए पैसा चाहिए तो साहूकार की तरफ जाता था, पैसा लेता था, और रात को उसको भले पैसा वापस करता था, उसको इंटरेस्ट ज़्यादा देना पड़ता था।
बिल्कुल सर।
तो ये सब कम करने के लिए या सबसे मदद करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि योजना जैसी स्कीम निकाला, जिसमें कोलैटरल की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ एंड सिर्फ उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन जो अर्बन लोकल बॉडी में उसमें होना चाहिए, उसके पास आधार कार्ड होना चाहिए। ये दो चीज़ अगर बैंक में बताया तो उसको 10,000 रुपये मिलते हैं।
और अगर UPI से पेमेंट ले तो उसका पेमेंट प्रतिदिन की तरह से डिडक्ट भी हो सकता है,
जगत भी हो सकता है।
तो इस तरह से वो बैंकों के लिए भी एक तरीके से कलेक्शन का प्रॉब्लम ना होके कलेक्शन भी आ जाता है।
कलेक्शन भी आ जाता है। यस यस, वेरी
तो
गुड।
डिजिटल पेमेंट, QR पेमेंट भी उसमें जोड़ देते हैं सर। हम तो वही इंडस्ट्री के छात्र हैं, तो हमें उसके बारे में भी बताना चाहिए कि किस प्रकार से हम आपकी ये स्कीम है उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं सर।
बराबर है। तो ये प्रधानमंत्री स्वनिधि योजना की मैं बात कर रहा था, तो इसी के माध्यम से जो हम ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स बोलते हैं, जैसे इनकम बढ़ाने की कोशिश करते हैं, जिसकी रोजगार की बात करते हैं, तो ये गरीब से गरीब लोगों को इन्वॉल्व कैसा करे, इसकी एक एग्जांपल मैं दिया। दूसरा मैं एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ, जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के भी 20 लाख तक पैसा बैंक के माध्यम से मिलता है।
जी।
मुद्रा लोन, जो समझो एकादा कोई ITI बन गया या छोटा मोटा बिजनेस चालू करना है, तो उसको 50,000 से लेके 10 लाख तक कोई भी कोलैटरल न देते हुए लोन मिलता है। तो बहुत सारे स्कीम्स हैं। मुझे पता है कि इसका टाइम शॉर्ट है, लेकिन अलग अलग, जैसे अभी सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जीवन ज्योति बीमा योजना हो या सबसे सस्ती और सबके लिए सिक्योर करने वाली प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा बीमा योजना हो, जिसके माध्यम से हम 20 रुपए भी, जो अभी चाय पिए तो 2 चाय पिए तो 20 रुपए लगते हैं, तो 20 रुपए अगर बैंक में हम जमा करें तो उसको 2 लाख का सिक्योरिटी या इंश्योरेंस मिलता है। और ये अभी जब जनधन अकाउंट खोलते हैं तो उसी के साथ अटैच किया है, 20 रुपए और एक रुपये कार्ड देना, जिसमें से उनको सिक्योर भी रहेंगे और उसी के साथ ये डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हो जाएगा, इसीलिए रुपये कार्ड भी देते हैं। अलग अलग स्कीम्स है। हमारा देश किसान प्रधान देश, किसानों की संख्या ज़्यादा है, हम किसानों के ऊपर निर्भर है, तो किसानों को राहत कैसा मिलना, किसानों को मदद कैसा मिलना, इसके ऊपर भी स्कीम निकाले हैं। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड ये पुरानी स्कीम है, लेकिन उसको इफेक्टिव होना, हर दिन क्या हो रहा है अभी, जैसा समझो खेती डिवाइड होती जा रही है। पहले एक फैमिली को समझो 100 एकड़ खेती रहती थी, अभी 5 एकड़ 4 एकड़ खेती इतना कम हो रही है।
बिल्कुल सही बात।
लेकिन उसको अलाइड एग्रीकल्चर फार्मिंग हम जो बोल सकते हैं, जिसमें एनिमल हस्बेंड्री हो या फिशरी हो, इसी को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड में इन्वॉल्व किया है। और ऐसे जो गरीब किसानों को भी 1,60,000 किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के माध्यम से विदाउट एनी कोलैटरल पैसा मिल सकता है। ये सब, ये किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्वनिधि योजना हो, मुद्रा लोन हो या सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हो, ये सभी ये लोअर स्टेटा गरीब लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसा इसमें इन्वॉल्व करो, इसलिए है। और ये सब UPI से कनेक्ट करने के वजह से, जिसमें आप लोगों का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है, उनको बैंक में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, जो मैं हर जगह जब स्टेट में जाता हूँ तो उनको बताता हूँ कि अगर स्वनिधि योजना देना है तो सिर्फ इसको एक बार बैंक में जाना पड़ेगा, एक बार। और उससे ज़्यादा मैं आप लोग तो इस फील्ड के हैं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 6 जून लास्ट एक जन समर्थ ऐप खोला है।
जी सर।
जन समर्थ ऐप के माध्यम से समझो मुझे नया लोन लेना है, तो ऐप के ऊपर जा पे ही आप उसको एप्लीकेशन कर सकते हैं, कौन से बैंक क्या रेट इंटरेस्ट दे रही है वो भी समझ सकते हैं। बहुत सारे डेवलपमेंट हो रहे हैं। तो आप इसी में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप लोगों के माध्यम से और कैसा पेनिट्रेट करें, और हमारी देश की पॉपुलेशन अभी भी आई कैन से 50% या मोर देन 50% देहात में है, जहाँ बैंक नहीं है। बैंक है, अभी बैंक है, बैंकिंग का नेटवर्क है, बैंकिंग का बैंक करस्पॉन्डेंट्स मिलते हैं हम, वो है। और नया एक हमने इस बजट में डिसीजन लिया है, जो जहाँ जहाँ पोस्ट ऑफिस है, 1,50,000 पोस्ट ऑफिस में हम बैंकिंग का बिजनेस चालू किया है, चालू कर रहे हैं। कुछ हुआ होगा, कुछ नहीं होगा।
जी सर।
लेकिन मैं इससे आगे जाके बताना चाहता हूँ, जहाँ बैंक नहीं है वहाँ आपके माध्यम से, फिनटेक से माध्यम से हम पहुँच सकते हैं। और ये भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, आप के माध्यम से, फिनटेक के माध्यम से हम काम कर सकते हैं। और ऑल सेक्टर्स, ये कोई बिजनेस हो, उद्योग हो, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर हो, हर जगह फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत है। और फाइनेंस को अगर हर एक आदमी को पहुंचना है तो फिनटेक के माध्यम से पहुंच सकते हैं। हर एक के पास आज मोबाइल है, और मोबाइल के माध्यम से सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी की ज़रूरत है। तो मैं आपसे अपेक्षा करता हूँ, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी में भी आपको थोड़ा
कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाहिए।
हाँ, कल्टिवेट करना चाहिए, बढ़ाना चाहिए।
हाँ।
और मैं जब जहाँ गांव में अलग अलग स्टेट में जाता हूँ, तो हमारी नाबार्ड बैंक है, नाबार्ड के माध्यम से हम फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी वैन्स बनाए जिसमें फिनटेक का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, और हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में नाबार्ड के माध्यम से एक वैन बनी है और वो वैन देहात में जाती है, देहात में लोगों को इकट्ठा करती है, फाइनेंशियल टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में उनको पढ़ाती है।
अच्छा।
तो हम काम कर रहे हैं,
बिल्कुल
हम हमारे माध्यम से सब बैंक के माध्यम से काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपसे ज़्यादा अपेक्षा है टेक्नोलॉजी इज विथ यू, यू आर डूइंग इनोवेशन टेक्नोलॉजी। तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आप सब इकट्ठा होके आज 3 दिन से यहाँ है, इसके बारे में डिस्कशन हुआ होगा, रिसर्च हुआ होगा, आगे क्या करना आप प्लानिंग कर रहे होंगे। और बहुत ही मुझे यहाँ जब मैं आ रहा था तब सब कॉरिडोर में देख रहा था, ऑल द यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, ऑल स्मार्ट, आई एम स्मार्ट इन सेंस बाय नॉलेज स्मार्ट, सब लोग साथ में है, सब जुटे हैं। तो मुझे इस 3 दिन में जो आप डिस्कस करें इसके लिए बहुत ही हमारे पूरे देश के लिए और मानव जात के लिए फायदा होगा, ऐसा मैं करता हूँ।
धन्यवाद सर, आपके शब्द, मतलब मैं तो पहले आपको एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना चाहता हूँ। हम सब लोग एक प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर रिक्रूट करते हैं जो एक तरीके से प्रॉब्लम का स्टेटमेंट समझता है, फिर बताता है कि इसको इस टेक्नोलॉजी को इसके लिए, इस सॉल्यूशन को इसके लिए करें। आपने पूरा हमारे देश में किस प्रकार से भारत सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के और आपकी फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री के अंतर्गत काम कर रही है, आपने स्टार्टिंग से जहाँ से आपने स्वनिधि लोन, मुद्रा लोन, फिर नाबार्ड का रोल, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, तो मतलब पूरे प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर हैं सर आप फाइनेंशियल टेक्नोलॉजी की लैंग्वेज में। अगर आप फिनटेक इंडस्ट्री में होते तो आप एक वन ऑफ द गुड प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर होते, मैं आपको ये बता देता हूँ। बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग है सर आपसे ऐसी बात सुनना, क्योंकि नॉर्मली भारत सरकार के अंदर लोगों को नहीं पता होता कि क्या हो रहा है। आपने तो बिल्कुल प्रोडक्ट की तरीके से हमको बताया, जेन्युइनली वेरी इंस्पायरिंग सर। और आपकी जो ये एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि फिनटेक्स कस्टमर्स को नॉलेज देंगी, फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम की नॉलेज देंगी, ये हमारी एक रोल भी है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हम प्रचार प्रसार हो रहा है मोबाइल ऐप्स का और उसमें समझदारी का, ये रोल ऑब्लिगेशन भी है। हमारे भारत सरकार के अलावा रेगुलेटर ने भी इसके ऊपर बहुत सारा काम करा हुआ है। तो मैं ज़्यादा समय ना लेते हुए आपको ये बताऊंगा कि हमारा टाइम अप हो चुका है, और आपने जिस डिटेल में हमसे बात करी है वो बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग है। मैं फाइनल शब्द एक दो, अगर कोई व्यक्ति है जिसको कोई सवाल पूछना है तो मैं उसको मौका देना चाहता हूं, अगर कोई व्यक्ति माइक ले जाए उनके पास, क्योंकि मेरी तरफ से तो सर आप एक फिनटेक के बहुत ही शानदार प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर की तरह से आए, और जो पूरी तरह से एक आर्किटेक्ट होता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम का, उसकी तरह से आपने समझाया। मेरे को एज अ कस्टमर समझ में आया कि किस तरह से करना है, विद द कमिटमेंट टू कंटिन्यू एंड सपोर्ट द स्कीम्स दैट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया and our regulator is expecting. On behalf of all fintech entrepreneurs, I really thank you for joining us here. And with this, I have one question, and then we will end our session. Yes. Go ahead. We can hear you. Your name is Ankur.
ET now, my question to you is, आपने mention भी किया कि कुछ frauds हैं जो digital lending और जिस तरीके से fintech शुरू हुए हैं उसके बाद आए हैं नज़र में, जिस तरीके से कस्टमर्स को शिकायत हुई है। यहाँ पर रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने हाल ही में डिजिटल लैंडिंग की गाइडलाइंस भी इशू की, लेकिन साथ ही साथ कुछ सजेशंस भी दिए हैं सरकार को कि अगर वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाते हैं तो खासकर वो सेक्टर, वो इलीगल डिजिटल लैंडिंग को कर्ब कर सकते हैं। मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि सरकार वो जो सजेशंस हैं उन पर क्या काम कर रही है?
आई थिंक वो माइटी के सजेशन दिए हैं आरबीआई ने।
आरबीआई ने अभी जो क्या सजेशंस दिया है, जो कुछ है, तो आरबीआई ऑलवेज टेक केयर ऑफ द गुड बैंकिंग और सभी को जस्टिस मिले यही करती है, और नेचुरली जो कुछ सजेशंस है वो गवर्नमेंट उनको ऊपर डिसीजन लेके अच्छी तरह से कैसा इम्प्लीमेंट करने वही काम करती है। इसलिए कि आरबीआई का और सरकार का दोनों का एक ही काम है कि लोगों को सहूलत कैसी मिले, लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस कैसा मिले, विश्वास कैसा रहे, और उसी के साथ सबका व्यवहार कैसा अच्छा रहे। आरबीआई का यही मस्तकत है और हमारा भी वही है। तो आरबीआई ने जो कुछ सजेशन दिया है वो गवर्नमेंट उसको पाल के काम करेगी।
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, thank you on behalf of every entrepreneur here. A standing round of applause for our honorable minister for coming here, sir. Thank you so much. It's genuinely very inspiring to see you. Sir, मैं सर जीन्स और स्निकर में खड़ा हूँ और आप इस तरह से खड़े हैं, ये अपने आप में एक इंडिकेशन है किस तरह से आप कमिटेड हैं हमारी कम्युनिटी के लिए। Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, इसी के साथ we come to the end of another very riveting session. काफ़ी हद तक we managed to get a lot of clarity और मुझे लग भी रहा है कि यहाँ पे there are going to be a lot of questions over here. With that being said, very quickly to inform you all, we're going to take a quick break. और हमारा अगला session जो है will begin exactly at 2:25 p.m. I repeat, our next session will only commence exactly at 2:25 p.m. So in case during the break, I also request you to head to the expo area, take a look. With that being said, I request all of you to please take your seats back inside the hall exactly at 2:25 p.m. for our next set of sessions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the next session is about to begin, we're going to request our delegates in the pre-function area to please proceed inside the hall and take your seats. We're about to get the next session started in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. That was a glimpse into the day one of the Global FinTech Fest 2022. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's once again time to bring the dynamic minds of the industry on the stage. And this time we'll focus more about FinTech and its role in India's MSME growth. To spearhead this session, we have with us someone who's also very passionate about the digital credit and payments and the startups ecosystem. To spearhead the session, we have with us Anurag Sinha, CEO and Director, FPL Technologies, OneCard. And joining him, we have with us Shri Suvendu Pati, Chief General Manager, FinTech Department, Reserve Bank of India. We have with us once again Mr. G. Padmanabhan, Senior Consultant, AZB and Partners, Ex-Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India and Ex-Chairman, Bank of India, and Mr. Pranay Jhaveri, Managing Director, India and South Asia, Euronet Worldwide. Can we have a dynamic round of applause as we invite the dynamic minds here of the industry? And let's gather more insights. We've been focusing on fintech and startups, and now specifically with regard to India's MSME growth. With that, let me request Anurag to take it over from here.
Thank you, Kavya. MSME, has always been talked about as a very, very important sector for Indian economy. But we have been given the slot just after lunch. But we will do justice to the session of, bringing discussion around how can fintech play a role in growing MSME sector in India. I think a lot has been written about MSME sector, about its importance to Indian GDP. Just want to put some stats around to set the context. Approximately 30% of Indian GDP comes from MSME, and more importantly, they're a big employer in the country, right across different income segments: manufacturing, services, trading, more than 6 crore units. And one of the fastest growing sector, because typically MSME sector is very close to where consumer demand is, because they are the last mile, or they are the one who's actually manufacturing the last mile on this side. So on both sides, as we see a lot of dynamic demand is happening. So this sector is witnessing. We have seen a lot of new sectors like direct-to-consumer brands, e-commerce, which is driving growth. A lot of sellers are selling, goods at a very fast pace. We've also seen, especially during COVID times, a lot of these SMEs and MSME have digitized themselves because to access either demand or supply, both sides. Relatively speaking, fintechs have done less work in this area because a lot of fintechs have solved for consumer side. That's actually one of the big topic for us because we want to make sure that everybody understand the opportunity on this side and what are some green shoots which the fintech community can start building on it. As much as the data aggregation, technology advancement is happening on the consumer side, let me tell you guys, almost at a very different scale, the same thing is happening on the MSME side. So it's actually a very, very interesting time to talk about this topic because I believe that in next couple of years, this will actually become a fairly large part of the fintech ecosystem. So with that, sir, Padmanabhan sir has been, everybody has listened to him on various topics. Sir, you have been a regulator. You have served on various banks, boards. You have been guiding a lot of fintechs, and startup community through your various associations. I think as a first question, sir, because a lot of people would not be fully aware about the opportunity in this area, from your vantage point, sir, what are the few areas you want to talk about in MSME sector where fintechs can play a role? And then we'll build on that, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon. Glad to be back again. I think the fintech always throws up surprises, and I thought I had talked about most of the issues, but suddenly you asked me to talk about the MSME. But let me make an attempt. I think first of all, while you said that MSME is important for the Indian economy, I would probably say that MSME is important world over as a segment, and particularly as far as the Asia Pacific region is concerned. Now, they started getting into greater attention after the G20 adopted financial inclusion as one of the goals, and I think most of the countries have been driving that. But having said that, let me try to sort of demystify one of the first things that people always confuse about, on which I don't think we have any definite conclusion. So what I want to flag is that just because a country has progressed in financial inclusion, does it mean that we have clearly closed out the financing gap as far as the MSME sector is concerned? I would argue that probably not enough data is available to come to any sort of conclusion, and these two are different. While financial inclusion is important, but whether driving financial inclusion will close out the financing gap is a different story. Maybe in a lighter vein, I would say that there is a lot of difference between literacy and education. So literacy is the basic step, but education you have to achieve much more. Now, I think even in respect to the financial inclusion, I think the way it was approached, that has been an issue world over, and particularly in India. I think one of the persons, India for a long time, all of us thought that financial inclusion always will have to be given in a bundled form. There has to be an insurance, there has to be a deposit, there has to be a payment, there has to be credit. Now, the question that the fintechs have been posing to the regulator right from the beginning is that, is it important to ensure that all these are given together? Is there an order in which this has to happen? Or can this be completely unbundled and at some stage we can bundle it back again? So this was one of the conundrum which existed right from the beginning. The second issue that I would argue is that probably the way in which the financial inclusion was approached mainly by the banks who were asked to do this right in the beginning, and you know this very well, is that the banks decided what they thought were a suite of products to be offered. Whether these products made any sense or could take care of the real credit needs of this sector or anybody whom we are targeting in financial inclusion, that was again another story. Probably it was not happening. Now, the other issue that this sector brings on the table is that today morning, I think there was a lot of discussion on this, how the technology or the fintechs can aid. But one of the main problems as we face today, where technology will provide a solution, but to which we need to find definite answers, is the absence of data. So unless and until we have enough of data, I think this will be an issue which will come to haunt us for some time. But having said that, if you look at the financing aspects of MSME, let us try to take a few questions and try to see whether we have answers and whether the technology will provide or the fintechs will provide answers to this question. So the first question is, are we able to provide timely credit? And is timely credit any sort of credit, whether it's original credit or discounting of receivables, whatever it is, are we able to provide this in a timely manner under the current setup? Probably the answer to that is no. The second issue, which is getting a little more critical and which is attracting the interest around the world, is there a gender bias to this financing? In fact, while talking about financial inclusion, while talking about UPI and the success story of UPI, one of the former governors of the Reserve Bank of India said that one of the problems where the women hesitated getting into this in a big way, whether it's payments or technology driven or whatever it is, they did not want to share their mobile numbers, which is lying in the public domain, for the reason that anybody could pick it up and get all sorts of calls. So the question arises whether there is a gender bias which is happening. Maybe SHGs are primarily driven by women, but I think we are talking about a bigger size of target population we are talking about, whether it's available, whether technology can provide an answer to that. Now the third issue which I would flag is that whether the traditional financial institutions are able to provide the kind of outreach which is required for the financial inclusion or the MSME financing to take. Probably the answer to all this which I have raised is no, and this is where I believe that a partnership between the fintech and the traditional lending institutions become very critical. In fact, I am very closely looking at how, for instance, the data problem is going to get solved by the so-called account aggregators, which we have just started licensing. But maybe a word of caution is that in respect of the data, how we manage data, who can have access to data, all this will have to be thought through very carefully between the system and the regulators to make sure that usage of data in the positive way is done by the fintechs to provide solution to all this. I would just conclude by stating one more thing, is that what the fintechs provide or bring on the table, which will assist this whole sector, is what is generally called ABCD of finance. And what does A stand for? A stands for artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. B stands for the big data and quantum computing. C is cloud, and D is distributed ledger technology. So when the fintechs are able to bring this ABCD onto the table, the right kind of policies and move forward can make a lot of changes as far as this financing of this particular sector is concerned. Maybe I stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the long answer and also putting up things in perspective. Just want to add to it that almost 50% of MSMEs, especially the micro enterprises, are in rural area. Also, a lot of micro enterprises are actually run by women. So actually, a lot of these things we spoke about is quite pertinent to that, sir. The other issue is that while the data is being aggregated, especially when we talk about MSME, the quantum of data is much more than the consumer side, and hence technology can play a big role in it. And that's when I bring in Subhendu sir. RBI has been articulating in various form in every, at every forum, also in their guidances, that MSME is an important sector and it's very important for the Indian economy. I just want to, to cover about, as a regulator, what are the steps RBI has taken in the, in the past? Also, what is the future outlook of, steps which RBI proposed so that this collaboration becomes real? Because we all know, especially in India, the fintechs is a collaboration between a technology company and a regulated entities. So, and which will be guided by the way regulations are set. So your views on that?
Thank you, Anurag, and thank you to the organizers for having me here. It is indeed a great pleasure to be here, and amongst all the brilliant minds that the fintech ecosystem in India presents. Before I get on to the question, I would like to say that Reserve Bank has created a fintech department, and that is the reason I am here. And this was created in this year only, at the beginning of this year. So with that, let's coming to the MSME various policy initiatives. If you look at, traditionally, it has been at the center of policy making in Reserve Bank's mind. Few of the, generic policy matters that has been driving this credit to the sector has been the, the guidance given in terms of the priority sector lending. There is also this guidance with regard to the lending to the NBFCs and for their on lending to the, small and micro enterprises up to a limit, say 20 lakhs. That also qualifies as a priority sector lending. Other thing that has been, clearly driven is that up to 10 lakh of rupees, the banks or the lending institutions should not insist on a collateral. Apart from that, these are some of the, policy directions we have given. On the tech side, some developments have taken, like the creation of the TREADS platform. Besides that, we had also framed out in 2016 this account aggregator framework. So this we'll talk about a little later. It has got a great potential, and how this is getting could be unlocked for future credit delivery. Other piece of policy initiatives which have been taken by Reserve Bank of India is with regard to the peer-to-peer lending platforms, coming out with the co-lending models, whereby the banks access to the cheaper cost of funds and leverage with the NBFC's reach. So this could be married together. So in this sense, there has been a lot of policy initiatives, and with regard to the coming to the fintech and the innovation space, Reserve Bank of India in 2019 came out with the regulatory sandbox framework. And very, very pertinent to note that in the third cohort, the theme was MSME lending. And that cohort received some applications, and currently, as we speak, there are 8 entities which are testing their products under the regulatory sandbox framework of Reserve Bank of India under the theme MSME lending. And going forward in the times to come, once these products are tested and successfully exit, some of them definitely would become scalable, they will become, marketable, and they would, others could be using that. So there is and I would take this platform to invite that now we are going to open the announcement has been made with regard to the theme neutral regulatory sandbox cohort. So any of the entities, any of the products you want to test, you can come and use this platform for testing your products and within the controlled environment. So these are some of the key initiatives that we have taken, and one of the mandate for the FinTech department is to foster innovation and closely look at this space. And as part of that innovation drive, also overall theme, the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub has been created, and the CEO is very much here, and he shared a wonderful session with you all in the morning. So these are some of the initiatives that are underway and has been taken in the past. But as they say, there is always a room for improvement. I would rather improvise. There is a hall like Jasmine Hall 1 for improvement. We have miles to go before we reach some stage. The untapped potential is huge in this segment. Most of the fintechs, they have worked a lot on the payment space, but this is the lending space where they can now really put their minds into, as the potential is huge, and there is a need for the economy. If we are to grow to a 5 trillion economy, this space needs attention, and fintechs and the brilliant minds that we have, they should seriously pay closer look at this segment, how to unlock this area, and how technology can bring efficiency and partner with the lending institutions to drive this segment further. I'll stop at this stage. At some other point, I'll talk about few of the other ideas that we have in Reserve Bank of India and where possible innovations can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I'll come back to you on that. But I think extending the thought what Subhendu sir said, that, like a lot of technology development, which is, the infrastructure which has been created for consumer payments, or let's say KYC, on which consumer lending has been built, a lot of these are applicable for MSME as well. So maybe sometime it's like a blind spot where a lot of fintechs are focusing on consumer side, and they can actually use a similar infrastructure to create solutions around MSME, which is also a fairly large area and focus area for bank lending. At this point, probably I'll bring in Pranay. Access to finance has often been quoted as a problem to solve in growing MSME sector. And in modern era, as we know, data is the main ingredient for credit underwriting or credit dissemination. And Euronet is a fairly large payment infrastructure company, works across banks, merchant, and consumer. You get to see a lot of data flowing into your processing engines. What do you think, how can this data be utilized, or rather build layer on this data? Fintechs can innovate and build solutions which can be utilized for dissemination of credit, because especially as far as MSME growth is concerned, the underlying data is quite large because it is transactions, business transactions. And you have to analyze at scale where this can be usable for a credit underwriting purposes.
Thanks, Anurag. So I think first and foremost, I would say that we have established the importance of the MSME segment in terms of the contribution to the GDP, the sort of exports contribution, and the employment that they generate. And as Suvendu sir said, if you have to fast track meeting the $5 trillion GDP target, then this sector definitely requires a lot more impetus and a lot more support. RBI and the government are providing an enabling environment, whether it is the policies or the account aggregator framework, as sir said, or setting up regulations for the trade receivables discounting system, or MSME Samadhan for delayed payments. I think one more key issue plaguing the sector is around liquidity management, cash flow management because of delayed payments. So that's one more issue that as an industry we need to look into, and how can the MSMEs get faster flow of funds, right? Again, it links back to credit if it's discounting of receivables, but then overall how can they get faster flow of funds? So liquidity management needs to look into, and can fintech have solutions for liquidity management as well? The next point is around the data piece that Anurag, you spoke about. So, and Padmanabhan sir, I think very nicely called it out, the ABCD. If you can leverage ABCD and obviously the India stack, then you can look at alternate data, right? I mean, typically for bank credit, you need collaterals, you need to have a credit history, but in the informal sector, you may not have access to credit history and collateral. So you could look at alternate data, whether it is cash flows, whether it is GST, and if at all the data is available, because a lot of these enterprises might be smaller enterprises, right? They might not be even filing GST. Medium enterprises for sure would be filing GST. So you could look at the GSTN data, you could look at the payroll data, you could look at, utilities, bill payment data, social media trails. I mean, whole set of, and there could be several other data sets that one could mine, and then, run those algorithms to come at and assess the credit risk and underwrite the loan application. So I think while a lot of data is getting generated, this, the ABCD has to be leveraged, the India stack has to be leveraged to mine this data and make the necessary credit decisions. And also, I believe fintechs have done a wonderful job when it comes to payments, right? So payments is also a very important piece in this whole conundrum. A lot of these MSMEs need to have access to digital payments, and that will both for online presence as well as their physical establishments, because that will help them to expand the coverage, and that would also help in faster fund flows. And again, UPI potentially could be a game changer, and as our honorable Prime Minister said, UPI is a way of life. Payments could also be a game changer in terms of faster flow of funds and expanding the customer coverage for some of these MSMEs.
Thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of points. I think one is that, as Suvendu said, while we have probably a retail payment system which the world is benchmarking, I would argue that because it is there, it will be easier for us to achieve what we set out to achieve as far as this MSME credit is concerned. Because unless the payment system is efficient, and that was the unbundling that the fintechs have been talking about right from the beginning. So that is very crucial. And the second is how critically we automate this process. In fact, while I said ABCD, in my recent trip to Singapore, I came across a startup, a fintech, and let me not name. And they have implemented a complete automated system for this disbursement of MSME retail loans, where they start with probably 25 data points, and over a period of an year, they are able to scale it up to 500, 800, and it is parameterizable as per the institution's requirements, but the decision taking is standardized. It is faster the moment you put in the information. At some stage, we will have to talk about that discretion is to move out. The disparate data sets will have to come together, and the decision taking will be based on an automated machine learning process using artificial intelligence, and that is going to be the ultimate solution for this.
Yeah, I think very relevant, sir, because one of the reason we have spoken and we have seen is that cost of delivering finance, especially at a lower value, is a very, very important problem to solve. And in the absence of that, a lot of this financing is done by informal sources, which actually increases the cost of financing for these entities. Which completely agree with her, because if this automation has happened, we can actually see a large amount of capital moving from banks and large NBFCs into this area. So when they said that, one thing I want to just build on this, we also have to, foresee that how some of these MSMEs can actually become part of a global supply chain, because, the government of India is driving a vision of making, India Atmanirbhar and, making in India and selling globally, and especially given the geopolitical situation, there is an opportunity for us to be part of the global supply chain. A lot of initiatives have been taken. Some of these, problems which we're debating for domestic market, do you see they'll also become part of a, like a cross-border payments, and, how do you actually see trade finance? Because the challenge is these are companies, it's just that their size is small, but the requirements are like a company, a large corporate, which banks are there to serve. How do you actually bring down the similar solutions for much smaller scale companies, because their requirements are becoming very similar to a large company?
Yes, there is no gainsaying that the MSMEs need to contribute and take advantage of the opportunities that it's before us. But I would first understand there are 2 points when they need to become globally competitive. From 2 aspects they need to first address. One is whether they are, in terms of costs and pricing, whether they are competitive. And second, in terms of the quality, whether the quality acceptance is of the international standards. And typically in this area, I feel there is some opportunity for fintechs to partner with the existing MSMEs to provide solutions and improvements and enhancements in this space. Typically through the use of technology, through the use of analytics, fintechs can drive down the costs, make the markets, reach these MSMEs, reach those markets. Also, through analysis of data, find the right kind of match for their products, who are as well as match them with the suppliers as well as the buyers. A second aspect is with regard to, as we have experienced, some of these new age fintech entities, both in the agri-processing space and other spaces, they have used real technology to assess the quality of the products. And not really in a traditional way, but in a very, very advanced, using technology. So those kind of quality assurances would guarantee that their products would be accepted abroad, and this would be a great support to the MSMEs. Identifying what are the, whether they meet those international standards. We have seen some real life examples, very, very interesting, products and services that they can provide. But there is a need for these MSMEs also to understand these requirements and reach out to those fintechs and partner with them and leverage their expertise to scale up to meet those international standards. Other aspects would be with regard to the managing the information, the account aggregator framework, as I was talking some time back. Now with the majority of the public sector banks going to joining, as well as SEBI has probably made some announcement that their regulated entities are also going to come on board. Also, we would also expect down the line, GSTN also would get integrated into this. So this, in fact, this framework offers a very, very huge potential going forward. And already it has a potential, but further the potential on which this tech companies can build and products and innovations towards this space is absolutely fabulous. And this potential are huge. So innovations need to come onto this space. But one bit of caution I would also like to add here, the data management needs to be consent-based. It's not something that they need to be factoring in. It is ultimately when they are, let's say, getting access to the marketplace data or some other data. So those privacy concerns and privacy issues also are going to get, as we go along, more stringent. So it has to be, while they use this data, they need to factor in those kind of stringent requirements that would come along the way. But the potential is huge. The opportunities are immense. It is only the waiting for innovations to build on these kind of opportunities that lay ahead of us. I'm sure this will happen, and with the brilliant minds that we have.
Can I just add to what Suvendu sir said? So, we have one of the largest auto industries. We are globally the largest, right, when it comes to the auto industry. Now, and obviously this industry has evolved over a period of time. Let's take the example of somebody like a Maruti, who has built the entire auto ancillary industry or the auto parts industry, and which are primarily MSMEs, right? And these MSMEs have adopted technology. They've built world-class products which meet international benchmarks. Some of them have grown very big. They're exporting now. They have become big export houses. So, if it can be done in the auto sector, leveraging technology now, whether it's here, we are talking of fintech, but technology can definitely be leveraged. If it can be done in the auto industry, I believe it can be done in other industry sectors as well. Secondly, we are also a very large global cross-border remittances company, and we have fairly large, we service all the important corridors, and we offer various services to our partners over here. So today a beneficiary can directly receive a credit into the bank account. If you have to solve for that, we have RD arrangements with our partner banks. We have partnered with Paytm Payments Bank, whereby the credit could be received into the Paytm Payments Bank wallet as well. So happy to work with the industry and provide some of the solutions to address the cross-border piece as well.
Awesome. But there is a missing piece, right? Yeah. The missing piece is the work that is happening among the central banks in the world, which is the CBDC. So the moment, see, the central banks have got into the cross-border because of the transparency, because of the delay, because of the cost, right? All these are critical as far as the MSME is concerned, in terms of their cost, in terms of exchange rate they get, in terms of the delay in payments, in terms of the amount they have to spend on LCs, BCs, all sorts of kind of things. Now, once the CBDCs come on board, maybe it's not tomorrow, it's few years away, but if the cross-border payments are going to get as efficient, let us say, of a UPI in India or the retail payment system, it will be a game changer again for the cross-border for the MSMEs.
Yeah, I think the CBDC, the CBDC piece, so I think apart leaving aside retail, as we discussed, the wholesale CBDC would have larger use cases, to address the issues.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go down to the details, but CBDC in general, because the central banks are looking at both the wholesale and the retail.
Sure.
And I'm happy that a central banker is not discussing CBDC, others are. So that's the curiosity or the interest that it generates. But as rightly pointed out, it offers a great deal for the cross-border payments, especially for India. We have a large diaspora outside as well as remittances both. So it's definitely is going to be a game changer, and if that happens, but it also requires other countries to come on board, and once those kind of electronic money, this CBDC comes into place, this cost factor, the commissions that go around it, all that would definitely come down.
Yeah.
Couple of more things, if you permit, I'll just say that innovations where I would leave some thoughts with these, industry minds here. Whether we can have something like a, revolving credit, always maybe a small ticket size, but should be available to the MSMEs on tap, readily available. Something of those nature, if the products can be designed, that would be a big relief for them. This has been like for a small amount also, they keep on, chasing, asking for it. So kindly think about this. And as somebody said in the morning, like a vegetable vendor or a fruit vendor, morning he goes and sells, and there is, he also, taps into informal systems of credit. So there are many opportunities where, daily products, short-term products could be built into. So, and with technology, the cost of administration definitely can be driven down. It should make them viable, that is what one of the primary reasons why other, traditional lending institutions were not looking at them. So there is a lot on offer that we can think about. And in terms of peer-to-peer, co-lending model to, scale up further, or, every institution need not have a, tie-up with another institution on a bilateral basis. Can we think of something? I know some of the entities are already working on this. Can there be a platform where there would be visibility and the partners can choose themselves? Some of these ideas, already some of the work must be going on, some are going on, but this is something we should, look at to leverage the potential these segments offer.
Thank you for the summary, sir. I don't have anything else to add because you gave a very nice summary. Probably just want to add one more to it. I think Sumendra sir touched upon is that MSME is a very large, wide sector. There is also a merit of looking at vertical solutions, looking at one supply chain and build for it. That itself could be very large. With this, probably, if we have time, we will open up for a couple of questions if anybody wanted to ask, to the panel. I know we are already overshot our time, but are we okay with the time? Yeah, okay. So good. I think either we answered every question in our conversation, sir, or I think the post-afternoon session took over. But thank you. I enjoyed our session, sir. We covered right from cautions to opportunities to actually some workable ideas, what sir spoke about. Also some of the work around CBDs, which is already being done. With this, I think we should take away the lessons from this session, and hopefully when we meet a couple of years later in the same GFF, we'll be talking about much different questions for MSME sector. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Anurag, and thank you to all of our speakers.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, and wish you all the very best for your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you once again, sir. If I could request all of you to please come together for a group photograph. And a conversation such as this truly sets the roadmap for the future. And as Anurag had also mentioned, hopefully a couple of years ahead, when we come back for the next edition, we will probably setting the roadmap to something more prolific after taking in the lessons, after soaking in all the lessons that we have absorbed from these sessions. With that, I'd like to thank all of our speakers for joining us. Thank you very much again. And on that note, let me also quickly inform you all that we'll also be hosting a very important session here and a very interesting and a very important keynote and a fireside chat. I'm going to request everyone to please be seated as the session will commence in just a few minutes. And at the same time, I'd also like to inform you that towards the end of all the sessions right over here, we'll also be having the refreshments and the high tea that will be served on the third floor in order to ensure that post the sessions, you can still take your conversations forward with one another. So please don't yet leave. After the sessions, you can please go ahead and connect with one another over refreshments and high tea. And with that, kindly stay with us before we get the next session started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can notice, I was staying away from the podium because we were queuing in our next speaker, very next dynamic speaker. And this is where technology has been really helpful in ensuring that we continue the conversations. That being said, it's now time to gear up for a very interesting keynote and a fireside chat around targeting a $10 trillion economy through fintech innovation. And that being said, first up, I'd like to invite, we have with us Mr. Prashant Shah, Managing Director, Head Banks and Broker Deals, South Asia and Country Head Financial Institutions, India, Standard Chartered Bank, who will be spearheading this particular session. Can we have a round of applause? And I'm sure all of us are eagerly waiting for our very special guest to join us, who's joining us virtually live. We have with us none other than Shri Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance, Parliament of India. Can we have a huge, huge round of applause to also welcome Shri Jayant Sinha? Thank you very much, sir, for joining us virtually, but joining us live. Thank you very much for being part of the Global FinTech Fest. I request Mr. Prashant to take it over from here.
So, thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon all. Targeting a $10 trillion economy is quite an aspiration. But so has been the pace of change and growth that fintechs have delivered, especially over the last 5 to 7 years, which has been significant. When I joined the banking industry at the turn of the century, electronic clearing system, ECS, was just about picking pace. But money transfer, money movement was still largely paper-based. And then came real-time gross settlement, RTGS, where I had the privilege to be very closely associated with, as Standard Chartered was one of the 4 banks that was nominated to do the UAT. And I spent good 6 months with Reserve Bank of India testing the system out. And we thought that was revolutionary. But that was 2004 when RTGS came in. And today, India's fintech have transformed the payments dramatically. So coming back to the $10 trillion economy, to throw light on the same happening in the near future, aided by fintech innovation, we couldn't have asked for a better person than Mr. Jayant Sinha to take us through the possibilities. While Mr. Sinha is an extremely well-known, versatile personality, and most of us are well aware of his illustrious achievements, let me highlight, prior to his career in public service, Mr. Sinha has made venture capital investments in 2 fintechs that have gone on to become unicorns. So he does have an eye to pick up winners. Mr. Sinha is a second-term Member of Parliament from Jharkhand and currently chairperson of Standing Committee on Finance, where he leads a 31-member parliamentary panel that has oversight over Ministry of Finance, Corporate Affairs, Statistics and Program Implementation, and Niti Aayog. Previously, Mr. Sinha has served in India's Council of Ministers from 2014 to 2019, first as the Minister of State for Finance, and then as Minister of State for Civil Aviation. Mr. Sinha is an MBA from Harvard Business School, an MS in Energy Management and Policy from University of Pennsylvania, and BTech from IIT Delhi. Prior to joining public office, Mr. Sinha was a partner at Omidyar Network. He was the managing director of Courage Capital Management, where he led the global technology and India-related investment for $1 billion special situation hedge fund. He's also worked for 12 years with McKinsey & Company as partner in the Boston and Delhi offices. So thank you, sir, for joining us today. Fintech will definitely be one of the key drivers in India's journey towards a $10 trillion economy. India's fintech landscape has transformed dramatically over the past 5 years. But despite this explosive growth, certain segments of the market remain underpenetrated, and there is considerable room for growth. Will the next wave of growth come from tier 3 to 6 locations, or will it be the MSME, where almost 35 to 40% of the lending demand are still unmet? While there has been a stellar growth in the number of demat accounts opened, the demat account penetration is still relatively lower as compared to some of the other advanced economies. Insurance continues to have lower penetration as well. But with the emergence of new technology, Indian fintechs are well poised to harness this massive opportunity and make a dent to be one of the key contributors in our journey to the third largest economy. This session couldn't have come at a better time. We've just overtaken UK to become the fifth largest economy. But if you look at it closely, India's GDP has virtually doubled since the year 2000 in every 7 to 8 years. We were a 500 million nominal GDP in 2001, became $1 trillion in FY 2007, increased to $2 trillion in FY 2015, and estimated to be over $3.5 trillion in FY 23. And with the current level of growth, the geopolitical issues, $10 trillion economy is quite an aspiration. But like the famous saying goes, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And perhaps it's the fintech revolution, innovation that can lead us on that path. And on that note, let me please invite Mr. Jayant Sinha to address this August gathering. Mr. Sinha, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Prashant. I hope you all can hear me all right. So a very good afternoon to all of you in Mumbai. I join you from Ramgarh, which is one of the districts in my constituency here in Hazaribagh in Jharkhand. So I'm joining you remotely. I wish I could be with you all in Mumbai and to be part of this fascinating and very important conference. But unfortunately, we do have a very busy schedule in our parliamentary constituencies as well. And that's why I cannot join you in person. I'm very glad that the organizers have made it possible for me to be able to join you all in this fashion. So what I would like to talk about today is really where we are positioned as a global economy right now. And therefore, what is it that fintech can do to take where we are positioned right now and really enable us to get to $10 trillion. So I really want to highlight how all of that can be understood given the current very unsettled global environment that we are facing right now. But the first thing I want to mention to you all is to tell you that India right now is a haven of macroeconomic stability. In a very turbulent global environment, we have an economy that, unlike most other economies, is able to deliver both relatively low inflation, which is running at 6 or 7% in India, in a very, very high inflationary global environment, and at the same time high growth. So all projections are that our economy in this fiscal year will be growing well over 7%, and that we will be able to sustain this level of growth, this 7% level of growth, 6-7% level of growth into the foreseeable future, while we will be able to bring our inflation down substantially and bring it down into the target range that the RBI has been set, which is 4 plus minus 2%. So even as the world is going through very difficult times, advanced economies are seeing inflation at levels that they haven't seen for 40 years. The United Kingdom is expected to have inflation in the 15 to 20% range later on this year. The US is grappling with inflation at 8.5% inflation that advanced economies have never seen before. We are still, despite the energy shock, despite the supply chain disruptions associated with the pandemic and with the Ukrainian conflict, are still able to maintain our inflation at a reasonable level, and we are managing to keep it under control. Along with that, because of our very substantial foreign exchange reserves, as well as our stable macroeconomic parameters, whether it's the fiscal deficit or the current account deficit, in a world where there's tremendous uncertainty, tremendous instability, India is coming through as a haven of macroeconomic stability, which is really, really positioning us very well. Along with that, what we are finding now is that countries are trying to build resilience in their supply chains, and they are absolutely looking for alternatives for China in terms of their supply chains. So the China plus one supply chain strategy that large corporations are pursuing right now are also a great tailwind, is also a great sort of opportunity for India as well. So not only do we have very stable macroeconomic parameters and our growth remains strong and our macro picture looks even better going forward. We are also benefiting a great deal from the China plus one migration of value chains from China and countries like that to India as well. So the first point that I think you should all feel very good about, and which really is the foundation for our growth going forward, is that we are a haven of macroeconomic stability and extremely well positioned geopolitically. That's the foundation we have to build on. Now, as we look towards the future, as we think about how we are going to achieve a $5 trillion economy and a $10 trillion economy, what I want to mention to you both, all of you, is that we have two major drivers, and fintech has a very important role to play in both those two drivers. We have two very important drivers that are propelling our economy forward. The first very important driver is digitization. So if you look around the economy right now in India, you'll find that many industries are digitizing very, very quickly. You may have capital assets, you may have physical assets, but on top of that, we are adding a layer of software, we are adding a layer through the Internet of Things, where digitization is enabling us to use our capital assets a lot more productively, a lot more efficiently. We are able to track these assets, sweat them a lot better, and at the same time, we are able to provide new and innovative pricing and solutions that we could not provide earlier. So digitization is really a massive driver for the economy, and this digitization is built on a tremendous wave of fintech innovation that we've had, and that is largely because of India Stack, what we've done with respect to payments, what we're doing with respect to ONDC, and what we're doing with other associated stacks, such as, for example, the healthcare stack that's being built in conjunction with the fintech India Stack that we're doing. So the digitization that our economy is going through, the productivity impact of that, and the ability to be able to make things happen much more faster with much less friction is a major driver for our economy going forward, and a major driver for our productiveness and for our competitiveness. And as I said, fintech's contribution to this in terms of the India Stack, in terms of payments, in terms of financing solutions, in terms of being able to track capital assets, is incredible. Let me just give you an example of how this is working out, let's say, in the airline industry. In the airline industry, because of the excellent financing solutions that leasing companies are providing, we are able to variabilize the cost of a $300-400 million plane and enable it to be leased out on a monthly basis. And once you are able to lease out planes on a monthly basis, you bring down the barriers to entry, you bring down the cost of getting going, which is, for example, how companies like Akasha Air have gotten going. And at the same time, you're able to price very efficiently using yield management and other pricing solutions so that we can reduce the cost of flying dramatically. So this is a place where, again, the fintech solutions that we are providing on the leasing side and on the consumer pricing side enable us to take an industry like aviation and really drive it forward because of digitization. So digitization is one very important driver that is enabling us to grow very, very quickly and move to a $10 trillion economy. The other very major driver that is going to unfold over the next few years is decarbonization. Decarbonization. It's absolutely necessary and inevitable that India will decarbonize vast sectors of its economy, whether it's cement, steel, fertilizer, transportation, power, real estate. All of these different industries, all these sectors of the economy have to decarbonize so that we can get to net zero by mid-century. The Honorable Prime Minister has already announced that we want to get to net zero by 2070. And many major corporations, whether it's the Tata Group, Mahindra's, JSW, all of these are working towards achieving net zero in their operations and also benefiting from what's required to achieve net zero, whether it is electric mobility, whether it is green hydrogen, whether it's solar and renewables. There is a vast wave of investment opportunities that is happening because of decarbonization. Now, to achieve net zero, to be able to decarbonize the economy, fintech has a crucial role to play. Fintech, again, building on the example of the airline industry, can take capital assets, can enable through the leasing and pricing of capital assets, very low barriers to entry for competitors, as well as to come up with very good pricing solutions. And I'll give you an example of that. and at the same time makes it possible for the intermediation to happen so that hundreds of billions of dollars of capital every year can flow from capital providers to companies that are actually decarbonizing. And trust me, because we've done a lot of work on this whole question of decarbonization, of achieving net zero, we are going to have to invest hundreds of billions of dollars a year to be able to decarbonize, to reduce our carbon emissions. And that intermediation function, that efficiency that digitization provides you, can only be delivered through our fintech companies. And let me give you an example of that. You're probably familiar with what is happening with battery swapping companies. So today, auto rickshaws that are electric are much, much cheaper to operate than auto rickshaws that are running on petrol, because electricity is much more efficient, much cheaper, and the capital costs now of electric auto rickshaws are pretty much similar to those of petrol auto rickshaws. And because the costs of operating are much lower, today the cost of operating an electric auto rickshaw is about 1 rupee, whereas the cost of operating a petrol or a diesel auto rickshaw is more like 4 or 5 rupees. So it's much, much cheaper to run electric auto rickshaws. But to run electric auto rickshaws, we have to be able to create battery swapping networks. We have to finance both electric rickshaws as well as batteries, and for that we need to do leasing solutions of various kinds. And we need to be able to have very simple payment solutions so that when you get into an electric auto rickshaw, you can use the India stack to make a payment, to use any of the UPI softwares to be able to very quickly pay for your auto rickshaw, pay 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees for your ride. And that automatically gets credited to the auto rickshaw driver as well as to the leasing company that's leasing the auto rickshaw or leasing the battery. So by using fintech, we can make a massive, massive disruption happen, which is the decarbonization of transportation, whether it's through three-wheelers or whether it's through four-wheelers, through companies like Blue Smart and others. So digitization and decarbonization will be the big drivers of the Indian economy as it moves towards 5 trillion and 10 trillion. Hundreds of billions of dollars of investments are going to go into that. But to make it happen, unless our fintech companies come up with innovative financing solutions, innovative billing and pricing solutions, and innovative intermediation capabilities, it will be very difficult to take the hundreds of billions of dollars that capital providers can give us and be able to
something that you've bought in an element, and yeah, like we make our journey towards a green world, net zero. I think fintechs have definitely a greater role to play there as well. But sir, given your role.
So Prashant, let me just interrupt you for a second. Please don't underestimate the importance of decarbonization. Climate change is an existentialist issue for humanity. If we are not able to control global warming, we will find it very difficult to grow. You have just seen what has happened in Pakistan, where a third of the country has been flooded. They have suffered damage between 30 to 50 billion dollars, and this has really set back their growth. It has set back the future of the country. So therefore, unless we are able to very aggressively move towards decarbonization, and as I said, fintech has a very important role to play, it's going to be very difficult for us to sustain the 6 or 7% growth that we require. And that's why I always say net zero is net positive. Net zero is net positive because the alternative is too frightening and too scary to think about. So we have to decarbonize. Decarbonization is as important, if not perhaps more important than digitization as well.
No, absolutely, sir. And it's a similar trend in banking too. Sustainable finance is becoming a big topic of discussion. And like we say, there's no choice but to adopt. So given your role, as a policy maker, I'm taking the liberty of asking a question that's going to be on minds of a lot of people here. Is, what is the level of policy intervention that is desirable? Like on one side, you have to promote growth, innovation in the fintech industry, but yes, it has to be balanced with various concerns like financial stability, cybersecurity, data protection. So the classic innovation versus intervention. But if fintechs were to be a major driver, what sort of policy intervention is desirable from a government perspective?
That's a very dynamic and evolving question, because every situation requires a different policy response. And as policymakers, we always have to balance stability, regulation against innovation and growth. So that is the continuous dynamic process that goes on as a policymaker. And we've just confronted that, just a few months, a year ago, which is around crypto finance. And as you know, when it came to crypto, there was a lot of momentum behind pushing crypto and having many different types of crypto instruments in India. Obviously, as policymakers, we wanted to understand what the risks were, what the challenges were if we were to do this. Issues around security, issues about over-investing and having a bubble as a result of that, issues around dollarization of the economy. All of these were considerations that had to be balanced along with the innovation potential that comes from crypto. So you had a live example not so long ago where we had to balance the questions of regulation and stability with the questions of innovation and growth. And I think the government got it exactly right. We've, of course, talked about digital currency. We've, of course, talked about ways in which we can make it possible to look at some innovations that are coming through from blockchain technology and so on, while at the same time ensuring that we didn't take unnecessary risks when it came to crypto finance and crypto instruments. So, as I said, policy making is a dynamic process. It depends on circumstances, it depends on what the issues are and the challenges are, and therefore it requires continuous attention and continuous interaction between industry and policymakers to be able to get the balance of regulation and innovation right. And that's essentially the process that the government and regulators like the Reserve Bank and Security and Exchange Board of India constantly follows. There's no right answer. It is very circumstantial. It pretty much depends on the issues that you're looking at, the risks and challenges associated with that set of issues.
Sorry, do we have the connectivity? Sorry, apologies for that break. I think he's back. Okay, so yeah, we're just trying to establish connectivity back with him. Like he mentioned, he's in a remote area in his constituency, so just give us a couple of minutes, please.
I hope you all can see me or
Mr. Sinha, we can hear you, but can't see you as yet.
Okay, so let me stop the video. Maybe that's better. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. As I said, I'm in Jharkhand and the connection here is a little unstable.
No, understand that, sir. You can hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Yes.
Okay. No, so I get your point. Yeah, it's always going to be dynamic, innovation versus intervention, and that's a classic debate that will keep going. I'll move to my second question, sir, and this is more to do with the aspiration to become a more $10 trillion or the third largest economy in the world. If I look at banking, we only have one bank in the top 50 by asset size. If I look at market capitalization, we have 4 banks there in the top 50, but none in the top 10. So what kind of ecosystem should we be creating to encourage more innovation and achieve global scale? You mentioned China plus one, the top 5 banks by market cap are Chinese. So, would like to hear your thoughts on that in terms of what more should we do to create global giants. And a corollary to that question is also like to hear your views on the need for big techs or the equivalents. There's a constant chatter to rein them. Oh, he's left the call. Okay, sorry, yeah. Sorry, he's again dropped off. Meanwhile, I think because of the connectivity issue, are there any questions that the audience would like to ask? I can just take them and then put it on to him if he comes back.
Hi, I'm Somnath Odi. It's very interesting to, it's here, yeah.
I'm trying to get
Hi.
him back.
While we are, looking at a very aggressive plan of moving to a $10 trillion economy, and we recently proudly overtook UK. But if you see the GDP per capita, that's about $2,000, while UK has around $40,000 of GDP per capita. So yes, growth is happening, but probably we should also have a target of putting GDP per capita of $20,000 from $2,000 while we move to a $5 trillion economy. That will lead to inclusive growth. And probably we would like to know from Mr. Sinha, like what suggestion will he have for the fintech industry so that we can promote inclusive growth into the country and the poorest of the poor gets the benefit of the growth pie. So that will be very interesting to know from him.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, at the back.
Sorry, yeah, you can go on, please. I can't
All right.
cite you.
Shubham this side from Kotak Bank. So first of all, I fully agree to the point that we need inclusive growth with decarbonization in our mines as well. One of the problems that the whole country and the world is facing is the concentration of wealth among the top 1% or 5% of the population. So my question to Sir is how the government foresees fintech to solve this problem, and is there any framework the government is currently working on to solve this problem of concentration of wealth? In the past 2 years, we have seen this wealth gap increase to a significant level, and we have certain examples in the Forbes list as well. So would like to know the inputs from Sir's side. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Ishita.
please.
Hello, sir. This is
Hi, he's
Ramakrishnan
trying to join
from
in.
IIT Kanpur. So, when we say fintech and about the financial inclusion, both move together parallelly. So, is it that fintech promotes financial inclusion or financial inclusion promotes fintech? Actually, this is both ways, both are interdependent. But the thing is, when we say we are taking technology to the rural areas, there is more need for an awareness, because even till now, the rural areas are in the where people lack awareness. So the important aspect of taking technology along with finance means that we need to educate them. We need to build the trust in them on this technology, which is more important for taking, as they said, for an inclusive growth or reducing the income inequality, as our fellow brother said. So how, sir, I just want to know his view his view on this.
Sure, thanks. I think we'll hold on because we're still waiting. Okay.
Well, looks like tech today was being or playing the role of the genie that said you only have 3 wishes, and now you run out of 3 wishes, so I'm going to be out for some time. But that being said, I want to thank everyone for your patience. While we're still trying to get Sri Jayan Sinha back again online with us, we're trying our best, but let's see if that works out. That being said, while we did take a couple of questions, while Mr. Prashant has already noted down these questions, we will also try to share these questions with Sri Jayan Sinha after the program, so that we can, if it's possible, we can probably share his thoughts with the audience on LinkedIn or any other relevant platform. So that's something we are definitely looking forward to. And that being said, Tech has decided to ensure that the conversation continues. So once again, we have Sri Jayan Sinha joining in back. And Prashant, let's take it back to you.
Hello. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry, apologies, Prashant. My Geo network hung up, so I had to switch to Airtel. So I took on a different hotspot. Apologies for that. Apologies for those technical glitches.
No, so thankfully, we are in Geo house as well. We don't have to shift to Airtel, so that's good. So what we did is, if I can continue with my question, right?
Yes,
I don't know if you picked it up. Okay, so I'll restart that. So, like I said, so, what we are trying here is to be targeting an aspirational $10 trillion economy. If you look at the top 50 banks by asset size, India just has one in the top 50, and that's about 42nd number. If you look at top 50 by market cap, India has 4, but none in the top 15. And you referred to China plus 1, which is what our target is. Chinese banks are the first 5 in, by market cap. So what kind of ecosystem should we be creating to encourage more innovation and achieve global scale? And further, I would also like to hear your views on the need for big techs and equivalents, as there's a constant chatter on the need to rein them. So how do we achieve scale if we have to achieve or be the 3rd largest economy? And your views on big tech as well.
So intermediation, financial intermediation is a vital aspect of a growing economy. And if financial intermediation, whether it is from existing financial institutions or innovative new fintech companies, if that's not happening very quickly, we can't actually grow the economy. And so it's very important for our financial institutions to get bigger and stronger, to have a much stronger equity base so that they can lend more and that they can bring financing solutions to our economy. I gave the example of electric mobility earlier to show how important it is to have financing solutions to be able to decarbonize. And therefore, we need much larger financial institutions, much more well-capitalized financial institutions that can drive investment, that can drive intermediation, and that can deliver new and innovative financial solutions. And that's effectively what the government has been working to do. As you know, we have been working to consolidate the public sector banks, and we've done, I think, a terrific job as far as that is concerned. We have far fewer public sector banks now than we used to, and they're all now quite well capitalized and doing well in terms of their financing solutions because they have also digitized, they've also adopted the latest processes as well. So we've really enabled the public sector to get better. Of course, the IPO of LIC has enabled it also to be able to get more capital and more equity to be able to grow. But at the same time, our private sector financial institutions have to get bigger, larger, more innovative, and that will inevitably happen as our economy grows. And so it's a virtuous cycle, which is that our financing companies provide intermediation capabilities to our economy. The economy grows, our financing companies, financial institutions get bigger, stronger, and then they help the economy grow in turn. So that's the virtuous cycle that we have to enable. And in all of this, as you well understand, we have to be able to manage the level of NPAs, because if our NPAs get up to too high a level, it eats into the capital base, the equity that our banks have. And prudence requires us to be able to rebuild our equity base before we can grow again. And so managing losses, and this is again where fintech is very important, because you can assess credit risk and assess warning signals much better if you've digitized the underwriting function and scaled it up through digital means, becomes extremely important. So yes, we need much larger financial institutions, but I think that will happen as we innovate and as we grow our economy.
Right, sir. And view on big tech?
So big tech is a very important player, of course, as far as digitization is concerned, both in terms of enabling growth for the economy, as well as in providing solutions for fintech as well. And of course, we have some of the big tech companies that are providing platforms as well for financial solutions. So that is also happening. There are major players in e-commerce and in bringing MSMEs into the digital world. So big tech is a very, very important player in digitization. And we have to, again, as we were discussing earlier, balance stability and regulation with innovation as far as big tech companies are concerned. But they have a very important role to play.
Thank you, sir. So while you were away, I just had, few questions from the audience. What I'll do is just kind of club some of them together and, seek your views. So I think a couple of questions were around inclusive growth and, concentration of wealth amongst a very smaller, percentage of people. And they wanted to hear your views on, what is the role that fintech can play in wealth distribution, inclusive growth, and what is the government doing about it?
I mean, the government's every policy is intended to bring growth and jobs and all kinds of benefits to, Aam Janta. And Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is all about being able to deliver those benefits to everybody in India. But fintech has a very important role to play, particularly when it comes to the MSME sector. 80% of the MSME sector is still getting its credit from the informal sources, and it's very much necessary for us to be able to bring MSMEs into the digital world, to be able to provide them digital credit and to be able to do much more efficient underwriting so that their cost of capital comes down and that they are able to grow and flourish. And that will really drive inclusiveness, that will drive job creation, that will drive equitable growth very, very quickly if we can get the MSME and if we can get generally the informal sector plugged into the digital world. And that really is going to happen through fintech. So fintech has a very important role to play in driving inclusive growth, particularly by ensuring that the MSME sector and the many, many crores of people that the MSME sector employs onto digital platforms, onto digital services.
Thank you, sir. One last question, and then we wind up. Sir, what do you think are the potential roadblocks in India's journey towards becoming a $10 trillion economy? And this is from a fintech perspective. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs here. We have a lot of young fintech employees here. So what's your message as what's one risk that you think they should be aware of?
My message is go out and innovate. You can conquer the world, and you have, and you will. Because there's just so much talent, so much opportunity, so many amazing things that we can do in India right now. Literally, the sky is the limit. And what we really, really need to be able to do is to understand where are the pain points, what are the requirements that consumers and business customers have, and then come up with really innovative solutions that solve their problems. And that can only come from innovation. It can only come from entrepreneurs. It can only come from fast-moving, agile startups, both startups that are independent as well as startups within large companies as well. So we all have to have that entrepreneurial, innovative mindset because, as I said, India is a haven of macroeconomic stability. India does have tremendous demographics that are in its favor. The China plus one situation geopolitically is also helping us a great deal. And it is our young entrepreneurs, it is our startups that have really made a huge difference in India's growth. And particularly in fintech, where it really is all about creativity, it's about software solutions, it's about being able to access crores and crores of consumers. That's particularly where our fintechs and our startups have to play a very, very important role. You've been doing a fantastic job so far, and I'm sure you're going to do an amazing job going forward. Really, I'm not worried about anything right now. I just want to make sure that we can continue to innovate quickly and rapidly and make sure that there aren't any constraints or challenges that you all are facing.
Thank you, sir. So on that optimistic note, thank you very much for your time and patience. And we'll see you soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you once again, sir, for joining us at the Global FinTech Fest. And thank you very much, Prashant, for spearheading this very important conversation for us. Thank you very much again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, as Sri Jensen had mentioned, that indeed it has become a haven of macroeconomic stability. And while the conversation was on, we did utilize technology to take this conversation forward. And albeit his virtual presence, we managed to gather some real insights. With that, we hope all of you are geared up for our valedictory address for the evening for the Global FinTech Fest, the third edition of Global FinTech Fest 2022. And as we set the stage, we will be inviting the leaders to also share their thoughts around the Indian Digital Ecosystem Architecture 2.0, innovation across boundaries. After having gathered some very important insights across the last 2 days, including the third day of the FinTech Fest, it all culminates and comes down to this very evening, to this very session. And that being said, I'm sure I can see all the eager eyes. But as for those who are still standing, please take your seats. We can't wait to get the valedictory address started in just a minute. In the last 3 days, we've witnessed the presence of leaders and also the eager minds from the government officials that literally shows how there is that keenness and curiosity in order to work with the entrepreneurs, the business leaders, some of the entrepreneurs also seated here. And this has literally driven a very important conversation for all of us in the last 3 days, and I'm sure it is about to set a huge tone, a huge roadmap for all of us in terms of the decisions that we're about to take for the next few months. So that being said, while we managed to gather all the thoughts through these knowledge sessions, while we managed to take a look at some of the amazing initiatives by our partner booths in the expo hall, I'm sure some of you managed to take some time to also visit to the other halls and take a look at all the sessions that were taking place. It all boils down to this very moment as we now invite the leaders again back on stage. So with that, once again, may I please invite on stage Shri Krish Gopal Krishnan, Chairman, Global FinTech Fest 2022 Advisory Board, Chairman, Axelor Ventures and co-founder, Infosys. This evening, we are truly honored to have the presence of Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. And may I further please invite Shri G. Padmanabhan, Senior Consultant, AZB and Partners, Ex-Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India and Ex-Chairman, Bank of India. Can we please have a thunderous round of applause to welcome our leaders on the stage? And once again, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to Shri Ashwini Vaishnav for joining us. Thank you very much, sir. And with that, Mr. Gopal Krishnan, over to you, sir.
Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister for IT, Government of India, Mr. G. Padmanabhan, friends, we have had a fantastic 4 days of knowledge sharing, discussions, debates, keynote speeches, panels, networking, exhibition, and I truly believe that with everybody's support and cooperation, we have created a very important platform for not just the fintech industry, but the financial services industry, and a platform that now can grow to become a global platform. I firmly believe that we need to work together to raise our own aspirations of what we can achieve here in India. And it's only appropriate that in the closing session, we have Sri Ashwini Vaishnav ji with us today. And of course, Padmanabhan is from the fintech financial services industry and an ex-regulator also. But I am from the IT industry. And I was telling the minister that it's strange that there are two people who have connected with IT here. But it's okay because this is the fintech conference, finance and technology, right? So it's appropriate. But the reason I mentioned this is I strongly feel that what we have been able to achieve in the IT industry can become a model for you to think about. Because India needs a very strong financial service industry. India needs a very strong fintech industry. In fact, many of our companies must become global multinational corporations. And the model, and I'll be very brief, the model is, if you look at the IT services industry, 5 out of the top 10 companies in the world are Indian. The entire world depends on India for IT services today. Some of the most important work is getting done here. IT for all the financial services industry, fintech industry is all done in India. We have made this a model for the world. We did this by working together. When we build our own companies, we built an industry. I think it's very, very important to realize what it means to build an industry. We are fierce competitors, but we work very closely. We work very closely with the government. You know, I can talk about one of the best policies for single window clearance ever in India is the software technology parks policy created by the then Department of Electronics. Truly single window clearance. Because one agency in Bangalore could give us all the approvals, import, export, building permits, everything. What we report on exports, we report to the software technology park. They had the data. And even today, I can't think of a single window clearance system that's better than that. And I don't know why we can't use that model. But the reason I mentioned this is we worked very closely with Department of Electronics then, and we even today work very closely with MeitY. Anything to do with IT industry, anything to do with digital, we work very closely with the department. And we can build an industry only if all of us work together to build that industry. And that's why I believe this closing session, having Sri Asni Vaishravji here, is very appropriate for the fintech industry. The backbone for fintech is technology. You know, if we didn't create the best, I believe, telecom infrastructure in the world, highest quality and lowest cost, affordability. You know, I've been repeating this again and again, affordability, right? Nowhere in the world at 4,000 rupees, you can get unlimited calls, unlimited messages, and 1 GB of data every single day. Nowhere in the world. And the telecom industry, by and large, is now self-sustaining and is growing. So we need to think about these models which exist here in India, and I hope, well, let me change the word, I hope. I believe that all of you, because I have met many of you, I have seen the energy, I have seen the passion, I have seen the innovation, you will indeed create a world-class, world-beating financial services and fintech industry. With that note, let me say thank you to all of you, because you have, still I can see the room is reasonably full. Thank you all for participating very actively, supporting this very actively, and hope that this will set a new benchmark for such events in India, and this event itself will become bigger and bigger. Now, Sri Ashwini Vaishnavji is a minister. I had some interaction, not a lot, but I can say that he is very approachable, very down to earth, understands the issue, learns more about things before he decides to do something. That's, with my limited interaction, that's what I could understand. And I'm happy that he is here in person. And let me now request him to share his thoughts on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon. Valedictory session है, थोड़ा सा tired सा. How many days? Fourth day. Third day. There was a pre-event day. Third day means very difficult. So how do I catch your attention? How many are from non-fintech? Let's see. थोड़ा सा उधर की लाइट बढ़ा सकते हैं? Can we improve the lighting of that side? I cannot see anybody. Light is all focused here. Non-fintech, okay, okay, okay. Quite a few, quite a few. How many of you use train for your traveling? Once in a while at least. Quite a few. Excellent. How many of you saw a video where a train is running at 180 kmph and a glass of water is there? Was it cool? कितने लोग हैं? Was it good? कितने लोगों ने देखा? Do you know, chalo, let's have a quiz because otherwise the valedictory session is very difficult to manage. How many seconds does it take for that train, Vande Bharat, to reach 0 to 100? थोड़ा ज़्यादा ambitious है. It's a 16 coach train. बहुत लंबी है. It's not a car. Good guess. थोड़ा और guess. 8. थोड़ा और guess. अरे तुक्का तो थोड़ा सा. थोड़ा सा. चलो, I'll ask another question. Bullet train. How many seconds does it take for reaching 0 to 100? 55 seconds. 55 seconds is what bullet train takes to reach 0 to 100. And Vande Bharat takes how many seconds? Now you make a guess. 52. Who said 52? खड़े हो जाइए. What's your name? Give a big round of applause for him. Cool? Why I gave this example in the beginning? Why I gave this example in the beginning? I gave this example because Vande Bharat train is fully designed in India by Indian engineers, by Indian brains, fully manufactured in India by Indian engineers, by Indian brains. If we can achieve something as complex as designing a train that runs at 180 kmph without the water spilling, देखो वो ग्लास तो हिली नहीं, सारी दुनिया हिल गई. अगर वो ग्लास हिल जाती तो हम हिल जाते. That's the power of our collective brain power, our collective strength, our ability to imagine, our ability to execute, and our ability to think big. And Honorable Chris Sir is what we all call, right? पूरा नाम थोड़ा लेते, we always call him Chris Sir. I, as young IT engineer, used to call him Chris Sir. Mr. Padmanabhan Saab and all the friends present in this hall, that is the power that we can really channelize if we want to. And we have done in multiple industries. Industry after industry, we can become the leaders the way we became the leaders in IT industry. So what is relevant for your fintech? I would like to touch upon 3 main points. First is, what is the digital infrastructure that we are focusing on, how we are building it, how we are expanding it, because that's what every service that you build will run on, right? Second is, what is the regulatory framework that we are creating? The regulatory framework is of very, very importance, extremely high importance, because that will help you navigate the circumstances in a very proper way, systematic way, methodical way. Third, I'll talk about the social inclusion, the societal imperatives, how each and every activity that you do, how each and activity that we in the government do affects the society and what we should be looking out for. I'll take about 15 minutes to touch these 3 points, and then we can have some question answer, we can have a very interactive session. The first and foremost thing is about the digital infrastructure. You are aware that we recently did some reforms in the telecom sector. Telecom is the primary gateway to all digital services. We did some reforms, and today, as Chris sir also said, the telecom sector has now come out of the huge, large series of litigations. It has now come and it has become a stable, healthy sector, and now it's on the growth path. We completed the 5G auction, 5G spectrum auction, and we would be launching the 5G services very soon. Honorable Prime Minister will launch it in the first week of October. And unlike many other countries which took years to roll out, we target that within 2 years we should be covering a very large section of the country. That's our aim. And we are on good path to achieve that. Simultaneously, we are also doing two more things, which is of very important relevance for all of us in this room today. Each and every village in the country deserves to be connected, deserves to have good digital services, and then only the reach of the services that you provide in the fintech space, in edutech, in medical, so many different services that you provide, those services will be able to reach the last person of the society, the marginal sections of the society. So we are investing close to $30 billion in reaching out to each and every village in the country, each and every hamlet in the country, each and every गांव का एक टोला, एक बस्ती, दूर दराज के गांव, चाहे पहाड़ पे हो, जंगल में हो, नदियों के पार जाना पड़े, कहीं भी जाना पड़े, वी आर कमिटेड कि हम फाइबर लेके जाएंगे, 4G बैंडविड्थ लेके जाएंगे और फ्यूचर में 5G बैंडविड्थ लेके जाएंगे to each and every such village. And that is what is going to provide the reach, the connectivity, the space that you need to work, and also provide opportunities for the youth of those villages to put their creative energies and make sure that they can also participate in this great digital journey that we are seeing under Prime Minister Modi ji's leadership. Whatever needs to be done to reach out to the farthest of the far places, we will do. So far, we have been able to reach about 1.5 lakh ग्राम पंचायत. आप में से कितने लोग हैं दूर दराज के गांवों से आते हैं? आई एम वन ऑफ देम. आप कौन से जगह से आते हैं, कोई बताएं पीछे से? एनीवन ऑफ यू? आप बताओ. ना, कोई वॉलंटियर्स नहीं है. ओके, बताओ. कहां से? शोलापुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, राइट? शोलापुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के कौन से पंचायत से? कोई नहीं, तेज बोल लो यार, कॉलेज में जैसे बोलते थे. वहां पे आपके इंटरनेट का फाइबर पहुंचा है और उसको दूर आसपास के गांवों में भी पहुंचाने की अब व्यवस्था होगी. What we are doing is good. Thank you. Now what we are doing is we will be creating an ecosystem of village entrepreneurs. गांव के अंदर फाइबर ले जाना है, गांव है, वहां पे रहने वाला व्यक्ति चाहिए. पानी, तूफान, रास्ते में कोई गाड़ी चल रही है, फाइबर कट गया. Lots of things can happen, right? There has to be a person living in the village to make sure that there is 99.99% availability of the fiber connectivity, right? How do we do that? Do we employ a large section of people from some place and send them there? No. What we are planning is create a whole ecosystem of village entrepreneurs. गांव में रहने वाले नौजवान की शक्ति इतनी है कि वो वाकई में वहाँ पे अच्छी सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर सकता है. Can we channelize the energies of those people, those youngsters, and make them part of the growth journey so that they become self-employed, they become entrepreneurs, and they also employ more people? That will be the model for taking fiber to the last place in the country. We have tested this model, and close to 80,000 new connections are being given every month. 80,000 connections every month. So that is the level of enthusiasm which is there, and that is the commitment of our government to make sure that fiber reaches each and every village, and high speed, good quality bandwidth is available to every person in the country. That's the highway we are laying for you. 4G connectivity, fiber connectivity, and 5G rollout. These are the three things on digital infrastructure that I wanted to share with you. I'll come to the second point, which is digital regulation. Our digital regulation begins with overhauling the laws, because those are the laws which were created for a totally different era. For example, the telecom sector is today governed by a law which was enacted in 1885. How many of you were born in that? Right? Cannot even imagine. Telegraph, that is how many years? 138 years, almost 100, more than a century, right? We are still governed by a law which is 1885, another law which is 1933, third law which is 1950. So Prime Minister has given us the target that you overhaul the entire telecom regulatory setup, because telecom is the foundation of digital life. Telecom is the foundation through which fintechs, all the different innovators who are collected in this room, all of you, your primary source of digital, reaching out digital services is through telecom. So last night we uploaded the new telecom bill, Indian Telecommunication Bill 2022. So please take a look at that. See what are your concerns. Does it meet your aspirations? A very detailed explanatory note has also been published along with the bill so that you can understand it in easy language. What we are trying to do in that is, we are trying to create a framework which is a very interactive framework. It's not just government as the big regulator and the industry as the regulated, but an interactive system in which the industry's concerns are addressed by the government and government's concerns are duly taken into consideration by the industry. Why that is important? That is important because we also have to look at what is the protection of users. If users are not protected, then there will be a backlash against technology. Navigation of the wave of technology has to be very systematic. It has to be very balanced. Our societies need to be, the way our social life is, need to be properly molded into the new world that we are seeing today. So a very clearly defined whose scope, what is the scope of X, what is the scope of Y, what is the scope of Z, all the stakeholders, it has been done in a very proper way. Some of the really good brains have really worked on it. So I request all of you to take a look at that and give your suggestions. There is an email ID given where you can send your suggestions. Very consultative process. It's not something that anybody is thrusting upon anybody else, right? It's a very consultative process. We uploaded a consultation paper in July and received comments, and basis those comments, this bill has been drafted. And again, we are starting the consultation process where on the bill you can give your views. Next will be the Digital Data Protection Bill, Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. This has been in works for some time. Things changed during COVID, and now the new version is about to be uploaded for consultation. Again, the focus will be on consultation, focus will be on creating an environment where the scope for innovation increases, it doesn't get stymied. The space for startups grows because that's where the jobs are, that's where the youth aspirations are, that's where all of you are putting your energy in. Then there will be overhaul of the IT Act. Information Technology Act is of 2000 vintage. World has really changed in the last 22 years. So that will again be overhauled. So we are looking at 3 or 4 such legislations which will basically create a comprehensive set of legislation for the digital world. Prime Minister Modi ji has given us a clear mandate. He has given us a target that our digital regulatory framework should be globally benchmarked. When our companies and our youngsters are creating solutions that the world is taking note of, why shouldn't our regulatory framework should also be of the same order of global competitiveness, global quality, global benchmarking, where the world comes and examines our regulatory setup and says that, oh, what India has done, we should also do. That's the mandate PM has given us. And we are working on that. I'll seek all your inputs and great suggestions on this entire journey. So the first piece was digital infrastructure. Second was the digital regulatory framework. And third piece is about the whole social inclusion and societal imperatives. My request to all of you is, while we are working in a tech space, we should not forget what is there, what is the change that we are bringing in the common citizen's life, in the life of the poorest of the poor, in the life of youth, in life of our daughters and sisters and mothers. What are we doing? Whatever we do, we should keep every section in mind, every section of the society in mind. There are hundreds of such examples which cause serious concern. For example, somebody getting addicted to online games, losing all the savings that that family had, and getting into real distress situation. We can say that this is a choice that we have given, we haven't forced anything. ऐसा कहना बहुत आसान है, लेकिन डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में एडिक्शन इज वेरी इजी. This is something that we have to realize. And if we don't realize, then society will have a backlash. Online gaming ho gaya, serious regulation is needed. Paytm, I'm sorry not to take a name, but fintech payment systems में fraud की possibilities है. Somebody can lose so much money. All those things are there. So how do we make sure that the society is in tune with the way technology is growing? Taxation के points हैं. If analog world has a taxation, why shouldn't digital world should also have that same taxation? If analog world has a particular regulation, why shouldn't digital world also have that regulation? So some of the sectors which are really causing concern in the society, we must really come forward as the industry, as a joint group. Government and industry should work together and create a solid, robust set of regulations for all these concerns. If you don't do that, it will cause so much of resentment that industry will not be able to face it tomorrow. So my request is that we should be proactive on this. Whether it is online gaming, it is crypto, it is payments, it is credit frauds which are happening day in and day out. All these sectors which is the content which is, the quality of content which is there, the fake news, the ability of spreading fake news at a very rapid pace, all those things need to be regulated, and regulated in a very systematic way, regulated in a very robust way. It doesn't mean that we have to remove the scope for innovation. It means that we have to increase the space for good innovation, and we have to reduce the incentives for going out without considering the social imperatives in mind. I hope you will agree with this, because without your support and without your cooperation, one-sided regulation will also never work. So it has to be interactive, it has to be, we have to work together to achieve that goal. I have heard my counterparts in the world, digital ministers of really developed countries, who say that today we are worried that our societies are getting disrupted because of many of these things. It's not just our society, but societies which are very mature in terms of their economic, in terms of their income, in terms of their access to technology, in terms of their exposure to technology, in terms of their legal frameworks, they are also worried. So we have to have a conscious understanding, we have to have a clear thought process and come forward as industry that these are the things in which industry would like a regulation from the government, and these are the things in which we will do our own self-regulation, and these are the things in which we would ask the government to punish the people who are not thinking of the nation first, society first as the imperative. So I wanted to share these three things with all of you, and congratulations for organizing this 3-day conclave. This would have really given you an opportunity to network, opportunity to understand others' viewpoints, opportunity to showcase your products and services, and I hope that similar opportunities come in the future. Thank you very much. We can have questions now. Oh, sorry.
Hello. Oh yeah, my question, sir, this is Tarun. I work for a fintech
Please
company.
increase the light there. Actually, we can have the entire hall.
Hi, my name is Tarun, sir. I love the work that your administration is doing with railways right now, modernizing the stations, etc. I had the privilege to visit a couple of tier 2 stations like Jabalpur, and I was, a really mind-blowing work there. My question to you, sir, is a lot of talk is happening about digital connectivity, taking fiber to the rural areas, etc. But what we have seen in the world and what China has shown to the world also is that to increase income levels, to increase per capita income of the population, rapid urbanization is crucial, right? Would love to hear your views and also your administration's plans on that aspect, because in this conference and even otherwise, I don't hear a lot about that. What are we doing to, for the rapid urbanization to take place without displacing a lot of these poor people, whether it is via land acquisition for the current bullet train project that is happening between Mumbai to Ahmedabad, etc. A lot of farmers, etc. are being displaced, and it's natural. There is nothing wrong with it. So what is your view and the administration's view on it?
So your question has 3 parts, right? First is about what are we doing to take the fiber to the rural areas. Second is rapid urbanization. Third is about land acquisition. Is that correct, or can you?
What I wanted to understand was what steps will be taken to manage this urbanization that is going to happen.
Absolutely. Urbanization is a strength for us. It's an opportunity for us. And it can become a problem for us if we do not manage it well. Very right. The way we are working on urbanization is, first, foremost, how do we make it interactive? How do we make it participative? participative as in, for example, the town planning scheme. How many of you are aware of the TP scheme, which was piloted in many cities and today it has become quite a good interactive thing? Town planning scheme. No, okay. So this is a different set of, right? So again, a very clear thought process where the people who are landowners, the farmers, they should be the ones who drive the urbanization, right? Instead of government going out and acquiring the land, the farmers should be the one who come out and, okay, we pool our land in this particular area, let's say 40 acres, 50 acres. We create common infrastructure, which is public infrastructure, and the balance area is what is used for building commercial, residential, any kind of activities which are needed in this. That's the way forward instead of government going out. For example, in the bullet train project itself, there is hardly any displacement of farmers because we decided to elevate the entire project, right? Take it on an elevated viaduct, elevated bridge, so that the the area which is there, the footprint of the project is reduced to a very small level. So that's the thought process going forward. Almost every project we are thinking of reducing the land footprint. Okay. Yeah. This side.
Very good evening, Mr. Minister and respected members of the panel and fellow entrepreneurs. This is Anand here, founder of Ends of Innovations. We are a Chennai-based firm. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the efforts of governments on the smart transport system, be it, for example, in the railway ministry. Earlier, it were a nightmare for us. I'm a frequent train traveler. I've been traveling in trains for the last 25 years or so, right from my school days. Booking a ticket is not that easy, and the government has implemented S4HANA implementation, and ticket booking is very easy for us, not needed to stand on long queues and all these things. I need to appreciate on that. And secondly, we witnessed your presence in Avadi last month on the trial run, and also on the smart infrastructure projects that the government has been doing, and through the other ministries as well, be it in different areas, be it from agriculture or fintech. And my question here is, like, I have been thinking sometimes, like, as I said, I'm a frequent traveler. Different metro trains or transport systems uses different cards. Why is that we are not integrating all of them together? So if when I am traveling from Chennai Metro, I will not be able to travel in the Bangalore Metro or Mumbai Metro with the same card. So in the developed nations like UK and US, they use the smart card and they use it for all transportation system, be it in the trains or buses or the other transport system. So do we have any plans in the future to integrate that? And secondly, what are the ways that you will be taking forward to focus on below poverty level people to commute safely and provide the infrastructure like buses? In some states, sorry to say, buses are really pathetic. We will not be able to step inside the buses, and we need to use cabs and all these things. So, what are your initiatives for those things? And thank you for the opportunity.
Rumba Nandri.
Thank you, sir.
Good, very good question. First is about the integration of payment systems across transportation sectors, right? A project was taken up, Common Mobility Card. The way technology has evolved over last 5-7 years, 10 years, I think probably card will probably not be a right mode. Probably mobile phone itself will become the common integrating factor. Work has been done on that, and I think it should move forward. Yes, there are challenges in integrating the payment systems, but can I give this as a challenge to this, since this is a fintech forum? Why not we as this group, in this group of fintech entrepreneurs, why can't we take a challenge to come up with a concept note and make a presentation to me and other ministers who are involved in the urban transportation of what could be the solution which will stand today's scrutiny and tomorrow's technology change for a common mobility payment solution. Shall we take that as a challenge?
Yes, sir.
Good. So let's take that as a challenge. How many days do you need to come up with the solution framework?
1.5 months.
2 months?
Yeah, 1.5 months to 2 months.
All right. So this is now 22nd September. October, November. Can we have a meeting in November?
Sure, sir. Right here.
So I think 30 to 45
Okay.
days from the association, we will coordinate and integrate and present to you, sir.
Super. Super. Ah. Excellent. All right. Question from that side.
Hi, sir. This is Shreyans from Finsire. We are a lending infrastructure platform to essentially collateralize income and assets. Right. Prior to this, I had the opportunity to live, work in about 4 countries, 7 years for now, and work with the Singapore government as well. A lot of learnings that I did take from a lot of governments, and I was fortunate enough to see and come back of what is happening in India. This has been a year now in India, and I've never seen payments as good as in India in compared to Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and the US. I must admit that. The ability to make it in a decentralized environment to ensure that multiple payment providers can be built on an open source rails is very, very unique, which we are seeing, to be honest, being unfolded in the recent war as well, right? Coming back to my experiences working with the Singapore government as well, what I've learned is the accessibility to the governments is very, very, kind of straightforward and easy. The ability for, and I do understand that, there are a lot lesser people, so the government has, kind of a lot lesser people to hear from as well, right? But the accessibility was an email away or a text away to say that the response also was very quick, right? We just started our firm. We are about a year old or so. I feel there are 3 things, and I'm sure, with the recent bill as well that you have kind of launched, the accessibility is a lot more easier right now. I feel there are 3 things specifically to hear not just the biggies of the industry of fintechs, but also to someone who's just started, right? There are 3 things that are essential: accessibility, accepting of the accessibility that we have given, and then accelerating the force through it, right? I hope and wish to see that happens not just with a sole regulator, but also multiple other regulators that hold, say, the insurance data of the nation, the gold data of the nation, to unlock potential capacities, not just in payments, but also in credit, so that credit gets access to them at a very safe space and not just unsecured and NPS being created as we are seeing today. And would love to hear your thoughts on what the other regulators are building upon to unlock the true value in terms of asset collateralization that takes place in the nation as well. And IT plays a huge role in that as well, right? So would love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Excellent point. And in fact, the whole world is today taking note of the account aggregator model that India has created. There is so much interest in the way a safe and a secure consent mechanism has been created by RBI. Thank you for that. For excellent framework where the interest of both the data providers and the data consumers, and creating a seamless structure in which the payment history is available in a proper way, asset ledgers are available in a proper way, in a secure way. All those things are today being noted by the world, and probably the model that we have created here, the account aggregator system, probably that might become the model for the world in online credit space. There will be many more innovations which come. If we separate cryptocurrency from the crypto technology or the blockchain technology from the cryptocurrency, then the potential of using blockchain for creating a secure payment system, credit system, investment system, and then putting that in this framework of account aggregator, I think that will be, I'm not an expert on this, but probably that will be, from whatever I hear from all of you, that might be the way forward. So, and if you have more thoughts on that, we can organize a session where we can call the people from Finance Ministry, we can call people from other stakeholder ministries and listen to you and see what we can contribute in terms of the regulatory framework. Regarding accessibility, yes, there will be challenges in a country of this scale, but we can create probably a forum. For example, for the IT industry, the forum which was created was NASSCOM, and NASSCOM has turned out to be a very effective forum by which a regular interaction can happen between the members of IT industry collectively or individually or in groups with the relevant stakeholders in the government. So probably we can think of similar framework for fintech, for edtech, for medtech, for any of the startup groups that we are thinking, and we can put our heads together, we can think together, we can probably in a time frame of 1 or 2 months, we can come up with a suggestion on that. We are now creating a similar thing in railway, because again the disparate bodies of, let's say, the coach manufacturers have a body, then the engine component manufacturers have another body, wagon guys have another thing, track people have another body, then it doesn't work. We have to look at holistically from our point of view and from the country's point of view. So we can probably think of this, take a look at what are our needs and create a body, then accessibility becomes very easy and organized.
Yes,
Sure. Thank you. Absolutely. Great. See you. Thanks. Yeah.
Sir,
and
so may I ask
who's minding the time? Who's looking at the time? No, we have to. Okay, self-regulation.
Sir, I have a question, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Bharat Panchal. I'm a former Chief of Risk at NPCI, currently working with Discover. Sir, my question is about privacy. India, fortunately, has become one of the richest, data-rich country in the world, thanks to tech innovation, what the entire industry sitting in this room has done in last almost a decade or now. But when it comes to privacy, we started journey long back, 2017 bill. I mean, the first committee constituted. We walked through almost 5 years, and all of a sudden is now withdrawn. While the cybercrime and so many other nuisance has increased a lot, the same time probably one of the best use case of data monetization, which is being talked at the industry level. In absence of privacy bill, and in other hand, the growing data in our country, where are you seeing the balance in between? And the second point is, how long it will take, because when it goes for consultation, looking at, the iteration, what happened in last 5 years, the worry is that will it take another 5 years to have privacy bill back for this country?
So first I would like to clarify that the right to privacy is already there. Once the Supreme Court gives certain rights to our citizens, that right exists whether there is a bill or there is no bill. That thing we must very clearly understand, and we should clearly know. So if there is any violation of privacy, it is actually right, it's a violation of the right given by the Supreme Court of India, right? So please have a seat. So that right is already there. Bill definitely went through a series of different consultations, and when the Joint Parliamentary Committee took it up, they recommended 88 amendments in a bill of 91 sections. So there was no way, no option but to withdraw that bill and come and bring a fresh bill. It also gave us an opportunity to incorporate the things that have changed since 2019. The bill was of 2019 drafting, and since then COVID came, pandemic taught us the importance of society's imperatives vis-a-vis right to individuals' privacy, right? All those things, that balance which we need in the society, that was very clear during the COVID pandemic time. And we also have the learnings from so many other countries which have implemented their regulation, implemented their privacy rights. So now we are in a very good shape. It's a matter of few days only when the bill will be uploaded for consultation. And we have considered all the points, all the inputs that we have received from various stakeholders. Okay, so last question. Mr. Asbe.
Sir.
Then, okay, so Mr. Asbe's question will be the last. Yours is second last.
Sure,
Yeah, please go ahead.
सर मेरा नाम रवि सुतांशनी है और मैं पार्टनरशिप लीड करता हूँ एक एडटेक स्टार्टअप के लिए। भारतीय रेलवे आम लोगों की बहुत पसंदीदा सवारी है, तो हम ट्रांसपेरेंसी बढ़ाने के लिए क्या कर रहे हैं? और यूपीआई ने बहुत ज़्यादा, अभी हम नंबर 1 पेमेंट सिस्टम है हमारे पास में, लेकिन भारतीय रेल के अंदर पेंट्री में आईआरसीटीसी के वेंडर्स आज भी यूपीआई से पेमेंट नहीं लेते हैं, तो हम उसके लिए क्या कर रहे हैं?
बहुत ही अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। ट्रांसपेरेंसी और यूपीआई का यूज़, ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए टुडे ऑलमोस्ट every large tender of Indian Railways is on electronic platform. वो दिन गए जब टेंडर लेके जाना पड़ता था, कोई भी प्रोक्योरमेंट करना है, कुछ भी करना है तो आपको फिजिकल पेपर में जाना पड़ता था, वो सब दिन गए। Practically everything has been shifted to electronic platform. Second, there are hundreds of small commercial entities on stations. स्टेशन पे चाय की दुकान है, स्टेशन पे किताब की दुकान है, स्टेशन पे एक बेसिक ट्रैवल एक्सेसरीज की दुकान है। उन सब के जो एलोकेशन होते थे, उन सब के जो रिन्यूअल होते थे, वो भी अब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ई ऑक्शन पे लेके आ गए। अगर आपने रिसेंटली न्यूज़ में पढ़ा हो तो जस्ट बाय कवरिंग अबाउट 20% ऑफ द कॉमर्शियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स, जो रेलवे को कुछ ही मिलता, बहुत छोटा अमाउंट मिलता था, उसकी जगह अब 836 करोड़ आए ई ऑक्शन में। 836 करोड़ अगेंस्ट एन अमाउंट विच यूज टू बी ए वेरी स्मॉलिश अमाउंट। दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी। फिर इंडिया पोस्ट में, जो आपने यूपीआई की बात कही, इंडिया पोस्ट में जब भी कोई पार्सल या कोई लेटर लेता था तो उसका इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पेमेंट, यूपीआई के पेमेंट की व्यवस्था नहीं थी। टुडे ऑलमोस्ट एवरी पोस्ट ऑफिस हैज शिफ्टेड टू इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पेमेंट। Same journey is now happening in IRCTC, in the IRCTC services. Every payment that will happen on the train, on the station, rapidly moving towards digital payment. तो ये तो clearly एक goal की तरह आगे बढ़ रहे हैं इसमें. It may take couple of months, it may take 7 months, it may take 10 months, but not in years, right? Not in years. ये तो rapid journey है, आगे इसी direction में बढ़ेंगे. Asbe Saab, last question.
Sir, you spoke about 5G. What is your input or advice to the fintechs and the banks present here? What are the use cases? What is the preparation they should do to leverage this India going into the 5G from connecting to the consumer, servicing, or what is that we can start preparing on to take full advantage of this 5G, what has been efforts which has been put up by the government?
Excellent question. 5G will open a pipe. It will provide bandwidth. It will provide speed, which was not seen so far, which was not experienced so far. And that opens up so many different use cases that basically limited only by our creativity. That much I can say. The constraints of technology will be removed. Whatever you imagine, you can really create those use cases. Think of agriculture, think of education, think of healthcare, think of credit, think of payment, think of delivery services, think of any service that you think that you can imagine. Everywhere 5G is going to bring that huge step change in the way technology will be able to assist your use cases. So don't limit yourselves by technology anymore. The journey of 5G will bring you excellent path, excellent doors, excellent highway, excellent pipe, which you can use for creating your solutions. Great. So thoroughly enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Well, all good things must come to an end. So let's decide whether we had it for 4 days or 3 days. I would say first day was virtual, then 3 days we have been here. 8 tracks, participation from 125 plus countries, 250 plus sessions. We had exhibits, expo booths, more than 300, more than 800 speakers, 200 of them women, 250 international speakers, and 20,000 plus attendees. I think we have truly arrived. I have said this before, but I want to repeat this. I think there is a difference between an event and a festival. An event is something which gets conducted, people participate. A festival where you know the dates, you will know the next one at the end of what I have to say, where the people and the system come on an auto mode and participate on their own. So to sustain this as a festival in the years to come and being talked about as the regional festival that people are looking forward to attend, I would request each one of you present here to automatically come forward and be a participate in making this event even bigger and better next year onwards. Now, I don't think for a valedictory section of such a great event, we could have anybody better than Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnav ji. Thank you, sir, for coming over. And I think your domain knowledge and your clarity of thought came through not only in your address, but the way in which you took questions and answered them. So thank you very much for that. I think the way you succinctly described the future digital journey for us, the country, under three broad heads, the digital infrastructure, the regulatory framework, and the social inclusion, I think very critical, the way forward. I think he answered the questions about the customer protections and the importance of privacy. I hope, few days away, the minister indicated, I hope it comes through, because I think one of the things I must admit I get quite irritated about is the so-called digital marketing, where the unsubscribe button never works. If you unsubscribe, probably you get twice the number of messages you were getting earlier. I think as a country, we have changed a lot. I think we knew we know. We know that we can. We talked about what we can. Then we ruminated for a long time. I think now there is an urgency to act and act within a time, and that's an important change that we are all seeing around us. Again, Minister, thank you very much for that. I think I don't want to take any more of your time. I just want to announce, while thanking the Minister for his august presence and all of you for your active participation, I want to announce the date for the next year's FinTech Festival, which is going to happen between, somebody put that slide up, 5th and 7th September 2023. So again, requesting your active participation in the next year's event. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd also like to thank Shri Ashwini Vaishnav ji for joining us this evening, for joining us at the Global FinTech Fest. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the third edition of the Global FinTech Fest, I hope all of you have also taken note of the dates of the upcoming edition, 5th, 6th, 7th September 2023. On that remarkable note, we come to the end, and we thank all our speakers, we thank all our partners, we thank all of you, our members of the audience, our community, all of us coming together. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. We now cordially invite you to please join us for high tea, to take forth your talks, to take forth the conversations as well. With that, thank you very much. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you once again. Goodbye and take care.